getting pretty grungy. We also had some public or some community service people come in and paint for us as well. So that was done all last year. And that's all for mine. Um, Actually, no, I wanted to talk about some of the upcoming things that we're going to be asking for as well. Run through that real quick. PM presentation. So I got some time. Oh, they missed all that? Come on. Yeah. Okay, for upcoming projects for this year that you'll see in the budget, and we'll talk about them a little bit more when we scrutinize the numbers a little bit. I just wanted to give you a visual of what we'll be talking about. Downtown, back in 2007, 8, we did the streetscape, and part of that streetscape was to add the brick trim along the sidewalks to spruce it up a little bit down there. That's starting to settle in areas, sinking at the curbs, anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches in some spots. Daryl Perkins went around and picked the worst areas, and it would be a yearly project to get those fixed, but we would like to start that this year. So that's the picture you see on the left. And then on the right, as you may have noticed coming into City Hall, the bricks are in really bad shape there. We have bricks from the old Air Street that we can put in there, as well as options for other brick and then some coating to help keep the salt from destroying them as quickly. So that's another project you'll see on our request. The city telephone system is very old and outdated. In fact, if anything were to happen at this point, it would be very difficult to get parts. So one of the things you'll see later when we're talking is a request for a new citywide phone system. It will be the most updated technology, and we'll work with all departments, including what the police need for their NERCOM connections, and as well as the guys in the buildings, the outer buildings, Public Works and wastewater, and then also up at the City Hall entrance. The handicapped accessible doors need updated as far as their electronic functionality. They are working. However, as you can see in this picture, the doors themselves are in need of replacement. When they don't close all the way, like you see here, the ADA button does not work, and then the door cannot automatically open. So we have in the budget coming up to do possibly replacing at least the outer doors, and that is also part of something that was on our capital improvement plan moving forward. So maybe in steps we can get that taken care of, at least partially this year. And then finally, we will be asking for a drone. We have several purposes for our drone. The police department can use it, the wastewater uses it, the parks department uses it. Originally, we had it budgeted out of parks. Ryan has been using his own. However, we discussed this briefly and thought that maybe this was something that the administrative department could purchase and then loan out to each department as needed. And then the music system. Right now, I don't know if you've noticed, but we play the same songs over and over again. The selection isn't the best. Well, I like it because it's 80s, but yes, that's how old it is, Mr. Logan. So right now, as you can see, we have a very old iPod. We do have a spare phone that we can use. I believe it was either Mr. Sandler's phone or Mr. Nelson's. That's updated and able to handle a Pandora music system. So we have spoken with our electronics guy, and he's going to get us set up with something should that be approved in the budget as well. And we can play some more welcoming and variety of music for the public. So that will be something we'll talk about later. And that's all for mine.
Now comes the department that does all the heavy lifting for the city. Whenever anybody wants anything done, they come to Public Works. That's always seems to be. Public Works, the budget, 23, 24. That's our shop. We moved in 1995, so our building's getting a little bit of age on it. It's getting to where it's going to need some outside maintenance for long, but we're in pretty good shape right now. Full-time employees, I've been with the city 26 years. Mark, he's our oldest guy, 38. He'll be 39 in December. Johnny Bartell, 22. Clayton, 15. Adam. We have a pretty young crew down there, as you see. It comes to part-time employees. We like to have 3 summer guys help us out, and they really help us out a lot. It's summer workers are a big help for us. Snowbirds in the wintertime, I try to have 3. This year I've had 2 just because I couldn't find anybody else. Infrastructure, streets, about 51 miles, just streets. That's not lane miles, that's just streets. Breaks down 102 miles, what it is. 202 for snow plowing purposes. So when we have 5 big trucks out there, it takes a little while. That's why sometimes people complain when they never get plowed well. They do, but it takes a bit. Water mains, 35 miles approximately. Valves, 400. Fire hydrants, 300. Sanitary mains, sewers. There's a lot of infrastructure, folks. We're completed. That's what we did just the past year. 36 meters, 70 MXUs. That's doesn't seem like a lot, but a lot of those were in tough spots to get to. And the 70 MXUs, those are what we the white boxes on your water meter, so you drive by and we get their reading. You know. So those are good for 10 to 15 years. The batteries are. So it's in our process every year. We change a bunch of them out. For water main valves, repaired 6 of them. Installed 4 new water main valves. We installed new water main valves in spots where we can shut down a couple blocks versus 6 or 8 blocks when we have a water main break or what would have you. We had 13 water main breaks last year compared to 40 the year before, and that was all because of that water main break underneath the railroad tracks. We got that fixed, and we're back to normal. Storm sewers, that's a never-ending battle. Every year. I mean, I've got a list again for this year. Potholes, 84 tons of cold patch, and as you can see, folks, got to do it again. I mean, that's over and over. That's a never-ending job. Man hours, this is just the main stuff we do here. I kind of put that together every year, just a chart just to see where we're at, the amount of time we spend on vehicle maintenance, storm sewer maintenance. And as you can see, it doesn't vary that much from year to year. This is a 2 years comparison. It doesn't vary a lot. Tree work is at the very end there, and that's because we're pretty much done with our ash borer. Remember our ash borer? That was a big item here for a while. Now this year's going to go up. 2002 Elgin sweeper. That's our sweeper. Well, it's all apart as you can see there right now, but we go through that every year, every winter. And if you look at that thing long enough, it costs you $100. You don't have to do nothing to it. Just got to look at it for a little while, but we'll have it ready to go here. Here's our dump trucks. That one up on the far left, truck 6. That's a 2000. What year is that thing? That's an old devil. That's our yard dog that sits in there. That holds our cold patch. It's 90. Yes. There's our new 2016 VACCON. That thing is a time saver. The guys love it as long as it's running. When you got water, hydraulics, and electricity all working together, you're going to have problems. But we're getting it worked out. It is a used machine, so we got to remember that. I got to remember that every time something goes wrong with it. We just got it back the other day. Now that's going to be another $13,000 bill. But what a time saver! What a great machine it is. We love it. Pickup trucks. These are just some of our fleet. We've been updating our pickup trucks for the last how many years. That truck in the middle there at Tahoe. That's one come from the cops. They confiscated that. They're all good trucks right now. We keep them in good shape. We got a good mechanic. There's a couple more of them. One more of our newer ones with plows on them. Our backhoes we have a 2007 skid loader. Want that? That is very handy. We use that around the shop and then out in the field. We have a breaker for it, concrete breaker, so it comes in real handy there. Our backhoes are 1997, up in the upper left there. And then our 710, that's a 2011 we bought that. So truck's full of salt, ready to go. New salt building. This was pictures from last year. This is before this is as we were cleaning it all out. That's after we got done. As you see on the top there, it's kind of yellowish. The whole sides, everything, every wall in there, and the walls and the ceiling were sprayed with a foam insulation. And we built walls along the side. And the far end down there is concrete blocks. You can see the concrete blocks a little better there and a little better picture of the walls. That's on the right, that's full of salt. That's over, I'm going to say we got 1,400 ton of salt in there. That's a little too much. As you can see, the sides the walls on the side were kind of swaying out a little bit. That's a little too much salt in there. We don't have a picture of the doors right now, and that's good.
Yes, it is.
Maintenance, we have one guy, all our guys, they work on our equipment throughout the year. The guy on the right there is Adam. He's a welder, and he's been invaluable down there. He fabricates, he welds, stuff we'd have to send out to get fixed. He's able to make it, weld it, paint it, and it works great. And there's another one he did, a bucket truck. That thing is, I can't remember what year that thing is, but it's an old devil. And it's been rusted out pretty good. But for the last 3 years now, 3 winters, we've been refabricating all the boxes and versus going out and buying another one. And that trailer right there is a 2007. We bought that right when I got down there. We took it apart. We needed new wood on it. So we took it all apart. We sanded everything down, right down to bare metal. We primed everything and repainted it. It's a brand new trailer now. New wood. And that's a water main. That's part of our water main system. That's cast iron there, Lou. That's just a big hole in it. It's this chunk we cut out. 201 East Harrison. There's the valve replacement. There's on the right. That's an old valve. I don't know what the year that is, but it's an old devil. So we put a new one in the manhole. And I like this picture right here. I always try to put this in here. This is what we dig around. You got a sanitary service on the bottom there. That's that green. You got a curb box on your right. That's the stem that comes down where you shut your water off. You got 2 of those there. You see if 2 of them. There's a gas main there. There's a storm sewer there. There's all kinds of stuff in the way. That's what we're digging around. That's what that new truck. We didn't have that truck at this time. That's what that new truck. When you suck it out of there, you use water, you loosen things up, and you suck that out. That's what takes all the time is digging around this stuff. Well, that thing saves all kinds of time. You don't damage anything. Correct. No hand. It takes a lot of it out of it anyway. Yes, it sure does. This is South Air at the railroad tracks. That was just a water main break we had there. As you can see in the right-hand picture, all the cracks in the main. That's not underneath the tracks. That's just the south side there. And then that one right there, Grant McKinley. See that operation there? There's two elbows coming up. What's that doing? It's going over a gas main. I just thought that was kind of cool, so I pulled that out of there, and then I think the next picture, that's out of the ground. See on the right hand side, that's the T we cut out of the water main. And they did that just to get it up over a gas main. So that's quite an operation there. Garfield Street water sample station. We put in 10 of those a couple years ago for Jim for sample stations around the city, and that's just one of them right there. That's when we had I think 2 water main breaks after that too when we turned things on. That's the bridge. On the left-hand side there, you can see right behind that guy kneeling, right behind him, that's the pillar for the bridge. That's our water main right there. The water main is literally, a foot away, spots, from the pillars of the bridge. That is right in the creek. That's the second one we've had in the creek. we have that on our list for lining that really, really needs to get done. That just scares me every time. There's another picture of it. That's the other break we had. On the right-hand side there, that's, and the only reason we don't have water run through it is we sandbagged the heck out of it. Just to keep the water out of our work area. That's another one, another picture of it. On the right-hand side there, you see how close it is to the pillar. And that's another main break there. The one on the left, we had to cut it in sections to get it out of there, but you can see all the long crack through there. The one on the right, that's the replacement. Put back in. There's a valve there. I think we stuck a valve in there too, just so we'd have something to shut off. That's out in Country Brook. Brand new water service. Of course, the water main's on the other side of the street. And there's a 1-inch water service that comes across the street and feeds this house. Well, one of the couplers come apart. When they put it in, they put a coupler in the middle, and which is fine, but they never tighten it. So it come apart, and we couldn't figure out what's going on there. Well, that's what we found. Now, just getting there, look how much we have dug up just to find it. And then once you get to it, you got a heck of a mess when you're done. Yeah, that's the Burger King. It's one main break in 20, 4 in 21, 2 in 22. There's a lot of main breaks. It's in front of Burger King there. We had that dug up I don't know how many times. We finally put a water main valve to the south end of water main or Burger King entrance, right by Casey's. We stuck a valve there so we can shut it off there without having to shut Burger King off. We have a couple more going south down to Randall Street. And that's just the typical scrap pile we have in the winter or summertime, just the stuff we've taken out, replaced. You can see all the manhole covers there, the manhole castings and parts of water main. There's all kinds of stuff there. We save all that stuff and take it into Bear. It's the only time I give Deb money. And Carl Hopper's been. Now we know why Carl wants sidewalks all over town. He's got his own plowing. That's why Carl wants the sidewalks. Now we know.
Okay, the Harvard Police Department's 23-24 budget. Just like with what Deb went over, here's the structure of the police department. Of course, the chief of police at the top, followed by the deputy chief, and then oversees investigations, and Lynette, our records clerk. And we have our community service officer and our crossing guard. And then, as you can see, this year we do have 4 sergeants now with officers underneath of them. We had the 4 sergeants because we did go to the 12-hour shift, which is the 2 squads of workers, 2 for nights, 2 for days. So when one shift is working either days or nights, the other one is off. It's called the Panama schedule. So it's 2 on, 2 off, 3 on, 2 off, 2 on, 3 off. So you get every other Friday, Saturday, Sunday off.
Chief, how's that working out?
Very well. I think there's only one guy everybody loves it. Okay. They love it. Here's our command staff. Myself, I didn't update myself with my title. But I've been here almost 23 years. Carmen Sacco is 8 years. Steve Dixon, Andy Spielman, Nick Hill, and then our new sergeant, Trent Tobias. Here's our sworn personnel. As you can see, we are a very young department. The average years of service of our rank and file is 8 years. Since this is, I did take Jackie out. We do have a replacement to be made with Jackie, and we have somebody that's currently going through the background process right now. Our three civilian personnel. Mike Vest, our community service officer, has been here 22 years. Lynette Fiegel, 8, and Tamara is now at 3. Oh. I know. Here's our education level. Since I did this, or as you can see, every single person in the police department has at least an associate's, if not, as a majority, a bachelor's degree. We have no personnel that just have a high school degree anymore. Our vehicles, every year we get 2 new cars to rotate cars out. So that's what we'll be going and talking about later. Our other vehicles, we were able to get the new chief's car and the new detective car last year. We're still waiting for the 2 Mark Squad cars that we ordered last February. So I'll be asking for the council to, if they're approved, to allow us to place the order earlier. So obviously the police department, we have our uniform patrol, we have our bicycle patrol, which we kind of have gotten away from and only utilize during milk days and other special events. We just don't have the manpower to man that all summer long. And then obviously foot patrol, our officers do at least a minimum of 30 minutes walking streets and walking in businesses and talking to residents, which is a huge thing for that COP. Continuation of officers, we also have investigations, and our school resource officer, Ed Cohn, is talking of retiring here probably in 25, if not later next year in 24. He is a huge asset in our schools and is very knowledgeable about all the workings in the schools. So, some of the specialized teams that we are part of, MEAT. We do now have 2 people that are on MEAT. They expanded the program to 3 teams, which you have your investigative team, your officer involved in custody death team, and then also a evidence or forensics team. Carmen was named as assistant commander for the investigations team, as well as did Eric get on your team? And then Eric C., our new detective, is also on the investigations team. We are part of ILEAS. We currently do not have anybody on ILEAS. We are in the process of integrating Kurt Stahl into that role. And then our SWAT team, which is Trent Tobias, and then our MCAT, or the Major Crash Investigation Team, is Todd Ochus. Obviously, advanced training. We have all these new mandates. However, we also do a lot of advanced training for certifications. As you can see, ETs, drug enforcement, SWAT, lead homicides, juvenile. Almost all of our officers are juvenile officers and gang officers. And then we are actually sitting pretty good with our CIT training, which is a mandate for that response to things, and especially with PSW. We're about 75% complete as a whole department. So, our civilian personnel, obviously NERCOM, our dispatch center, we joined in 2016. They are a busy center. They are the busiest dispatch center in the county. They handle over 180,000 administrative phone calls a year and tens of thousands of 911 calls. We have our records clerk and CSO. And then obviously our crossing guard, and our Taylor is our PSW worker. She's instrumental and has been a huge asset for us, and it really is a good program. In the beginning, we were kind of averaging, as you can see in my monthly reports. We get a few every month. the last couple months, though, we're in the double digits for referrals. And she does send me a sheet at the beginning of each month of what the statuses are with our referrals. So some awards, some of those are all the same. However, Ed Cohn was nominated for 2022 for Officer of the Year. He did not win, unfortunately, but he was recognized for his life-saving things at the high school for the kid choking. Now, some achievements. Our prescription drug box in the lobby is a huge thing. People come in almost daily dropping off their old prescriptions. We still have Narcan. Our taser program is still going. We will be having to replace our tasers here coming in the next couple of years. And then our body-worn camera, obviously we went to a new platform in 21. And that's kind of a lease program, so it's like a 5-year thing, and then we'll get all new stuff. And then obviously our training is continuing with all the mandates. One thing about the training that I will point out is we have, how many classes certified in-house? Yes, so we have, I think it's like 8 or 9 now. We have in-house instructors, which allows us to do training in-house to meet some of these mandates that are approved through the state. So we do not have to send officers to other municipalities. And if you know, our MTU for our training is Chicago. So all of our classes, if we have to go, are in the city, which obviously is quite the drive. Even though it might be 40 miles away, it's a 2-hour drive. So it's nice to have in-house trainers. Our field activity, as you can see, it kind of stays the same. Obviously, during COVID, it went down a little bit. In 22, as you can tell, we are up over 1,000 calls for service. And this year, we're on track to be up even probably 2,000 or 3,000 more than last year. So we are extremely busy. Here's just a breakdown of our calls for service for 22. Citizen Assist, as you can see, is really the biggest driver lately. They're calling about a lot of stuff. NIBRS, obviously last year I told you we had just started doing it. I've been kind of playing around to seeing on how the stats are, but we've maintained a 0% error rate for the entire year of 2022 for entry and submissions. So it's pretty tedious for the guys when they have to validate their reports, and it does take a lot of time. But we were able to finish 2022 with a 0% error rate. And my proposed budget, as always, salaries and benefits and overtime is the biggest thing. So just
I hope not. Just rock it out.
Red, even though it shows red, it's doing signal.
Red is not. I don't know where that is. Recently.
Yeah.
Downloaded.
Cutting into my time here, folks.
Streaming.
And that's all.
I don't know what, I don't know.
That's what it is. So, go ahead and click yours. Now click on that.
Now go.
Oh, hello, look at that.
Yeah, sorry
It's a
everyone.
green light instead of a red light. Yay.
Just a really quick on that one, sorry, we talked about this at a previous committee meeting, so that people don't talk over each other while we're trying to stream, what's happening. As you can see, mine started out as red, that's indicating that you want to talk, and then, we'll turn you on over here and shut everybody else's off. So the.
You can be shut down.
Well, eventually we do want to have a staff member that's going to be doing this or an intern. But like right now, if you turn yours on, oh, like Lisa, you just turned yours on.
Okay. But now can you speak into yours too, which is green? Now go back on.
It says red until it's turned on.
Okay.
Well, when you push your button, apparently, this is a new thing I didn't know, so they just loaded, it shows up on the screen here and I can, yes. We're still learning. All right, very good, thank you. Who's next?
Good morning, everyone. The Utility Department overview. My name is James Grant, Superintendent for the Utility Department. My department oversees the city's wells, water towers, waste treatment facility, and lift stations. Department personnel. I've been with the city since 2000. I carry a Class A water and a Class 1 wastewater. My operators are Tony DeRose. He's been with the city since 97. He carries the same license. Charles Keller, he's been with the city since 2000. He also carries the same license. And Tim Perkins, he's been with the city since 2007. And Tim carries a C and a 3. We maintain those licenses by continuing education hours. This is a breakdown of our hours of work, basically, just through, I just track it through like our vacation times, our labs, what time we spend at the wastewater treatment, the lab at the wastewater lift stations, and maintenance. And in maintenance is red, and you can see, red stuck out pretty high there for quite a long time. Now with the plant starting to, all the new stuff starting to come on, our drying beds are gone, so a lot of the maintenance stuff is kind of came down, giving us time to go up and do some different things at lift stations and wells. Well 6 and Tower 2, just a quick little picture of it there. This is a few years back in 2020. I just wanted to leave that up there just for Lou and the people that didn't see it when we did pull this well. what it looks like and what it consists of. That well was, when it was pulled in 20, we put it back into service and we ended up having a vibration situation with that well where it was pumping sand, and you can see the sand and it was deteriorated the shaft and all the bearings in there. Well 6 has an average production of around 500 gallons a minute. This well is at a depth of 165 feet. It's an iron removal system through utilizing the pressure filters that we saw in the previous picture. The well was pulled for service in 2020, rehab for a cost of $45,000, and again, due to the complication of vibration and pumping sand, caused the wear in the shafts and the pumps for an additional $60,000. The reservoir was cleaned and inspected in 2020 for a cost of $4,700. Tower 2, a 300,000 gallon tank, was inspected in 2020. Well 9 and Tower 3. Well 9 has an average production of 1,000 gallons a minute. It was put in service in '94. Is drilled to a depth of 1,271 feet. We pull water from 630 feet. This plant sequesters iron through chemical treatment. This well was pulled in 2015 for a cost of $88,000. At that time, we did not rebuild the motor. Tower 3 is a 750,000 gallon tank, our largest water tank tower. This tower was painted and inspected, or power washed and inspected in 2020. I have this in the budget for a repaint. There is two options that we looked at, a total blast of it down to bare metal, or a high abrasive wash and a paint job at that point. Well 10, let's look inside the well house there. It's the mechanical room on the left, and our SCADA, it's on the right. We have that in two of the wells and at the lift stations. Tower 1, that's our downtown tower. Well 10 and Tower 1. Well 10 has an average production of about 1,000 gallons a minute also. This well was put in service in 2009, drilled to a depth of 1,107 feet. We're pulling water from 507 feet. This plant sequesters iron through chemical treatment as well. This well was pulled for service in 2019, put back in 2020 for a cost of $113,000. Tower 1 is a 500,000 gallon tank. This tower was inspected and power washed summer of 2022. I left this in, this was a few years back when we pulled this. I just left this in so you could see what it was. The one on the left, you can see it's tough to point it out without like a pointer, but there are some holes in that, coming up out of there. And then when that well was running, instead of putting water in the system, it was just shoving it right back down the hole. And it was really caused a lot of expensive problems for that well. So, it's just some wells monthly pumping for our year. They all really kind of pump. Well 6 doesn't pump as much, but the two larger ones pretty much maintained the same throughout the year. As you can see in the summer months, our uses obviously are more. People are out using that water. Wells at this time, the production of the operation is significant for the city's needs. Water Tower 1 could use some touch-up paint. Tower 2 is in good shape. Tower 3 needs painting inside and out. Well 6 needs updated or replaced. Wastewater side, you can see we are under construction. This was what the engineers spec'd out for us as our options to look at when we decided on what we wanted down there at the wastewater plant. This is what we decided we came together on. And you can see through the pictures, it's starting to look a lot like what they designed. This is back in 2022. I left a few pictures like this in here so we can kind of see what we go through during the winter months down there. This is the construction as they were starting. Wastewater treatment facility. This is a secondary wastewater treatment plant. Process includes the screw pumps, Huber auger, Edda headworks, aerated grit tank, primary clarifiers, packed bed towers, RBCs, and secondary clarifiers, sludge digester, Drying beds were removed in construction and replaced with a sludge press as an excess, and there's an excess flow lagoon is also provided. That is on the backside of Public Works that we use for high flow. So this facility currently serves 9,400 people, population equivalent, and is rated at 1.8 million gallons a day design average flow and 4.5 million gallons a day design max flow. Now with the new plant, that numbers are not going to change, but it's going to give us a lot more flexibility in treatment. But with that ditch, the way it was designed, we can actually add another ring to the outside and double our flows. The permit, our NEBS permit we operate out under, this one has 22 special conditions covering monitoring, reporting. A lot. The IPA is getting stricter and stricter and stricter on how we have to maintain on the water and the sludge that we're putting out. This is our secondary clarifiers and grit removal system. The clarifiers in the back there will stay in play as part of this new expansion. They'll give us the flexibility of putting on high flow. We can actually put some water to those tanks, settle it out, take the sludge out, put the water back in where it belongs. The grit washer up in that right-hand corner all was replaced as part of this process. It is up and running. It's 90% ours right now, basically, with the construction. This is another picture, just kind of from a few years back of what we deal with down there. Those secondary clarifiers covered in ice. So when you see stuff like this with these tanks, we had no flexibility of running our equipment. So the water that we're putting out is not settling. Our lab is not meeting the requirements. So these are pictures to remind ourselves why we're spending $22 million at the wastewater treatment facility. The RBCs and primary clarifiers. So the primary clarifiers will stay in as part of this process, but the RBCs will not. Those will be decommissioned in place as well as that trickling filter. That is a trickling filter. Summertime, the thing actually works real good. The bugs do their job. In the wintertime, as you can see, as it freezes up there, you're getting no treatment whatsoever. So this is an average flow and some precipitation that we see throughout the year. And then you can see we during the summer months, we get our higher flows associated with those high amounts of rain. This is the swing sludge press that we had purchased, and that was our operation up into about 5 days ago. Now that trailer and conveyor system that we were renting is returned back to the person we were renting it from. The sludge press is now in its permanent home. We started pressing yesterday for the first time with it, so I have my guys actually pressing all weekend here just to kind of get caught back up and to work out any bugs that we have had with it in the transfer. Operational limitations. The plant has its operational issues with those pack towers and RBCs, the expected service life of that media. The plant upgrades are leaving some processes that need addressed. They were not included in the plan due to budgetary restraints. The equipment needs to be addressed within the next few years. This equipment is the primary settling tanks. We looked at this in budgeting a few years back. Due to some situations at the plant, we had to take that money and use it for something else. So we did not do it. And with the parts and stuff really being tough to get the last couple of years, we just decided to hold off until this project is done. But this is something that really needs to be addressed. The pole barn that we had at Sludge Press in, the barn itself is quite old. It dates back to the 70s. It needs some attention, new siding or paint, something just to kind of get a little more life out of it. The front end loader that we use to move that sludge around down there, we bought it used. It's a 93. It's got over 5,000 hours on it, and it's getting tougher to find parts for it because they just don't make that equipment anymore. The chlorine contact to UV is something that we looked at as part of this project, but was not able to afford at that time. So there's something that we should look at into another phase going into the future. Permit requirements are influent and effluent water sampled 3 times a week. We do this as much in-house lab as possible. Records are kept, reported to the IP office. Permit sampling requirements are met. Quarterly sludge samplings are required. That's basically just saying the kind of same thing. We definitely have our operational issues due to the undersized and outdated processes at the plant. We have received violations for the suspended solids, ammonia, fecal, coliform. We entered into a compliance agreement with the IEPA back in 2018, and we are in violation of that agreement as of right now. We have had contact with the Attorney General. So we did try to make them aware that we were where we're at with our $22 million process, and where we hope to be with the violation. So far we have not heard anything. Our lift station, the city has 13 lift stations. All the lift stations are monitored by our SCADA system. We have 3 on-site generators. We have 2 towable generators for all the others. The department maintains the lifts with weekly inspections. Monthly maintenance requires cleaning of the grease buildup. Yearly inspections is pumps, impellers, seals, motors. This is done by a contractor. In 22, we rebuilt 5, and 21, 5, and 23, 19, we did 6. And it was on an average about 4,500 for those. Now with, since COVID, all this stuff has gone up quite a bit. Our average rebuild is $6,000 per pump. This is Country Brook. This is what a wet well lift station looks like. So that's our control panel that's on the right. That candy cane is coming up there. That's where the actual pumps are down in the water. The on-site generator right there. The other lid is where our check valves are. This is the dry pit. We have 2 of these, Moringa Road and Route 14. So basically it's just your controls are sitting on the outside there. The manhole is your wet well. And then that brown thing is what we're looking down on the right. That's where the actual pumps are down in there. This is in front of Casey. So we just when talking about rebuilding pumps, this is what we see a lot. We have a few of the places that they just pack solid. A lot of this situation is due to that laundry service that we have in town back behind McDonald's there. We have to work with them constantly to kind of keep them not to discharge solids. It's a tough thing. Yes, and I'd say solids mean rags. Like, yeah, like restaurant rags. Like when you go to a restaurant, that cloth. That's what we're seeing through there. A little summary of our wastewater treatment plant and lift stations. The utility department will continue to maintaining and operating the plant to stay within our permitted limits set by the IPA as best as possible. The construction is coming along. In 22, they were very busy. They've actually got all the structures up in this phase that they started here. And we are currently working on all the mechanical, electrical, and then we're looking at it June to August for a completion for our treatment plant. Pretty good.
Nice job.
Take a short break and come back for some discussion. 9:15 start up.
Button turns green.
For our listeners, we are on break till 9:15. If you're viewing the video, come on back about 9:15.
little color to our lives. Because I like everything in one spot. Yeah. And I think I maybe took a year out. I didn't go back as far. Yeah. Current, two previous, and then upcoming, yes.
Okay. 9:15, let's get going. Thank
All
you.
right. Now the hard work begins. Go over, as we do every year, line by line. Before I start, this is obviously the first year I've done this. I've worked very closely with all the department heads, and I do have to say that all these guys do an outstanding job. There isn't a whole lot of fat to trim here, folks. It is majority need, a little bit of some extras, but they just do a great job. So let's start with the general fund revenue. The first 5 lines that you see are our property tax lines and how they're distributed when we do the tax levy. The 460 is what we request based on our tax levy breakdown for the corporate general fund. That includes the road and bridge fund, the police protection, the audit, and the road and bridge, police protection, and audit, those 4. Those all go to corporate general and then are distributed from there when we look at the expenses. Please keep in mind when you're looking at these general revenue numbers that they are conservative. Obviously, we don't have in stone what we're going to get for our property tax. We also, when we look at some of the other taxes and basically all of the revenue, we don't have a crystal ball. So, following our previous administrator's lead, I have been conservative in this. They're more than likely, hopefully, will be a little bit more than what you see, but for now, we're going to keep it here and then see what we have to work with. Going down to the police pension line, that would be this highlighted column. You don't see this in previous years. This is actually a change based on, if you recall, we did the bond. And that bond freed up a lot, didn't free up a lot, but freed up some tax dollars for us moving forward. And it also made this change into our general revenue fund. Instead of going into the police pension account, the money comes to us and then we distribute it from there, taking out what we need to make that bond payment. Revenue recapture is something new that the counties has been doing the last couple years, and basically that covers any decreases that we would have received in previous years due to errors or appeals in property tax, that type of thing. This is just basically, I separated it out in the ledger because they separated out in the allocations, and we don't really know how much we're going to get. Just depends on how each assessment goes year to year. This year we got 6,500, so for next year I threw in 5. State income tax, predictions on that were a little difficult based on the last 3-year history for known reasons, COVID and such. Last year I think we budgeted a little high. As you can see where we're at now, I don't know that we'll reach that 1.2. No, I'm sorry, disregard that. State income tax is on track. So, and actually, I'm thinking ahead. State income tax is on track. The 1.35 again is a bit conservative. The IML has predictions every year they come out with, and it's based on population. And for this coming up year, they're predicting $151 per capita. So based on that, I did drop it a little bit. It comes to 1.4. I dropped it again to be conservative. So we're at 1.35. Cannabis use goes up a little bit every year, quite significantly from the beginning. That's the tax we get on all of those sales. And so that one, basically, I just bumped up a little. State use, is significant, or not significant, but it does kind of stay in line. I'm expecting a little bit more on that than what you see. It's $39 per capita is what they're predicting, but again, dropping that a little bit to be conservative. Okay, now, what I was trying to say before. Sales tax was a little bit, predicted a little bit high this year. I know some of you received Dave's quarterly reports in the past with the sales tax and how we kind of had an anomaly going on there. Weren't quite sure why we were getting so much, especially when things were so lean with COVID and the other things that the nation was dealing with. But I did actually drop that a little bit, just because I'm not quite sure we're going to hit the 1.6 this year. And so, to be a little bit more conservative, I don't speculate that we're going to get much more than what we see coming up for next year. That's probably going to be very close.
Does that take into consideration the increases due to mail order or?
That's under your state use tax.
Oh, okay. And let's take a look at that real quick. 350. I just expected to see an increase there because of these things are kicking in where more and more of those retailers, online retailers, are paying, or charging, I should say, sales tax, and we do get
Right.
a 1%, or I think whatever that is, that calculated on population.
We do, and it is possible that we will. However, from some of the documents that I've read, the effects that we're feeling from COVID now weren't predicted to be as bad as they were, particularly with the past year. Some of that trickle-down effect may fall into next year. So more than likely, and hoping, yes, we will have more in that fund as far as our distribution, but again, to be conservative, I don't want to counter-check it. That makes sense?
All right, if I can also add in on that. And so the other thing too is keep in mind when everything was shutting down, people were ordering more online versus going out and about. Now that things have started to get back to normal, people are also spending their money, not necessarily solely online, but they're going out and buying at stores and that here locally. So that number might flatten out as compared to in the past. If you look back, you saw where it jumped up. Was it in 21-22 to 363,000? And then 2021, it was 421,000. So that number has already hit its peak and kind of leveling off a bit. So taking a more conservative approach to that will be better, at least for another year.
Okay, so next line is gaming tax. Gaming tax is historically been proven to be unpredictable. There is a lot of gaming tax going through the state. It is, I mean, if you get on the state website and you look at the Department of Revenue, you would be astounded at the amount of money that's being thrown at gaming tax. It's crazy. So to try to predict where we're going to be in, it fluctuates so much. So, bump it up a little bit and see where we're at. This year, we're already over. I think we've been historically over the last 2 years. Obviously, 2020 was less, but that's because everything was closed. So we'll see where that one goes. There's pull tab jars. That's what we get that's the only additional we get besides the gaming machines, so no. I don't know how much that's on record.
Quick question. I know you said to be conservative. I was gonna wait until you were done to start asking questions.
Go ahead.
But on the road and bridge, the last 2 years, is that because of all what the state and federal's done with infrastructure? Is that why it's gone up more than what we've anticipated?
That I don't know, Alderman. I can look into that some more. The road and bridge tax is actually allocated. We don't levy that. That's levied through the county.
I didn't know if it's been up because of that, because I noticed the last 2 years it's way more than what we've done, and if it's only because of that, then I can definitely see why keeping it at only 97.
It's possible. Okay, so back to everything was good on gaming. So replacement tax, personal property replacement tax, that's again the tax on corporations and partnerships that replaced personal property back in the late 70s. That tax is based on corporate profits. Again, an unpredictable tax to determine. As you can see right now, we are significantly ahead of that budget from last year. However, again, with the economy, the way things are going, corporate profits are not predicted to sail next year by any means, and may drop. So I'm leaving that very conservative as well. And if we get more, that's a bonus. City licenses, general permits, that includes all of your liquor licenses, any special market, open market permits, anything that basically Lori issues that's per our ordinance. That stays relatively stagnant. To bump it up a little bit, just as things are progressing now and more things are being done as we move forward. So last 2 years, we had it at 72. I raised it to 75. We're at 87 right now because we haven't billed out for liquor licenses yet. Those are due April. So once we get those, yes, you'll see quite significant. Contractors' licenses, that's based on who's doing work in town, and stays about the same every year. We're a little low this year, but it's not spring yet, so those should be coming in here. I believe Ann bills those or sends out the notices for those. Most of them expire around this time of the year, so as those come in, they'll be you'll see that number go up as well. Building permits, again, based on who's doing what in town and what's being issued. I think that, we could take a closer look at that right now based on where we're at. Maybe keep it at 27, considering we haven't hit that yet. That's something we could consider reducing a little bit. That's your call. Do with that. And I can change these as we go too. So if there's any suggestions or any thoughts, we should discuss that.
Yep. Do you know about the two developers that we've given those reduced rates at? Do you know if they're going to start building this year? Are they supposed to?
We issued two.
I think they've already started, at least for those projects they're going to do this year, yes.
Okay, so we already got that money. I would say probably drop it with everything going on with the interest rates skyrocketing. I know people are still buying things, but eventually that's going to dwindle down again.
$27. Health insurance reimbursements, that is basically an in and out line. That's based on our retirees. And we have two police officers right now who would pay into the health insurance. And then we have Mr. Santler and Mr. Nelson coming up. And that basically that number is what they will be paying us back in reimbursements. We pay their insurance and then it's deducted from their pension disbursements and sent to us.
Yeah, just to clarify, so they're able to be on the city's plan, but they pay for it, so.
Yes.
The advantage as the retiree is they get to be on the city's plan, but the cost of that comes out of their pocket.
And we just keep the billing the same. It's a lot easier on our end, so we just pay the bill as is every month, then it gets direct deposited into our account and then tracked from there. Grant reimbursements, did you have a question?
I was just wondering. And do you guys recall why we with Dave we put it up to 89.1? Are we gonna get another big kickback last few months because it's only at 36? I was just wondering why we did 89 last year.
We had some dropouts last year. We were expecting Chief Kraus to maintain his health insurance. He did not. And we also had Officer Leard, who we expected him to maintain his, and he has not.
Oh, yeah.
He was able to go on another plan, and the chief was, or he got a full-time job, so.
I was gonna say, probably other spouses, that's what's been happening a lot lately.
So as far as kickbacks go, no, we won't get a kickback because we would have spent that money and then replenished it, so it just kind of washes. You'll see that in the expense line as well.
All right, thank you.
Grant reimbursements. This year, our grant reimbursements will consist of our E ETSB grant, our safety grant, and that's about it. Last year, you see quite a large number that we received. That was our second tranche of our ARPA grant. So that's why that's gone down significantly, but that money is sitting and waiting for us to allocate. So we'll talk about that later as well. Police reimbursements consist mainly of the school resource officer. We bill out the school district for his services. That's based on contract, and I believe that contract's coming up next year. So that's a set rate, and the majority of that number is going to be a solid, firm number, and then there's a little bit extra in there for things like warrant reimbursements. When we serve warrants, the county will reimburse us for a certain fee, and that's unpredictable. So the majority being SRO there. DUIs and fines is based on the activity of the officers as well as, or I'm sorry, DUIs, or strictly DUIs. So based on how many DUIs they issue, we get that kickback from the county after they process everything. I did bump that up a little bit, Chief, this year, just expecting there be more activity moving forward.
There is.
Okay. I
Well-
figured there would be based on your reports, so.
I should ask, in general, do we see a general decline, increase over time for DUIs? What's your thoughts on that?
It's all on,
Okay.
Well,
they're
in our manpower, right?
in our manpower.
Right.
So our DUIs are
Okay.
Keep in mind too that on Tuesday's council meeting, there's an ordinance, or draft ordinance to change the fines. So those will be going up. So even though the number may even stay stagnant, the fees are going up.
Well, and even when we look at our 2020 year, where the activity was severely limited, we were still over at the, so they still did a good job, even though everyone had COVID. Police SOF and county fines. This line item consists of any SOF violations we have for tickets that Ann issues for violations in her department, as well as our parking and the reimbursements that come from the county for court, restitution, that type of thing. Those are all in this line item. So it's pretty significant. I kept it the same as last year. We're not quite where, we have a couple months left, but, and obviously it's down from 2021. 2021, we budgeted really high. Not quite sure what that thought process was there, and I don't recall, but I left it the same as last year. We can discuss that a little further if you'd like, but I don't know that we'll hit 175 by May 1. Well, and that's part of the issue too, is she hasn't been able to get out on the road and do the work that she was doing because she's wearing two hats right now. So, and as far as when the new director is going to be up and running, and however that plays out, that's something to consider. It's a good point.
Don't forget to use your mic, please.
150?
Sorry, but I would say probably drop that just a little bit, just to, yeah. just get it closer to where we're at probably now, since it's probably gonna be a few months before Ann's, fully back out writing tickets.
Makes sense. Water utility tax, I'm keeping that the same. As you can see, we're over, and that's based on, as our rates go up and the taxes go up, and that's all set per ordinance. We're over on it now, but for sake of argument, I'm not really, and to be conservative, I don't recommend we bump it up. I think if we leave it the same, and then we're pleasantly surprised. But it's something we can talk about when we look at where we're at the end to throw some extra in there if we need to.
Well, my thoughts on that are, if you look at the final activity, we've been north of 125 for the past couple of years. I feel like you could go to 130 and still be pretty conservative. I don't know what.
Okay, electric tax, again, the rates are up, but the activity doesn't seem to be mirroring that. We've been under historically from what we predict we're gonna get. We are still under. I left it at 305 as a discussion item. As of the end of January, we were at 240. We're getting probably about another 30 this month. I do believe I got the report, so we'll be at 270. And then we'll still have March and April, which anywhere from 25 to 30. So I think we'll be okay where we're at.
Do we know if, as businesses and homes are adding solar panels to their buildings, is that gonna?
Possibly,
Like, 'cause
yes.
I don't know enough about the grid, like, I'm assuming that their usage directly would be going down. So when these big, like, warehouses and stuff are adding solar, that's probably gonna cut into what they're using.
I don't totally understand the solar program. From what I understand, it takes a while for it to catch up for the benefits of the actual person who has the solar panels. It takes a while for those benefits to catch up based on the usage. So I don't have an answer to that as far as when we'll see that. And I know there hasn't been a ton of solar panels. We do issue permits for them now and then, but I haven't seen a significant amount coming in yet.
Yeah, the individual, like, homes really wouldn't be where
Right.
my mind, because that's, that doesn't fluctuate that much. But with the commercial, yeah, with the bigger warehouses being built, potentially Motorola being occupied, if they're adding a lot of solar, I don't see that number, because I would think they're gonna add a lot of solar, or at least that's.
Well, at the moment, they
Push.
don't really use much electricity, so that's a wash if they go to
True.
solar. Whatever they do use is going to be actually an addition to
Yeah.
the city's coffers. But it is a well-taken point that the more solar you have, it's very similar to like the telephone tax. As more and more people go to
Right.
to cellular, you lose that tax revenue. So
Exactly.
I think we're probably at some point going to start seeing a slow decline of electric tax because of solar.
Yeah, that's where I was going, is instead of seeing it as like a potential cash cow coming in, that it's gonna, it might not go up, it might stay the same or go down.
And that tax is based strictly on kilowatt hour consumption, so.
Deb, would you mind, or would everyone be okay reducing that number from 305 to 300?
Oh, wait a
Because our trend has been between $5,000 and $6,000 lower than whatever we're projecting. So to be a little more accurate, we've been having like 305, but it's, or 315, it came in at 311. 320, 311, 315, 305. 320, 315. It's always been about 5 lower. Just for the sake of our revenue stream, I think it's, and hearing what I'm hearing already, I think 300 would probably be a little more accurate.
I was gonna say from end of December to this month, end of January, it increased to $55,000. So, of course, I know it fluctuates, but if you add 3 more months, 55,000, you're gonna hit that 305. So I was gonna say just keep it at 305.
Yeah, I'd agree with Matt. I think we're on track to at least hit the 305.
Yeah, I think that you have to also consider, and I know it's a slow ramp up, but as people buy electric cars too, they're going to be using more electricity. My son just bought a electric car and I pay his electric bill.
Here's my bill.
And I can tell you that his electric bill went up 30%. So, and I think that's going to become more and more significant. To me, the two big things are how industry and manufacturing and so on in the town progresses. If they're busy, electricity will be high. And then new uses such as electric vehicle and so on will also be a factor. So I think that, to me, I wouldn't lower it. I'd at least leave it where it is for now, because I think you're going to see, you're going to be pleasantly surprised on that one.
Well, and knowing that, that Ford wants to put in an electric charging station at their, I mean, yeah.
And keep in mind too, that during the peak of COVID, it was already, the needle barely moved. It moved about $4,000. And again, as things become a little more normal, that I'm just trying to justify why I think if we go to 300,000, it'll be a little more accurate. Because then if we go at 305.
It's $5,000, so.
What's your pleasure?
All right, hotel motel tax. That's 5% of gross receipts. You know, it's the only hotel in town. I think we're okay where we're at. He's at 21. He's still got another month to pay, and he's running about 5 or 6. So I think we'll be okay.
I mean, we haven't, I mean, last year, he didn't make the
He didn't-
26.
No.
So do we really think we're going to get to 27?
Well, and part of that is overflow as well. He has to pay quarterly. He's usually not on time, so we might not see that we might see this year's till next year's and that kind of thing. But if you want to drop it, we can.
Okay.
Your call.
Well, it's, you know, if you feel like we will, you know, more or less hit that, then we can leave it.
Let's just leave it. We'll put it down a little bit, see what happens. It's not that much, but we'll watch that, Lisa. Okay, telephone tax. Telephone tax again, as the mayor indicated. Sorry. Utility, NICOR utility tax. That's up. It's up significantly. We all know why. Although those prices are dropping. So, I don't want to get too crazy. I left it at 130.
I would say keep it there because downstate they're trying to, I don't know if it's passed yet, but they're trying to increase it for paying as well for NICOR and get a big supplement.
Everyone good with that one? Telephone tax, I reduced this. It's just, nobody has telephones anymore. And cell phone.
I still do, but,
I do
thinking
too,
about
but-
getting rid of it. That's,
Yeah, only because mine comes with the package, so. We might not even hit 80, but we're definitely not going to hit 105 this year. So it's just a matter of, last year we hit 10, or we hit 87, so I figured 80 was conservative.
I think it's a fair number.
Zoning plating fees, that just depends on what's going on in town. Dropped it a little bit, just looking at just where we're at this year. franchise fees, those get paid in April. So we won't see anything until then, but if you look at history, those are skyrocketing. And so I think I'm comfortable going up a little bit on that. We'll probably be significantly over 80 this year as well.
For the cable, that's cable television and cable services and everything.
Yes, and we get
Do-
5%.
With the expansion of the 5G T-Mobile that's available to the area now, I'm guessing probably because of what happened in Woodstock, they're expanding that service. Is that going to be lumped into that, or would that be separate? Do we know?
That's separate.
Okay,
believe that's
because
separate.
that, just something to keep in mind, because as they roll 5G out and it's a new thing, we might see a sharp drop off with people switching away from cable services to those wireless services. I know I'm looking at it in my household and waiting till other people get it so I can find out if it's good or not.
Is it good?
Okay,
Dang it.
good to know, but
All right.
that's something, okay, just something that just recently I heard about, so just, we can keep that in mind, because that might shift
Okay.
very suddenly without us knowing that it's gonna happen.
That's good information that I did not know, so we could keep it the same as last year.
So do
If we
we
think that's
get
gonna-
any tax from cell service
We get the sales off of like anything in town.
for the
Yeah,
phones?
and we get a percentage, but it's not,
Okay, but it's not a,
right.
okay. Okay,
This cable,
Gotcha.
this cable that we're looking at, this is a franchise fee. So this is because they have their services in our town, and then we get 5% of their gross sales within. Correct, that's where the. Right. Not that much, right? So what do you want to do on that one?
I'd leave it for now.
Escrow from developers. This is basically a refund line item. The majority of that comes from stormwater review costs that when a developer comes into town, they have to go through the permitting process that we adopt from the county. Our engineer performs those services. We pay our engineer, and then we bill out the developer, and they reimburse us, and that's where you see here. So last year, there was nothing budgeted because we did not have any knowledge of what was going to happen as far as the upcoming. We do have things in the works now. As you can see, we're at 43 right now. We have another 10,000 in bills out to one of our developers that they owe us, hoping to get that by the end of this fiscal year, although it won't affect anything for the budget numbers on paper per se. And I'm predicting that there'll be some more developer revenue coming up this next year as well. Yard waste stickers, that's in and out. Basically, whatever we sell and, or whatever we buy and then sell, we don't replenish that until after we've run out, so. And that will pick up here in the next couple months as well.
Should we lower that to 25? I know one fiscal year doesn't have anything on there, but it was 1,400, and then right now it's 800, so 1,800. I don't think it's gonna get 3,000 even in March or April.
So basically what this does, Alderman, is when we look at, and I put it up on the screen here, I'm gonna highlight the number under the expense
Now it's
fund.
there. Oh, it's not in mine.
No, and this is in the expense fund. So
Oh,
if you go
okay.
to the next page, you'll see that I've expensed 3,000, and then I've, here back in revenue, I've offset it as a revenue, so it zeroes out anyway. So
Okay.
changing this number isn't.
Doesn't
gonna
mean
change it,
anything.
Unless we change the other one, and it's still. That's not always clear with the ledger, so it was a good question.
Yeah, there's several line items like that that are simply just a pass-through, so.
Right.
But you have to annotate the revenue and the expense, and then they cancel out. So in the end, we don't really see anything, because whatever we buy in terms of stickers from MDC and sell those, then we get the money that we've sold and give that back to MDC. So it's just an in and out.
Okay, sale of surplus property. This year, we have a high number, and that has to do with our that's our lot sales and some things we weren't expecting. That's just where we put them. The Northfield Court property is in there. We don't really expect anything coming up this fiscal year either. If it does, that's where it'll go, but the 10,000 that you see is basically scrap.
Yeah,
Money that Jim gives
that number
us.
should include like past the old police station. Was that in last year or the year before? I can't recall
The
now.
police station?
The old police station. Was
Oh,
that,
the old police station would be in this year as well, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was last fiscal.
that was last
Yes,
fiscal year. So it'd have
yes.
been the 7 acres north of town, and then
Yep.
all the surplus property we sold, plus those 24 or 25 lots in Country Brook, right?
Country Brook's actually in the miscellaneous line item that we'll see later, but the Northfield property's in the sale of surplus.
So we've talked at different times about having policy or some discussion about what we do with the surplus funds so that they're not just going into the pot of the general budget. And, I think when we talked about this last, we had talked about talking about it at the budget workshop. So I'm just bringing that up right now so that people are thinking about it. Because, right now it's just in the general, in the general fund. So, because those are, that when we have something like that, that's an opportunity for us to, whether it's making the decision to put those funds towards capital, our capital improvement budget or whatnot. But it seems like that's a bigger policy decision than just, oh, look, we've got some extra money.
My suggestion to that is if you're selling equipment, to put it back into the equipment reserve. If you're selling off land or like office equipment and stuff, to put that in capital improvement for future projects.
Something we could also do is, I know we're going to be revisiting the city vision, the strategic vision. We could potentially just put that kind of like on a back burner, review our progress on that strategic vision, and then maybe apply it towards something that we've kind of as a pet project or something we weren't expecting to be able to do for quite a while, and it might be viable to apply it towards that since it's kind of extra money that we weren't expecting. So it doesn't just get dumped into something that's frivolous, I guess.
We can discuss that during our expenses as well, in our O1 fund. Interest is very high this year. We won't get that next year. That was our bond. We hung on to it. Remember, from our investment advisor suggested that we pay the pension bond out in increments. That was $5 million. We did pay that out in increments. We held on to the last disbursement was made in December, so we got a significant amount of interest on that. It helped that the money market was paying 4% at the time. So we won't see that next year, folks. I'm backing that down to 10. And that's based on the balance in our general fund right now. That's where I'm getting that. Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous is what it is. Like I mentioned earlier, there was $59,000 in our revenue this year, and that was Country Brook lots. Dave had me put it there. I know there's a reason, I can't recall what it was, but that's where it is. And so this year I've backed it back down to 25. And that's just things that are, not reimbursements, but, payouts of things, just extra things that come in that are unpredicted, and it's like, where do we put them? This is where they go, Okay, this transfer in 50,000, this is where things get a little confusing, is because we have checking accounts, several checking accounts that run out of the same 01 fund. This is the 50,000 that we take from the general fund and put into the equipment replacement fund. Both of those are run out of Fund 01. Therefore, it's not included in your bottom line because it isn't revenue in general, it's revenue in a separate checking account. And we'll see that offset in the expenses as well. Rent receipts consist of the wastewater plant, the Java coffee, and there's a $1 in there coming up for Milk Day. So the senior center is $1 as well. So there's $2 in there, right? Java's going up 3% in 2023. The plant will remain the same. They rent our office space. Or they rent from us their office space. That's based on an ordinance from years and years ago that rate doesn't change. It's every year. And that will be offset in Jim Grant's budget. So it's coming in from him and something that we run through the general fund for us. Parking permits, they are slowly on the rise, as you can see, coming back from our COVID loss. And, I had it at 42.5, thinking it would go up more than it did. I don't know, I'm thinking maybe now we should drop that based on where we're at. As of the end of the month, I expected more people to travel over the holidays this year. Usually that train station is packed the month of December and actually November as well, and it wasn't. So maybe we could probably think about reducing that a little bit.
I'd recommend dropping it down, maybe just to 40.
And then our cash on hand.
Just a
I'm
second.
sorry. Go ahead, Charlie.
Do you think this is because of, we went through the pandemic and all, but nobody wants to go back to work?
I think that
I
has
think it has a lot to do with
People are
it.
working from home.
You still have lots of people still doing remote work.
Right.
Once people got a taste of remote work, if their employer is able to allow that to continue, I think most people choose to do so. So, there's been a huge shift in labor markets and how
Right.
you've got a large percentage now of people who work from home. And for employers, it actually saves them money because they don't have to rent as much office space and
Right.
there's not the commute issues and.
Especially if you have to go to Chicago.
Indeed.
So I think it's hard to say what that's going to do, but
But I will say, if, it won't affect us next year, but if they do actually build the stadium in Arlington Heights in the future, I would expect our parking receipts to increase on those weekends that there's things happening at that stadium.
Possibly.
okay.
Okay, and then the final line item in our revenue is our cash on hand, and I've labeled that /ARPA. There's that money from that second tranche in there. I have that at $491,600 because that's what I predict will be left after we get done with our Marengo Dewey payouts and the other things that our tranche one was a little over budget on. Also in there, and this is something we'll discuss later this afternoon when we look at our TIF one, I've got $231,000 in there for TIF. That's for the final payout because that bond will be coming due. I don't know that it will be that much. Quickly, and like I said, we'll talk about it more, but that property tax levy is unpredictable on what we get for that. I'm going to be monitoring that very closely at the end of the year because what we get in taxes versus what we have left might cover it, and then we won't have to transfer this money out. So it's in our transfer out for now, if we need it. If not, then we might have a little bit of extra there. Okay? Any questions on any of that? All right, let's go to administration expenses then. That's the 0101, second page of the spreadsheet, and I'll also be referring to the description page on administrative breakdown that you have in front of you for a little bit extra explanation, but most of this is fairly straightforward. Your first two line items are salaries. Those are based on a 4% increase. Typically, salaried individuals follow the same as hourly individuals with contract percentage raises. That contract is to be determined as negotiations have not started yet and are upcoming here within the next month. The 4% figure just is basically something I kind of met in the middle with what I suspect is going to be asked for and what I suspect is going to be granted based on history. And we don't do any overtime, very little overtime, double time. Christy gets some from now and then, and Jeanette, but it's very, very minimal. I just keep that in the clerical line item. It's not enough to significantly budget for in a separate line. Health insurance is based on the different levels of coverage and what the upcoming rates are. We get those in January, so that's a pretty solid number based on who's insured right now and what level. That's, as you see, Matt, there, that's less, as you pointed out earlier. We're under budget on that right now, and that is because we had some changes in what we suspected coverage was going to be from last year. Trainings and seminars, as you can see, has gone up from last year. This is what I call a LU line. Had to throw it in there. Mr. Leone will be doing some additional training to get acclimated with Illinois laws and procedures, as well as reaching out to different seminars to do some networking that's needed. And so he felt that that number would be sufficient to cover what he has planned for the upcoming fiscal year. Mayor monthly expenses are the same as usual, and that's set by ordinance. Travel and mileage, again, this is the second blue line, just to account for some of the reimbursements we'll be making for his training and travel that he's going to be doing. I left attorney fees the same. As you recall, last year we did bump it up a little bit, suspecting that once Dave left, we would need to consult with our attorney maybe a little bit more. And so I left that the same at 50,000. I think we should be okay with that, particularly with where we're at right now. You know, it's your call, I guess, if you want to reduce that a little bit back to 45, which is what we did the prior year, 21, 22, leave it at 50 in the event that we need some more attorney services. You would know better than I do on that.
Well, I think one of the advantages going in hiring Mr. Leone is the fact that he also has paralegal experience that we didn't anticipate, which I think is going to be helpful in terms of trying to reduce our attorney fees. But I would still say, because we're under a new administration, we don't really know where we're going to go with this, I would say having that extra 5K buffer is a good thing.
Okay, so everyone's good with leaving that? All right, professional fees. If you could refer to the administrative expense breakdown for professional fees just real quickly. That line item includes the Lauterbach and Amen audit, which is a standard fee. We have a contract with them, so we know what that rate's going to be. However, this year we're going to have to do a single audit based on the amount of federal funding we received for the wastewater plant, as well as our ARPA funds that put us over the $700,000 threshold significantly. And they've quoted us at a $37,000 for that single audit, in addition to their normal audit fees. And then we also have some Motorola studies that might be coming up. This was from Dave. When I talked to him last about this, he said we should be okay with what he knew was going on at the time with 50,000. And again, just a reminder, that is offset in developer escrow in our revenue line item. So that's not really an expense for us, so to speak, as we will be getting refunded for that. But that's included in this professional fee line at the 87.
And Deb, is that for a TIF study?
It's possibly going to be
Okay.
TIF, and I thought something else, but he did not disclose that, so.
Well, it's pretty much related to anything to do with the TIF, so yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So engineering fees, this will require just a little bit of discussion here that's on the handout as well. We have our general consultation. We have our 2023 sidewalk, which is the 14,600 that I talked to Gary. He thought that would cover, roughly what he has left to do for his share of that work. It also covers our RTA sidewalk program that we have in place and is up and running. The phase 2 engineering of that, and the match from your engineering from the federal government will be getting 55, so it's a 55-45 match. Some of that, that 55 grand that we're going to be getting back is offset in grant reimbursements in your revenue line, so that's already accounted for. Those numbers are fairly solid. The 94.9 is solid. The 47 should cover what we need for the phase 2. The one thing I want to discuss just quickly, and this is something we can talk about more in depth during a committee meeting, is the post office stairs. And I did throw this in. We don't need to scrutinize it. This is a reminder of the alternatives that we had for those stairs. And I believe you folks picked alternative 3 at the time. But as we discussed, these are sketches. These are very rough and no significant engineering studies have been done. If you want to proceed with this, we would need roughly 7,000 just to do the next phase of the study. This is your call on whether you want to keep this in your engineering fee line this year. It gives you the option of asking Gary to proceed with the next steps, depending on what you want to do with this. If we don't put anything in there, then we have nothing allocated as far as engineering for what it's required for the ADA and the ramps and all those kind of things. So it depends on what you want to do with this parking issue, with the railing and all that we discussed previously.
The question really comes down to, do you want to move forward with that project this fiscal year or not?
Right.
If you do, then you should include this amount of money.
From my memory, when we did discuss it, there was quite a bit of positive drive to get that done as soon as possible. So I think that we could, for me, I would like to see that done this year. We've had many years of complaints about that. That's that area of the downtown.
Yeah, I mean, but keeping in mind that okay, so this next phase would be for them to draw up the real plans rather than just this nice sketch.
Correct.
So drops, the engineering plans would be the 7,000. The actual construction of all of this is,
Significantly higher.
is going to be like $500,000 or something. Yeah, so.
Depending on the alternative we go
yeah.
with. And we don't have any idea of what really has to be done. And that's, especially with the ramp heights and the ADA and all of that. So this would give us an idea of whether or not we do want to move forward
Yeah,
with it.
so
in
yeah, I
what
think
direction,
making this investment of the 7,000 to at least know
where we stand.
makes sense to me.
Okay.
That's what I was going to say, is that we'll never know unless we do the study.
So that we'll leave that as is then. Building ground and maintenance, again, that's a little bit of a breakdown on your handout there. That includes our reoccurring expenses, as you see, our cleaning service, Air Street maintenance for the flowers and all the landscaping. We have a contract with our elevator company that we pay yearly, and that's for any inspection services or repairs that would need to be done.
And that's a requirement by state
That's
law,
state
so we
requirement.
have to do that,
Right.
just to be clear.
Downtown flowers, which is our hanging baskets and plants that and we already have a quote on that. Fire alarm services, and that's also a requirement, and then anything miscellaneous or unforeseen. The majority of the expense in there, as you see, not the majority, but the extra expense in there that accounts for the 71,400, which is a little bit different than the spreadsheet I sent you, is to reset the bricks on Air Street that we discussed earlier during my presentation. 50,000 over 3 years is what was estimated, so I broke that down to 17. The new bricks at City Hall, we did get a quote for about 3,200, and then the Pandora subscription's around 400 a year for our music system.
Do we really want Pandora? It's gonna be advertising, doing those ads in there. At the bank, what we do is we have like DirecTV or Dish Network. It's a channel that plays and it's just music. There's no advertising, there's no soliciting, anything like that. Or another option would be the Harvard radio station. Why can't we just play them? They're actually advertising local businesses in a way. I don't know if that's been brought up yet.
The Pandora is really just a placeholder as we explore options.
I like your idea about the local radio station. However, the caveat to that is they do have talk radio as part of their programming, and you really wouldn't want that to be, and because that programming can change from day to day to week, I think using that as a solution is probably a no-go.
Okay, so is everybody okay with the, for now anyway, leaving the projects in there till we can look at things closer? At the
Yeah,
end?
and Deb, I just had a question as to why it's lower this year or next year than this year?
He had some projects from last year in there, and those were
Okay.
the ones, the fence was in there from last
Oh,
year, as well
okay.
as the gazebo.
The
and
gazebo,
those.
okay,
So,
thank
yeah,
you.
so my expenses this year are less because my projects aren't as significant.
Thank you.
Or I should say ours, right? This year, maybe next year might be different. So, yeah, those were just a little higher end items with the concrete and the electric. Okay, service agreements, these are, this is going to require a little bit of discussion. Quickly, the reoccurring agreements include our GIS software, our financial software, and our copier lease services. There's addition of 11,000 and some change here for IT services. Currently, we are lacking in our ransomware protection. We have it, but it needs to be upgraded. And so we spoke with CSI, who is our current IT service. We asked them to do a quote for us on any kind of upgrades they suggested we would need for security. That includes a cloud backup, which we went ahead and started to do this fiscal year because it was necessary. And then the rest of it is a system watch, which includes your antivirus, spam, malware, and server monitoring. And that's, that $900 a month is based on all of those things that they recommend.
So
Okay.
I'm going to get some input on that as a personal anecdote, considering ransomware. The company I work for has recently experienced a ransomware attack. This is a multi-billion-dollar company that is on its knees. The company has been shut down for going on, yesterday was 3 weeks. And I think they're expecting to hope to get back up sometime maybe next week. The amount of money that it's cost the company is pretty significant and pales the cost to implement something like this. You know, it's an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure. These criminals, the criminals have been targeting even municipalities. There's a recent attack on, I think, the city of Oakland, where they were unable to do any processing of their payroll, utilities, everything for weeks at a time. And so because we are, I just felt like seeing all these things happen, that we really need to make sure that we have as much protection to prevent a pretty catastrophic issue if something like that happened here in the city.
So if everyone's okay with that, I'll leave it there, and hopefully we can get moving on that May 1st. Printing copies, pretty much the same. Equipment maintenance, there's a little bit more in here, and that's on the handout as well. And some of that is because I moved some things around. The CSI, we got a quote for a yearly average based on our usage of them for our computer equipment maintenance, and that being whenever we have problems that our internal IT can't handle, we have to reach out for them. we run about 8,500 a year. That was split previously between the service agreements and equipment maintenance line. I put it all in equipment maintenance for clarification. And then any unforeseen maintenance based on our history. So 15 on that. And that, like I said, that's only higher because I moved some things around. But as you can see, we're already over budget on our maintenance.
Would
And we
this
still-
include maintenance to computers and things? So if we had a laptop that needed service, would it
It would be in
fall
this
under
line
this
item.
line? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
And we don't really have that. Our equipment's fairly new, so we're pretty good in that regard. Most of it's, technical, like operator issues, so.
Like when we had to replace your fan,
Yeah,
Dave's
those,
fan.
Right, yeah, there's some minor maintenance
Yeah.
required to keep those machines running.
Obviously in-house, we just had to purchase the part in-house. We were able to do so.
Okay, thank you.
so that's basically a necessity. Okay, office supplies remain the same. We do a pretty good job of staying in that budget. Postage, I bumped up a little just based on whether rates will go up or not. And we haven't finished our postage for the year. We'll have another couple of thousand in there at least. Dues and subscriptions, Lou line. This, this went up based on some memberships and some other things that our new administrator feels will benefit us as we move forward with some different resources and networking and that type of thing.
I just want to add that too, because Dave had 35 years of networking and understood all of Illinois statutes and such, and so obviously Lou has lots of experience as city administrator, but he is new to a lot of the idiosyncrasies of Illinois, and so of course creating that network to help us to be able to partner with other agencies and things within Illinois. So I think it's a well worth investment for us as an organization to be able to allow him to move those things forward.
And I just want to also add that, for example, there, like the SHRM, that's the Society of Human Resource Management. It's making sure that our personnel manuals are current, which could help prevent potential lawsuits down the road. So there's a value here, not just a Lou line.
But we could call it a Lou line because
Right.
we
Okay, I did drop public notices. I remain the same. We never know what those are going to be. So I went with last year, although we could probably knock some down on that. Yeah, we did have hiring on that with the ads.
and we in 2024, so in the next fiscal year, we may have one or two additional publications that we'll need to do for hiring. So
I don't know that we need 6,500. We're at 2 now.
well, if we only spent 2 and we did some significant,
Probably got another 1,000 in
yeah,
bills coming.
there might be
so-
an opportunity to reduce that. Maybe I think maybe more like 4K. Is it?
4 or 5.
And I was going to suggest either drop it down to 5 or maybe even 4,500.
What's your pleasure?
4? You like 4?
4,000 it is. Thank you.
I'll make it work with 4. All right. Telephones, we have a new rate with when Sprint, actually surprisingly, when Sprint changed over to T-Mobile, we ended up getting our cell phones cheaper. So I think we'll probably hit about 7,500 this
So,
year, so I
Deb?
dropped it down a little bit.
You skipped the zoning publications line,
We don't do that line item anymore.
so we don't do that at all.
We merged it into public notices. So
Oh,
those 2
okay.
lines used to be separated out, now they're together.
Okay, so the public notices include
Zoning publications.
zoning publications as well. So it's not
Correct.
just like advertising. for-
Right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
anything we would do it would be any advertising we do, not just for new hires and that type of thing, but for anything we're required to advertise
Okay,
or publish.
okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mayor, are you expecting any upcoming zoning publications that would?
At this juncture, I'm in my big crystal ball. I don't see any major zoning changes happening in this fiscal year. It might happen in the next fiscal year, but I don't really think I see anything this year.
But it doesn't change anything. I mean, if you throw that in there, the original argument still stands the same.
So you want to put it at 4,500
Well,
for sake of argument, Alderman?
okay.
Okay. All right.
So from 4 to 4,500 is the consensus here, is that right?
Okay.
Okay.
Telephones, again, I got a better rate. I think we'll be good at that. No payments in principal. Those are basically our city hall note and our pension bond. And that's based on an amortization schedule. I know what those numbers are going to be. So we're good at 350 on that. Yard waste stickers, as we discussed, is in and out. What we buy is what we sell and vice versa. Transfer outs are listed on the handout. Those are based on our tax levy allocations for the different funds that we need to cover our pensions, to cover our insurance, to cover our TIF. And then there's 50,000 in there in that line item for the equipment replacement fund, which you saw on the revenue side, but wasn't included in our total. Miscellaneous is miscellaneous. We're over on that because I had to throw some unforeseen expenses in somewhere. That's where we're at, but that's where budget amendments come in, and at the end of this fiscal year, we'll discuss those in our April meeting. Or I'm sorry, in our March meeting, so we can fix that if that needs to be done. Interest expense is our expense on our bonds. That's also driven by an amortization schedule, so I can see what those are going to be for specific numbers. Special programs include our strategic plan review. The mayor would like to do that again this year, go over our strategic plan, see where we're at, see where we need to be. I estimated the last time we did it, it was about 10,000 for inflationary reasons. I made that about 12. You know, Eric's works pretty good with us, so we could be surprised it might come in less, but just in case. And I also based that on you did one recently, which wasn't as in depth. The foundation, correct? Yes, Parks Foundation did one, wasn't as in depth, and talked to Scott about that bill. So I think we'll be okay with 12 on that. Everybody go with that one? New equipment and infrastructure. I got 1,500 in there for computers and printers, and the 3 other bullet points you see on the handout are for the telephone system I discussed. That's a firm price from our phone guy, $19,000. That covers the subscription for the first year, all of the equipment, and all of the installation. The new door system is $30,000, and that includes the outer doors, which is the outer doors are the big problem, right? Outer doors. Yes.
Yes, the outer doors don't completely shut, and they're really hard to open.
Yeah.
And so if you are a senior citizen or have any kind of handicap, it's really difficult to open them. We do have the push button, but it
doesn't function when
it doesn't function the way it's supposed to be. And we've had it looked at I don't know how many times in my tenure here, so it really is time to replace those.
And then we are over in new equipment infrastructure now. Hang on. Because we got the YouTube live feed and the cameras. Yes. And those were something after the fact. And that was about 6,500, I believe.
That sounds right.
Yes. So that would be what that's from.
And
And then
I'll fall on the sword on this one. There's a little bit of a loo line in there as well. Before I got here,
I wasn't gonna sell you out, but go ahead.
no, but I seem to get hit left and right, so, but before I got here, one of the things the city did is upgrade the, computer and monitors, in my office.
Yes, we did do
So-
that. Yeah, and there's some extra things too. I think there's some printers that maybe a printer we needed to replace and stuff that were unforeseen.
There was a new printer that needed to be done. The former city administrator did not have a laptop. He always used a desktop. Because Lou isn't going to operate quite the same, and so we thought it'd be best that he also had a laptop so he could utilize that on the go. He's going to be doing a bit more travel than Dave was doing, so it makes sense for him to have that. And so there was a few additional equipment purchases there to accommodate the new city administrator.
That's okay.
Since I wasn't here for the beginning part, what's with the telephone system? Why do we have to get a new system?
The telephone system's outdated severely, so any kind of repairs or parts that they might
Okay.
need, they have a difficulty getting.
Is it like 20 years old, like the old firehouse ones?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
The phones are new in the police department, but the system itself
Oh,
is
okay.
what needs
Yeah,
to be.
definitely.
Yes. So that new equipment and infrastructure could be a discussion item if it needs to be here in a few minutes when we look at everything together. Or we can discuss that now, however you want to play it out. The drone too, I missed the drone.
I mean, it looks reasonable to me, yeah.
All right, and then, so the economic development capital projects, that's the Harvard Woodstock Enterprise Zone. That's a dues we pay every year, that's set. And then previously, we would pay $36,000 to the EDC as a dues membership fee. We are now have that budgeted to transfer out into our new economic development fund in which we pay Mr. Eldridge out of for our consult fees.
So with the Eldred and everything, I thought Lou was gonna be starting to do most of that now. Isn't that what we're doing? So why do we need to pay just as much for, because the last time I knew the big project is this big regional airport in 20 years. Do we really need to spend that much money for this guy? Or can we actually, I think that's outrageous, 36,000, because I didn't see any benefit this last year having that.
To answer that part is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the individual is still under contract. So we would have to pay that even if we dismiss the services. And then I've already started to phase in to taking more the local projects and stepping into the conversations with our bigger projects. So that is happening, and that might change. That's because the mayor and I are both on. But that might change in the next budget cycle.
What is the term of the time-wise term of the current contract with Charlie?
The contract runs through this fiscal year, and then is thereafter. There is a termination clause that we can terminate. So the expectation is, as Lou becomes more acclimated with our community and takes on those roles, that he will take over, and Mr. Eldridge will be role will be reduced and eventually eliminated. He will still be. He's currently still is the enterprise zone executive director. He's paid from the enterprise zone for those services, but he will still be connected with the city of Harvard. As far as Project Bell is concerned, there is an expectation when that project does get funded by investors that Mr. Eldridge's focus will be on that project, and he will then be paid from those revenues that are generated from those investors. So there is a transition in this next year. Where that transition will actually take place, at what point within the next year, we do not yet know, because a lot of that is hinged on that other large project.
It was my recollection, because we actually talked about this. I don't remember if it was in a full city council meeting, but it was before we actually hired Lou, and we were discussing when that board was dissolving and what we would do with Charlie's role. And my recollection was that it made sense to maintain him for a period of time to phase him out, so that we could maintain his deep networking across Illinois, so we didn't like lose those relationships and just have like everything fall off, and then Lou would have to start from scratch and figure out, like, kept the communication bridges open. So that's kind of what we're paying for, is to keep everything going smoothly until Lou can take over more of that role.
I mean, I guess I'm personally would think over this next year, it would be winding down, not, continuing at the same level it has been with Charlie. I mean, it's a big chunk for, what's mainly one project.
Well, I will caution the committee, or I should say the committee, that he has not been solely focused on this project. There are other things that he has been working on in terms of economic development for the city, but there has been a large focus on that. So the activities that he does don't necessarily to state that you're not seeing any benefit from his services is a little premature, because there's a lot of things that he does behind the scenes that you don't see, and don't necessarily equate to a revenue at this moment in time. Economic development is an ongoing process, and the revenue that you would generate from the economic development activities aren't immediate. It's an ongoing process. So I certainly have no issue in reducing his costs in the next coming year. I certainly expect that we will see that transition. So if the committee wants to reduce that amount, they're certainly at their discretion.
Charlie recently gave a presentation at the Community Development Committee meeting, and he went through all of his projects. And I should have read the minutes closer. I don't know if they're itemized out in the minutes or not. They are?
I have the notes on them too. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but to me, it seemed like that he was involved in quite a few things. And it was all things that we're very interested in. So I agree with the mayor that, this should be a phase out program. Time for inboarding for Lou, and then transfer his services to the other organizations as they develop.
Yeah, I'd suggest decreasing the budget to 30,000 for this coming year, just to reflect that it's, I think, going to be
But we're
decreasing.
under contract.
No, we're only under contract to the end of this fiscal year. So that's the end of April.
So if it gets reduced to 30, does it still fit?
It starts May 1st. What would fit
Yeah.
based on how you develop the contract with those parameters.
Yeah,
And he would have to agree to it, of course.
Correct.
you would.
Yeah, when he gave his summary, the one that Charlie's talking about, he kind of went through virtually every development project, like basically what's the status of Starbucks, what's the status of what he could publicly say. So he's like our eyes and ears. He's our spy guy that knows what's going on with these businesses. And unfortunately, like, his summary was very concise, but he can only report movement on what is moving. So if Motorola is slowing down or something happens with a developer and they're kind of, mothballing for the period of time, he may not have a lot of information then, but he's monitoring all of that at once.
I just want to point out, with this 30,000, 16 of that would have to go to the enterprise zone. So that would only leave you 14 for
Well,
EDC.
no, I would keep the enterprise zone amount the same and just reduce the amount to Charlie to
To
30.
30, okay.
Yeah.
So
So
46.
just start
Yeah.
to phase his down a little bit.
And I believe Charlie gets about $3,000 a month, so you're reducing that, essentially saying just 10 months of next year, of the next budget year, instead of the full 12.
Or maybe it's, 3,000 for the first 6 months and then it steps down, the next 6 months. It's just not as much time as you are coming up to speed. Just a thought.
Would it make sense to maybe have a conversation with him in the interim to see what his interest would be going forward? Like if his, I mean, when we talked about, I know when he discussed it last year, he had the interest of staying on and maintaining a contract to consult, but my feeling is that he does have value to us, because we did talk about this before, that for the period of time you'd have some value to the city, but I wouldn't want to necessarily preemptively downgrade him if he's interested, or potentially have it leave a sour taste in his mouth if he's not involved in those discussions beforehand without at least gauging his interest. I don't want to.
To be clear, Mr. Eldridge recognizes that his role will be diminished over time within the city. So what I suggest is that the committee here figure out what amount you want to spend, and we will adjust his contract accordingly.
Okay. I just want to make sure that he's not felt shafted.
No,
at
no,
any point.
he recognizes there's a succession plan in place, and that his role will be diminished over time. And there's an expectation that should the other project go forward, that his focus then would shift almost solely to that project, since that's what he would be paid to do. So I have no issue in reducing this over time, because I expect within this next fiscal year, towards the end of the year, his role would be diminished, and we would be taking up that slack.
The details of his agreement can be worked out later within the parameters of the number that you have set
But-
today.
But to come up with a number, how much of this 52,000 is him?
36.
36? And and that's over the whole
12
fiscal year?
12 months.
And that's based on
$3,000 a
3,000,
month.
okay, that makes sense. So the question, I guess, is what do you want to reduce it to?
Well, I suggested 30,000 as a way of just stepping it down a little to reflect the fact that it's not going to be as much of his time. Yeah.
And, okay, so it'd be 30,000. And then you could figure out later, under the contract, whether it's 3,000 for the first few months and down to what, to get to the 30,000 number?
Sure, that's something that you could
Okay,
work out.
so, I mean, or to do it evenly across the 12 months.
Right, exactly.
So I say we do that then. It makes it from 52 to 46.
Yes?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you give us the number, we will negotiate the contract with Charlie accordingly, so.
Okay. And then finally, in this, a 101 fund, I have capital improvement. That's on the last page of the handout that I was referring to. Those are based on 4 projects that you identified in our capital improvement plan to possibly tag ARPA funds to moving forward. This is something we can discuss down the road. The money is there. This is not set in stone as far as what we apply it to, but it is for moving forward. And then we can talk too about a couple of these projects that Mr. Krukenberg has in his fund and see where that fund lies, and then backtrack from there as well. But for now,
And it very may well be that the $200K that we earmarked towards a broadband, the county has been working with Spectrum Cable in terms of supplying that as a commercial venue to take over that process and bringing broadband to McHenry County. If that does happen, then this money could possibly be freed up to allocate elsewhere. We just aren't quite sure yet because the county hasn't finalized any of their plans yet. And so my recommendation to the council would be to hold this under this line item allocation until we have a better determination of what the county is going to do.
Keeping in mind that this is not just 491,000 in this fund to do with as we wish. This is strictly allocated to certain parameters based on the terms of the ARPA.
Indeed. So if this money is not going to be utilized that's currently allocated for broadband, then it would have to go towards some other type of infrastructure under Public Works.
Which we have plenty.
Which we do have plenty
on.
of projects
Not a problem.
on our list of improvements that need to be done, so.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions on this admin fund?
Well, I was just going to say, as a reminder for the ARPA, it has to be designated by the end of 2024.
Yeah, we
So
have
there's still plenty of time to either use it or keep it towards the broadband or to move it to something else.
Okay. Quickly, we'll run through community development. There isn't much here. This will be the next page in your packet. Salaries are based on what Ann is currently at as well as what we have advertised for the new director. Health insurance, and that's advertised on the high end, obviously. Health insurance is based on what Ann currently has, and I suspect that the new director will more than likely have family coverage. So that's the highest rated health insurance. If it's not family coverage, we're ahead of the game. Training and seminars, I did bump that up a little bit. That was based on the Mayor and Lou's suggestion that whoever fills that new role may need some additional training, depending on where they come from and what experience they have. Uniforms, I did drop a little. Ann is the only one who buys anything right now. She hasn't made her year-end purchase for her shirts, and Steve typically didn't buy uniforms, but I left it where it was based on what she has spent in the past, and then they can divvy it up if they need to. Professional fees are the fees we pay for the inspection service that we have right now on those commercial properties that are beyond Ann's realm as far as inspection goes. We have not hit our $35,000 that we budgeted last year for that service. The majority of that work is going out here at Petdine. It's a big place, and we do have, I believe, a couple of more outstanding bills for that for the end of this fiscal. If we hit 20, I'll be surprised. And then, of course, moving forward next year, we may or may not need their services, but I figured, a little less than half will cover it. If we don't use it, we don't use it, but it's there if we need it. We could discuss that further if you want, or 15.
Well, my thought process on that is, what the expectation is by new fiscal year, we will have a new person in that role. And the expectation is that the fees that we're paying to have that outside service do that will no longer be needed. But because it is a new person in the new role, I think you may want to keep some in there, but I'm not sure that I'm satisfied at $15K. I feel like maybe you could drop that to 10.
Plumbing's under payroll.
If you have any feedback to that, but considering that we went in almost, we're 2 months or 3 months away, but nearly the entire year we were at 14 without someone in that position. I feel like we won't approach the 15 in the new year once we do have that position filled. But I do think it's prudent to have something available in case there is a service we need that the new community development director might need to outsource while he gets his feet wet, he or she.
10.
Yeah. So, and would we, I'm just wondering I know Steve had been in the position a long time. But with a new person coming in, you know, as like with Lou, with the city administrator, would we want to think about increasing the training? And
More than the 2,500 we did over last year?
yeah, because
So
I mean, we
my
have had it
recommendation would
higher.
then to move the money from
Yeah.
the professional fees to, training,
Training.
and that
Yeah.
would have you covered, so.
Yeah, and that way that person, whatever, you know, classes, certifications, whatever they need to update, get licensing, whatever. Thank you.
So just move the $5,000. Everybody good with that? Or 5 to the training and then take it from the inspection services. Okay, vehicle equipment maintenance, we've spent $14 this year.
You got something, Charlie?
Yeah, my question is, as we go forward with pavers, do you see, I mean, are we going to manage pavers from community development or from public works?
That's a good question. City Administrator, what's your thoughts on that?
My thoughts were that it would be through the Public Works, the new Public Works Director. Yeah, so that they can better plan
Okay.
their projects.
The reason I bring it up is because there's going to be some training involved in that, and I just want to see where that should be placed. Okay, so it doesn't affect this, so we can go.
Well, and I can also see where the community development, the new community development director would also be trained on it. But as far as my vision on who's going to use it most, it would be the new public works director.
Well, I think somebody needs to be in charge of it.
Well, that would be the public works director.
Okay, and I think that's where the training has to start, if that's where it's going to be. And then we can expand from there, you know, because I think there could be a lot of users of that kind of technology going forward. But we need a base, and if this isn't it, then we can go ahead and then we'll talk about that. Okay.
We can talk about that in Jim's. So for now, you want to leave this 10 and 10, correct? Equipment maintenance, I'm going to leave it at 3. We're going to hit a little bit more because we had some damage to the truck, and the truck's hasn't been driven in a while. It's not in the best shape, and that's probably why maintenance is down, because it hasn't been used, so it might need some extra work. Investigation nuisances, these, again, this is, this expense is down. We haven't hit spring yet with mowing. We may or may not. When we have to hire out to have certain things taken care of, then we have to pay them, you know, and then lien the property. That comes out of this line item. But again, as well, Ann has been kind of out of the enforcement role for a while, so I would suggest leaving this expense as is, although if you look historically, it hasn't been that high. So that's something you guys can decide.
Have we ever hit that 10K in this line item?
Back in 2021, we did.
What was happening in 2021, 20 to 21 that we think would have increased that?
That is right. We did, Mayor, we did those asbestos removal mitigation on those houses.
Yes, right.
Thank you.
Right,
Yep, and that would have fallen under that line
I
item.
understand.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
With the snow removal next year. It might go up a lot.
Okay, so we leave that there for now? All right, gas, oil, grease,
John, you have a comment? You were trying to talk.
Say that, yeah, we spent a bunch of money in 2021, and it seemed like we said, oh geez, we need to raise that up for 21, 22, and so we overcompensated, and last year we overcompensated again, and so next year we're gonna keep So I think we should cut it back.
I'm somewhat in agreement with you, Alderman. I think maybe drop it to 10 would be my recommendation.
Just we don't have anything like in the distant vision of like properties that we would need to rehab or take care of that we've got sites set on, right?
She's got those houses she's been working on, but the last I talked to her, Alderman, those weren't going anywhere.
Okay,
And
that's what I was asking
they wouldn't
about.
cost us anyway, because we would just, there wouldn't be any like rehab or anything to those. Those would just be, something that, you know, we would, it's for maybe some minor attorney fees.
Okay.
Anything this year, this coming year that we would do, there was nothing significant.
Okay, that's what I was because I remember we discussed
Yes.
those properties and
Yes.
what our plan was, and I
And I
didn't want to
believe-
end up we get a hold of them and then find out we've
Yes.
got $20,000
Yeah.
worth of stuff we got to do to get rid of them.
Two of them I think are out of the running now anyway, or possibly have been taken care of, so. I talked to her about that a couple of months ago when I was working on this, and she had nothing to contribute, so. Okay, and then, new equipment and infrastructure for this year was some GIS equipment, computer, and those things I showed you on the PowerPoint. Next year, there won't be anything that Ann could come up with new equipment that was needed down there. So I just left that at 2,500 for anything like a printer, a computer, something maybe the new director would need.
Yeah, that was my question, was should we have a little more just for the, whatever the new
Right.
director might need?
Yeah, I know the computer down there is fairly new, but maybe a laptop or something, I don't really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Sorry, old habits. I wonder. I mean, if the director's coming in, that's 2,500 might be very conservative on
With
equipment.
laptop, computer, and some other things the chief is recommending for.
That's what I'm getting at.
I
Is
was gonna
computer
say
equipment's
5.
crazy expensive right now. So I would say let's defer to the expertise of our resident IT specialist.
4,500, you think?
You want to do 5 since we've been averaging over 5 the last 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at bringing people on that are going to be
Let's
pretty
do
active,
55.
so it might be better to do that.
Okay. Any questions on that one? Okay, let's just run through pensions and insurance real quick, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Krukenberg. These are fairly simple because we don't have much control over these funds. We have to pay Social Security, we have to pay pensions, state mandate. And the way this is set up, property tax is allocated through the levy in the general fund and then transferred out, which you saw in the transfer out line item in '01. So we expect 120. We need to transfer in from general 190 to hit the 310 that I project FICA is going to cost us this year in order to balance that. Same thing with IMRF. We levy 94.5. Replacement tax, a share of that personal property replacement tax goes into this fund. It's state mandate, 40,000 roughly. That leaves a transfer in of 65.5 to hit the 200,000 I expect that we're going to be making in IMRF payments for our pensions. And then finally, the Fund 80 pension fund, property tax at 700,000. This is reduced by 60,000 from last year based on the bond. 40,000 from replacement tax, again, that state mandate percentage that we have to contribute to hit the 740 that I believe we're going to need for the pension payments. Any questions on that? And then finally, my last one is the insurance fund. Again, this is allocated through the levy, 95,000 expected. I'll need to transfer in 166 from corporate general to hit what I expect the insurance payments to be, and that's 261,000 for Fund 18. So if there's no questions on that, it will be Mr. Krukenberg's turn. Lisa?
Just wondering if we can take like a 5-minute
5-minute comfort break.
Comfort break? Yes, thank you.
5-minute comfort break. Thank you.
It is very.
I suppose. Well, thanks. I think we probably can get started again. Is Alderman Gorman? Oh, he's on the phone. Okay.
Are we ready? All me. All right. Public Works 0102 salaries. That's pretty much projected on our a 4% raise for the new contracts coming up. Well, that can be adjusted as the contract comes into play. Double time, overtime. We've been set that at 15,000 for the last forever, and that seems to be a pretty good number for us. We've never hit that. We've come close to being 10,000 before. That could come down a little bit maybe, but I've always set it at 15. Just, we've never been over it, but always been good right there.
Considering how many water main breaks we had 2 years ago and we never came close to it, I think there's an opportunity here to reduce it a little bit.
I would say yes.
'Cause we haven't had as many water main breaks this past fiscal year.
Or snow.
Yeah, and that too.
That's because I manage our time very well down there.
Haven't paid him for the last one yet, so we're still payroll coming up.
Well, yeah, you got the branch pickup coming
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Maybe-
it shouldn't be much overtime on that. We did have some overtime the other night, of course, but
Maybe do 10.
I was gonna say 12 or 10.
Yeah. Okay, 12, yeah.
Yeah, just
12 then, is that consensus?
Yeah.
okay. Health insurance, that's projected with the new rates and what we have now. That's what our guys are having now. That's what we're projecting that to be. It should be okay. Now, training and seminars, I had it 3,000. We've used $50 this year. And that's only because normally I send a guy up to Wisconsin every year, the University of Wisconsin. They have a couple programs up there. But the only thing they had this year is what we've redone for the last 4 or 5. All my guys have been there. They didn't have anything new that we could send guys to it and benefit from. So hopefully this year they'll have some more. But now Lou was talking about running the pavers through Public Works. So there's going to have to be some more training on that. Now pavers, I don't really know what kind of training they have on that, to be honest with you. I haven't really looked into it that much. Besides what Ann went to that day, and when they have it online, when the online, we can get on for nothing. So I don't know if they have places you actually go to and classes on that versus what they have online. And to be honest with you, the online, listen to these people, they're very knowledgeable, but I can't understand them with the accent.
My
It's just
recommendation here would be to increase this line item for the new person that's going to come in
Yep.
to take charge of the department, because that person's going to need to be well-versed in pavers, considering that that's where the responsibilities for pavers is going to reside. So my recommendation would be to increase that line item to probably 5,500, something in that neighborhood.
Yep, I'd agree.
Couldn't, train anybody else in the department that needs to be trained.
But, yeah, we had 2 seats that we're allowed to have for free. I think you can have more for money.
Now, Charlie, you're more involved in this than I am. You're more up on it. Is there training you can actually go to? I mean,
Yeah, there's seminars.
there are some.
When they have them in the area.
It's the same thing Ann went to that day.
Yeah, she went to Crystal Lake, I think. But Jim's also right. The person who did the seminar and who does some of the online stuff is not from here, and is very difficult to understand. So I'm not sure. It's okay to allocate money towards training, but we may want to look into alternative ways of getting trained. I'm not sure the company that CMI, I think it is, or I think that's the name of it, is capable of giving the kind of training that you would need to take someone who has no background in it to a level where they could use it. Somebody who's sharp and knows software and so on could probably just beat it to death by going through the tutorials over and over again and making it through and learning it the hard way. But it may just be a good idea to look for alternative sources, because there's probably some third parties out there that, professional trainers, not professional software people, who have, run into the same issues. So I'm not sure what should be spent. I think some research is necessary to determine what we need to do. I mean, we could allocate a certain amount of money towards it and then see what we can find to fit that budget.
I think at Pavers is fairly new technology, so I don't know how much training there is out there as far as third party.
Well, my suggestion is, we took $3,000 away from overtime, and to add that 3,000 into the training, at least as a placeholder, till we, kind of figure out the next steps.
You're also looking at time constraints with a new person as well, and how much they're gonna have time to sit down the first year and do that, so spread that out a little bit too.
Sorry. And maybe it's somebody else in the department that does the training.
Yes.
That they say, okay, you're going to be the pavers person.
Next one I have is travel and mileage. We've always kept that at 1,000. With this new train with Pavers, that's probably good. That's for traveling on hotels or whatever. Uniforms, we supply work boots, we supply the hip boots, we supply coats, coveralls, and then the daily uniforms. I had it up to 4,000 last year. I cut that back to 500, 3,500. I'm pretty comfortable with that right there. Street light maintenance, we had it at 2,000. We're at 17, and that's pretty close. We're all pretty much LED lighting now, brand new. ComEd went through the whole town, did LED, and we're all switching over to LED. All our downtown is LED, but we still have a bunch of regular lights out there, and that's slowly getting over. And every time you switch a pole over from regular halogen or whatever to LED, it costs you about $700-800. But that's a one-time cost, and of course that's the way to go. So that's why I keep it at 2,000. We're still buying some light bulbs here and there. Vehicle equipment maintenance. I bumped it up to 35,000 last year. This year I bumped it up to 40. And the reason, because we need it. We got
Our fleet is getting very aged, and
Yes.
maintenance costs are going to continue to increase over time, which is a discussion that the committee needs to discuss about capital improvement for replacing this equipment. So if you've been and looked back in history, Public Works has requested a dump truck for 15 years? 16 years. So, some of our oldest, I think our oldest truck was 93,
Our newest truck is
1990. So, our maintenance costs are going to increase. That's just a virtue of them being so old and parts becoming harder and harder to be availability. So it is definitely a discussion that we need to start considering really investing in updating some of this equipment.
If I can add to this, 23,000 is actually 36, because we haven't got the back truck bill yet.
Correct.
So we are going to be over budget in maintenance. This is also a good time to note that you transfer 50,000 into equipment replacement every year. We spent 100 of that on the back truck this year, so that fund is now down to 46,000. So you might consider, again, it will be it'll be 96,000 at the end of this coming fiscal year. Those transfers are made quarterly, so it's not all at once. You might consider going back to Fund 01 here after we're done talking and upping that equipment replacement fund transfer amount. After Jim gets done with everything. Just note to self.
Well, it just seemed like this conversation, I was gonna wait until we were done, but I know the equipment reserve or equipment replacement fund is kind of a new concept for the city. I've managed them routinely in the past, and being able to purchase this equipment and keep it on a steady rotation reduces the labor, reduces our maintenance. There's so many more benefits with having it on a steady rotation. Plus, when we go to plan out for the future, we know that, X piece of equipment, as a rule of thumb, say a pickup truck, you keep it for 10 years, you're putting money away for in year 9, when you're budgeting for year 10, to replace it in year 10. You also know that that's gonna be, that piece of equipment, say the 2014 or whatever, will be, sold. So then, it helps as far as our budgeting. Also with, human resources alone, we're coming up with, newer, younger, personnel. They don't always want to fight over, getting a simple piece of equipment. It all goes, I guess, the way I kind of view it is it's kind of like a spider web. There's, so many things that once you pull on one string, it affects everything else. Having an increasing, like as we go through this budget process, keep in mind that if we save a little money here in one of the categories, please, let's put it into the equipment reserve capital improvement. So we don't have a situation where we have a truck that's, 23 years old. And if you look at if you can pull back the, labor hours, for, Public Works, you'll see in maintenance alone, it was like 1,900 hours. I'm gonna venture a guess that a good 75 to 80% of that is just working on our old fleet. That's not even trying to maintain what we have, as far as the new stuff. So please keep in mind, if we can, let's get as much into equipment reserve as possible so that we can start getting everything on a rotation and update our fleet. It also helps as far as your insurance. I mean, I could go a multitude of different directions. The nice thing is, especially just in finances alone, you're steady. Because you know what, you've already got the money put away. You don't see the sudden spikes as far as budgeting.
Building grounds maintenance, that's our, taking care of our building, the furnace, hot water heater, lights. It's also the salt shed. Right now, we need a new overhead door in the salt shed, but I think that's actually coming off insurance, but that's maintaining all our buildings. It goes bad. Radio maintenance, we don't have much on radios anymore. We put all new radios in our trucks here, I don't know how many years ago. So this is just maintaining what we have. New antennas, I know we have to buy some new antennas. I think we bought one this year for $80 or whatever it was, but that's all that is. Radios used to be bigger, but now it's with the advent of cell phones, and so radios are awful handy, but not a necessity. Parking lot maintenance, that's taking care of our parking lots. We're up over this year, but I don't know exactly why.
Well, I think that had to do with, we did some extra work here in the city admin lot,
That's,
which included painting as well, right?
oh,
And I think it also includes the painting we did for the school district.
correct. School
on-
district
on
in
Harrison
downtown.
Street, right?
Yeah, okay, right. That's not a Lou line.
You weren't here yet, Lou.
Next, tree planting and removal. I usually keep that, I had it at 35. Last year we're at 21. Now that's gonna go up, of course, with the storm that just went through. And what we do with that fund, at the end of the year, if there's any money left, about this time of year, we go through and we buy so many, new trees. We purchase them now, we pay for them now through, through the nursery, and they plant them in the fall. That's what we've done in the
And
past.
on that note, the city is looking at creating a tree board here in the future to help better manage our tree maintenance. But That is a fair statement that, a lot of this now is gonna be gobbled up by, the extra brush that we're gonna have to.
Oh, yeah,
to
it's,
run
will
this
be,
week.
that budget will probably be over. I'm guaranteeing it's gonna be over.
What?
And the only reason we're taking this is gonna be down, we're taking trees down, this is liability to us. If we, right now, all the trees that have been damaged,
Yeah.
you know, the big limbs coming out, we'd look at that tree, if that tree comes down now, we know it's bad. It's a city liability, we have to take it down, it's just,
What's our typical cost on a new tree? Just
a
ballpark.
new tree, 250, and that's a 2.5-inch stock.
Okay.
That's planted,
Yeah.
50, 300,
Oof.
300,
And how many trees do we take down a year?
well, a lot.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
you know, we take down a lot of trees,
Yeah.
but, you know, most, in the older part of town where we take the trees down, there's, 3, 4 trees on a lot too.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're depleting all the trees.
No, I'm not.
Right,
Just,
but we're not replacing the trees
Not
that
at the
are.
rate we're taking them down, no.
Yeah.
And,
that-
and
that's what's
the
gonna-
tree stock is aging. The street trees are
Correct.
getting older.
That is
and
correct,
they're-
yes.
We're having more, I mean, you can see, we're having a lot more problems, and they weren't necessarily quality species
Right.
that were planted, like Norway maples or
Oh, we got a lot
silver
of-
maples.
We have
Yes,
a lot of
those are-
silver maples in the right of
Yeah,
ways. I mean,
those-
those
yeah.
are massive trees, but,
Oh, yeah, yeah. They're
They're not-
massive trees that,
they're not very old, but they're
Shattered.
rotten, they're coming down. It costs a lot of money to take them down too.
Should
So-
we up it to 35 then? Because I'm assuming we're gonna have some kind of storm this next fiscal year, either in the summer or another ice storm next winter.
yeah, and it would be nice to make sure that, we're at least trying to have funds to be able to replace trees.
I mean, I
That it's
get.
not all just being used to take down the,
Well, I'll be honest with
Damaged
you, Alderman, I
trees.
could use that $35,000 up every single year, taking down trees that probably should come down at the end of their life cycle. I don't take trees down, if the tree is alive right now, I don't take it down.
right?
But it should be trimmed up, it's a fine line you're running there.
Yeah,
I get, people all the time says, no, I'm sorry, I'm not taking that tree down, it's alive.
right.
To take
Yeah.
the term, it's a junk tree, well, it probably is, but
Yeah, well, and I think that's part of having a tree board will
Yes.
help with having, folks that actually
When,
can make those judgments.
I guess, what's our timeline of thinking of having a tree board established realistically? If it's gonna be this year and we're gonna wanna have some seed money to get, to get things going, sorry, had to throw the pun in there. It might make, we really have to think about how, at $250 a tree and the time it takes to get those trees planted. We need to figure out real seriously how we want to start that, because it doesn't make any sense to set up a board and have a zero bank account for at least a year before they can do anything. That might be something that 200,000 that we maybe discuss using a small amount of that to get that going, but when are we going to do that?
I think moving it from 30 to 35 would be okay, at least. And I'm still drafting the ordinance to even create the tree board. By the time you get it up and running, you're talking at this point, March, April, May-ish, so beginning of the new budget. And then it's them, it's also that board kind of feeling out what their purpose is. So I think at 35, and then look in the next budget, if there needs to be, like, keep in mind, if we may need to adjust that in the next budget cycle.
I just want to interject that 200K could not be spent on this project because that doesn't qualify. Those ARPA funds would not qualify.
No, not ARPA.
Okay. Right, okay.
Yeah.
You can't speak without a green light. How about that?
Yeah,
35 folks? Yes.
sure.
next line of tools, that covers, I got 595 where we've spent so far this year. It's more than that now. I bought some more tools the other day. But what that does, that's our pumps. Anytime we have a main break, we have at least one water pump going there. It covers every tool we need. And I put it up at 5,000 every year. Might not use it, but if a generator goes down or one of the pumps goes down, I gotta go buy one. Chainsaws, chainsaw goes, we're gonna need that here in the next couple of weeks. So one of those goes bad, I gotta buy another one. That's what that's for. Barricades, and we always had a special line item for barricades, and that's all the wooden barricades we have around town. You see all the lit barricades we have to replace them every year because they get run over or they get beat up. We lose half of my milk day usually.
I ask, going back to the tools line.
Sure.
That, you had 5K in there for this year and you only use 500. You said you're gonna use a little bit more. But then for next year, you have a MIG welder. Why couldn't you buy that MIG welder on that 5K that we have from last year?
Alderman, I did. I just bought it. Well, we're coming to there. We haven't got that far yet.
That was the shopping you just did.
We haven't got that far yet.
All right, done.
Barricades, like I said, we're gonna have to buy some more again. Every year we have to do that. The price of lumber, we build our own wooden barricades. We build our own, we paint them all, so we save money that way, but lumber's gone up and, well, everything's gone up. Supplies and materials, up $500, everything's gone up. That's, that's everything from concrete, everything from, caulk, just all the miscellaneous stuff we use. Cell phones, telephone, 3,800. It seems like a pretty good price we got going here. Maybe it'll even be better. I don't know. We said you got a better deal. Drop down 35.
Changing to 35, is that what we're doing?
Next line is electricity. Our building, Public Works building is run totally on electricity. That's the heaters and everything. Electricity's going up. That also, we run streetlights on electricity too. I think we pay for that out of that line item, streetlights. Yeah. Fuel for building propane, that's, we're on electric, so. Gas, oil, grease is the next one. That's going up that's a wild one every year, never know. We're over right now. Last couple of years we've been over a little bit, but I put it up to 25. Street signs, $4,000. Last year I had it up at 5, and we're getting pretty good on our signs, but it goes in phases. But I think 4,000, I'm pretty comfortable with that number. Street decorations, that's downtown lights, Christmas lights. I talked to Daryl. He needs more lights this year, but 4,000, and that includes the flags downtown. On the pole, the flag poles that the flags are on. $4,000 with what we have in stock right now. I'm pretty comfortable with that number also.
You spent 11,000. Why do you think we're gonna spend way less this year?
Last year they bought a bunch of.
We replaced all the wreaths last year.
And then the other
Wreaths.
2 years was 15 and 14.
Same
Are we
thing.
all caught up?
Same thing, correct.
So we
yes.
caught up now for
Yes,
a little
sir.
bit? Okay,
Yep.
just want to make sure.
There's always something that comes up, but that's. I think that's a good number this year. Miscellaneous. That's the fund we use. We have to haul our street sweepings out. That's what we pay that guy out of. We had to go to a special landfill. When I hire guys to push snow around downtown, sometimes I'd have to do that. That's what that comes out of that fund. Miscellaneous fund comes out our Julie expenses. We have to pay in the Julie every year. That's for locating services. That's what all that comes out of that fund right there. New equipment.
It's listed on a handout.
That's listed on a separate sheet. We can go through that real quick.
Now we can talk about the MIG welder.
This is where you guys really make your money. The first one, a trailer. I'll tell you a story about it. We have 4 trailers down there, actually. One trailer I was going to replace, it bent. Now, this trailer's been around probably 30 years. It's been an old devil, but it's a heavy-duty one. Anyway, so we got looking at this thing. Man, we got to replace that. It's cocky wampus. That's the technical term. So we got it in the shop. We took the wheels off. We jacked it up. We had it up on four jack stands. Anyway, long story short, we straightened it. Got the backhoe in there, and we made a bunch of noise, and we straightened it. We straightened out the fenders, and we sanded it all down. We painted it. It looks brand new. And we did that to the other one. There's our 20-foot trailer also.
That's the one you highlighted at the beginning.
That's one of them. The one I'm talking about right now that we fixed, it didn't have a picture of that because it was too late for that. But we painted it orange. It's the color, the original color. So anyway, long story short, I'm gonna knock that trailer from 6,000. I want to replace that with a plasma cutter for $3,000. So cut that in half and make it $3,000.
And you use a plasma cutter to cut metal?
Yes, plasma cutter is like a torch, but it's plasma cut. It's so much nicer, so much cleaner. And of course, my dump truck. My dump truck. That's my yearly request for a dump truck. $150,000. I think we could buy one for that. And I'm not kidding you there. I think we can get one for that.
If we were to buy one for 150, how old do you think it would be?
Brand new.
Oh, brand new for one.
Brand new.
Seriously?
Yes.
A full size.
Like
Just
a
like the ones we
Tonka?
have now. Correct.
Tonka.
See, with municipalities, we get a lot better price than you and I off the street going and buying one.
Yeah.
We get a lot better price. I think we can get one for 150, but it's been 8 months since I talked to any salesman on that, so it might. But our equipment maintenance fund isn't up there, or our equipment replacement fund isn't there yet anyway, so.
And Jim, what's the useful life for the dump truck?
Well, we got a
Well,
1993.
I mean, if
35 years.
Okay, our newest dump truck right now is a 2008. So what is that, 15 years old? The lifespan of these trucks is 10 to 15 years. That's normal. Now, our newest truck that we use all the time is a 2008. And 10 to 15 years, and they don't have many miles on them. But they have a lot of hours, and the miles they do have them are tough because you're spreading salt, you're plowing, you're hauling.
And going back to like the equipment replacement fund, if we were to do that on, say, a 10-year cycle, it would, right now, we would have to have, it was that and the other vehicles that are listed here, and I'm just taking a guesstimate, we would have to put about $100,000 a year away. And in our budget, we're currently just putting $50,000. So we're going to be far short by the time of the useful life. Now, keep in mind, what happens, what typically, the way I've always run the ERFs is that, like, when the dump truck is slated for sale, you put it up to an auction block. Usually a farmer will buy it, or some smaller municipality will end up buying it, and then the funds from that sale goes right back into the ERF. Okay, and I've done that a lot, especially with fire trucks, because you're more familiar with the fire trucks. These pieces of equipment cost quite a bit initially, and you see the sticker tag. And what Jim's referring to as far as $150,000 is a government contract. Usually the state has a contract that locks in a price, or at least knocks a lot of the frill fees off. So anyway, and that's just one department alone. If we started to fund this, it'd be about, at the 100,000 just for, in Jim's case, we'd be about 3 years before that department was healthy enough, or that fund was in his category would be healthy enough to start, like, actually exercising that fund. And there too, it would help us out as far as budget. I mean, I can go a million different ways. I'm just emphasizing that funding the ERF, be it at the end of the year when we have excess revenue, if we do have excess revenue, make it as essentially a council policy to slide that fund, that excess over into the ERF or into a CIP, so that we still zero out at the end of the year. You're also, there's an added benefit to it. You're promoting fiscal responsibility within the departments themselves. So if they can find a little better deal so that they're not blowing through their entire budget, that adds up to funds at the end of the year that goes into the equipment reserve, which means that they'll have a chance to purchase more equipment as it becomes due. And so we don't have a truck that's 23 years old.
I was going to say, we've been discussing this for many, many, many
Yeah.
years now, but we have a great example with the police department that we set up a long time ago where we've been cycling out these squad cars two at a time. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that this would probably be the year that we really start, at least
Yeah.
get the base money set aside to do this, because, I mean, Jim's been begging us for a long time for vehicles, and
Yeah.
now that we've got a good thing going, it might be good to model it off of that and do it again.
And I think figure out how this next year, to replace one of these trucks. It's time, it's past time.
Yeah, Lisa, I'm definitely, and Dan, since I got on, the first time I went through one of these was Lisa, and I think even Dan, we're the ones that started the 50,000 putting away. And that's my experience from when I'm an employee at the fire department. I don't even know if they still got that. Scott might finally tell me they probably got that, but for a while they don't do that either. It's been and that was my biggest thing, and 30-year vehicle, yeah. So, and then, but we were only doing 50,000 because we knew to it, we don't know how to do it, but now we got Lou who knows how to get us in the right spot to get it going.
So just so you know, what I'll do is I'll just draft an equipment reserve plan with a $5,000 minimum. So it's not just everything, it's just, it has to hit a certain dollar amount to qualify. And unless, Deb's looking up in the sky, so that number might be too low. But it's something that at least we can use as a guideline. What's that?
We just need to figure out how much we're going to transfer into the fund. We need to figure that out today, so we can allocate that for 23, 24. And then the plan can follow, but we can't say haphazardly in June, oh, let's transfer 100 grand. We got to do that now. We got to figure out how much we're going to transfer for this coming fiscal year into that fund. But that's something we can go back to after we get done with Jim's new equipment.
Our next line item, the new equipment, 410, that's our 410 backhoe. Last year, we took it over to Westside Tractor, that's where we bought the, we spent about 18,000 or 20,000 on it. What that did, we replaced all our pins. Anything that moves on that machine, with the backhoe, the bucket, we replaced the pins that go through there. Okay. Now this year, what I want to go through, there's a couple large items in the back of that backhoe. There's a big piece that goes like this, what the arms are hooked to. That piece needs to be replaced. The part itself is like 7,500. Well, what we need to do is do some line boring, okay? For the kingpins up front, that's where it rides going down the road. We need to do some line boring. I know we spent about 20,000 on it last year. We're going to spend about 15 to 20 this year. We'll have a new machine. It should last us another 10 years.
Remind us the cost of a new machine, Jim?
A new machine, you talk about 135, 140, right in that range.
And I should note that in my personal observance of them utilizing the machine, you can tell that it needs this because there's a lot of slop.
A lot of playing.
Because those pins and things aren't new anymore. And so when you're trying to make precision digging, that makes it really difficult because the hydraulics is trying to push it. And with that slop, it goes further than the operator intended it to. And so it definitely needs.
And we use them every day in the summertime, every day. They get used. The last one we bought, that 2011, we bought the last backhoe, the bigger one. I think that time was like 130. That's the biggest one they make, though. So the smaller ones, 135, 140. So for another 20,000, I think is money well spent. MIG welder, we bought it. You can cross that off. Cross that, we're add another $2 grand. Last one is a scan tool. That's a scan into the computers of that'll work on all our trucks, all our dump trucks. It'll work work on all the squads, because we work on all the vehicles in a skiddy.
Is that a diagnostic scan? Is that what
Correct,
you're talking
yes.
about? So you can get the diagnostic codes out
Yes,
of
sir.
the,
Yes, sir, that's what it is, yes, sir. So we can plug in, all our old trucks, all our newer trucks, all the squad cars, you plug it in there, and when that service engine light comes on, who knows what it is until you plug one of those things in there and figure out what it is.
Which,
No, it's, we buy it and, yeah,
Alderman,
no, I don't know if
we can't hear your question.
Sorry, it's the delay that's just so obnoxious. My question was if there's a subscription service for these, because there's different variations of these where they come loaded with the software, and a lot of times you have to buy the updated software from the manufacturers so that as your newer vehicles get replaced, you have to update the new VIN numbers and the new diagnostic software. Some of them do subscription service so that every year it's just updated. It just depends on what you buy. So if we're talking about replacing vehicles and we're replacing squads and these are being updated, it might be something to dig in a little, just get a little bit more information to make sure we don't spend $5,000 on a unit, and then in a year or two, the unit, we're spending another $2,000 on software updates when we could maybe spend $100 a year on a subscription. I don't know all the details, but there's varying versions of
I
those.
got my mechanic looking into this. He knows more about that stuff than I do, and he has his own machine he uses that he owns himself. So yes, that's exactly what we're looking to, Alderman. So we can update this thing every year as needed. It's a big upfront expense, but it saves you a lot in the long run.
are you looking into OEM equipment or aftermarket?
Oh, yeah.
So it would be a Ford.
No,
System.
well, okay. I guess you would consider it aftermarket because it'd work on any vehicle.
But is it a company that?
No.
It's like a tablet.
Why?
Yeah.
I know. I used to run the Equipment and Tool Institute, which.
Well, maybe Charlie, maybe we should talk to you and really, get some.
But my
ideas
question
from you.
is that there's all kinds of different capabilities with these things, and if you have all Fords, then you could use a Ford branded scan tool for the most capability, like a dealer has.
Well, we're limited in what we can do anyway in our shop.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're gonna no. We're
And,
gonna
and we have more than one manufacturer of vehicles. So you have Navistar, you have
exactly. We want
International, you've got Ford.
We want a machine that's gonna look at Fords, Chevys, Internationals, Sterlings, everything. We want one of those, a machine like that. That's what we're looking at.
Okay. All right.
And that's all for new equipment.
What's that make the final number then if you?
177.5. Nice job.
Sidewalks, that's a sidewalk program?
That is the sidewalk program. I put this in this fund, talked to Jim about it a little bit. Last year, we put $100,000 into this fund for the sidewalk program. You can see we were over budget. However, that was for the Mary D. Air Park area that we did that was grant funded. The majority of the grant covered that, which you'd see in the grant reimbursement revenue. We did have to come up with a little bit for that. Prices came in a little higher. But this year, and we'll talk about this later when we talk about fuel, I'd like to run this through this fund in order to free up some cash flow for motor fuel for some of the other projects. So that's a firm number. We got that from Gary. That's good to go for the most part. So I think we should be okay. I might maybe bump it up to 100 based on costs. But if you're good with it, I'd like to keep it here for now till we can discuss motor fuel later. Sure. Because I'm looking. Okay. So is everyone good with that? Do you want to put that up? Move that up about 5,000 just for inflation?
So you're gonna make it 100K?
Yes, please.
That's 0102.
Moving on to the police department.
Okay, the police department salary is 0103. It is what it is, based on the contract that was settled earlier past year, that goes through 2026. Yes. So that reflects the annual raises for that. Salaries clerical, that is projected at the 4% increase for the contract that has yet to be determined for the Teamsters, which is Mike, Lynette, and Tamara. Crossing guards, we kept the same. That's based on if she works every day during the school year at 8,500. As you can see, 2020 and 2021 was way down, obviously, because there was no school. 21-22 was 7,500, and then year to date we're at 4,000. So we just tried to keep it the same.
Tyson, what happened with the clerical salaries this year? Why is that
That's
so?
got to be a typo.
Okay. Because that's huge. It's like somebody got a really nice bonus.
Wow, yeah. I'll have to check into that. And I'm assuming that is 133. I don't know why that.
Well, even 133 would be over.
I will check into that. It is not accurate, I can tell you that.
Overtime, double time, 275. It seems to be a good number compared to what was 21-22. We are down a little this year, as you can see. However, we are down officers again, so we wanted to just kind of leave that the same. Health insurance obviously is with the prices that we got in January, projected again. The replacement officers, we always project this family coverage just to be safe. Health exams we kept at 1,000. Training seminars we did drop or raise that up a little bit. That is because of the cost of the academy. The academy now is 16 weeks, and the prices just came in. So a 16-week academy is now $7,000 just in its own. So we bumped that up. Uniforms we did bump up again because we have to replace officers. With their initial setup, which is approximately about $3,500 just in uniforms and equipment to get a new officer set up, as well as we're exploring the options of getting more part-timers, and just to do initial setup. Obviously, is not as entailed as a full-time officer, but it does add in a little more, so we bumped that up. Attorney fees we did raise up, kind of projected from what happened in 21-22. Obviously, we're going there. I don't know. Is it set prices for just court, no matter how many times they go? Okay. So we bumped that up a little bit.
It's roughly 4,000.
Okay. Professional fees, that is our NERCOM dispatch. That is a set price that is going. In years past, we have gotten a refund due to contracts with non-partners being renegotiated. We did just get a check for. Okay, we should be getting a check here pretty soon for like between $30,000 and $28,000. That was due to other contracts being renegotiated, and which obviously reduces our costs as a partner. So that we will pay the full price, and then at the end of the year, the analysis comes in, and then our price is then reimbursed.
How many agencies are now part of NERCOM?
Almost, if you include police and fire, it's over 20. So it's pretty big. Like I was saying in the PowerPoint earlier.
It's grown from its,
Yes.
over time. So
Yeah.
did those agencies go away from a different central dispatch and came to NERCOM?
Yeah.
And what precipitated that?
Cost. NERCOM was cheaper.
Okay.
And then obviously for the other agencies that they left, their costs are going up because they're not dispatching for as much to lower that cost per call. So just so you guys know, being a partner, we just have a set rate for the year, whereas non-partners are charged for every single call that is created, a fee. So.
And we're a partner because we were one of the charter members
Correct.
of NERCOM.
Yeah. So obviously if non-partners if their call volumes go up, NERCOM's getting more revenue from them, which reduces our cost. And that's why we get that reimbursement. Vehicle equipment and maintenance, we kept the same. We had a couple of accidents this year, so that's why we are where we're at this year so far with at 14,000. I don't foresee accidents every year, but we had a couple this year. We had to fix some cars. Radio maintenance, 24,000. The reason that I raised that,
That number's different, spreadsheet. Well, it was reversed on your
it's
spreadsheet.
reversed on the spreadsheet.
So for whatever reason, these two radio line item and equipment line item are reversed.
They're reversed, yeah.
And were as well last year, so a budget amendment is forthcoming for that, and they were also reversed on your worksheet column. So what you see in red is what is correct, as far as what we're asking.
Yes, okay.
Out as far, excuse me, that's on your handout as far as what that breaks down to. Oh, okay, so I did
Yep.
update it.
Yep.
Okay.
On our sheet here, I think the one you sent out was not up to, yes. Oh, it is, okay.
Okay.
So that's all our radio maintenance and such. Equipment maintenance, I bumped up a little bit just because of cost. Advertising, we don't do any advertising. Ammunition, I did bump up our ammunition because of state mandates and how many times we have to shoot now, as well as scenario-based training on the ranges. Our ammunition is depleting, so we need to purchase more, obviously, because we're going to be using more as well.
And that's shoot, as practice shooting now.
Yes, yeah. Supplies and material, I just left the same. Office supplies, operating expenses, I bumped up $100 just for inflation costs. As you can see, we're at $4,700. Investigations and nuisances, that encompasses everything for investigations, as well as buying flash drives, ET equipment, and those types of things. Because we are getting so many cases where we are doing phone dumps, Cellbrite extractions, we have to buy the 3.0 USB flash drives, because otherwise, to even open it, you can put it in your computer and then walk away and come back the next day, and it may be open. So, as well as downloading the information from the phones, because phones are obviously able to hold a lot more, and when we dump that, it takes a long time. So, dues and subscriptions is all our dues to include radios. No, not Starcom. Starcom. No, that's not, because no.
Starcom's in.
Yeah, radio. Basically any subscriptions we have. That's why I like that
It's
other
your,
sheet.
like, chief of police.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
your membership fees.
Why do you expect it to go up to 4,200 when it hasn't made the 2,500 the last 2 years?
I can give me 1 second, Mayor Alderman. Yeah. What is it? 56. That is our ILEAS dues, MEAT, MCAT, the McHenry County Chiefs, IACP. That went up because we now have to pay a subscription fee for PSIMS, which is our report program. Yeah, so that 4,200 is basically what our fees are. That through the vendors.
Why is activity to date so low then? Or are those fees not yet due?
Yes, correct. It all depends on when they come in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The majority of the members,
No?
the majority of the membership dues is paid this month.
Okay,
Beginning of the
sure.
year, so-
We just haven't got far enough in the value that's listed here.
Correct.
That's not,
I believe those are on February AP. So
Okay.
we won't-
thank you.
Telephone, cell phones, obviously, we dropped that down because of the new deal with T-Mobile. Gas, oil, and grease, we did bump up, obviously, because we are already way over budget on that line item, and you can't predict what gas is
Yeah,
going to
and
do.
that's a commodity, right?
Yeah.
So as fuel prices vary, and we've seen a more increase in fuel prices, that makes sense.
Yeah. Police commission expenses, that is all of our testings that we do for new officers and, such as the written examinations, promotional examinations, the psychological and those types of items is what comes out of there.
Does that also include, because we now do like the power instead of the, when we do the testing for athleticism, I guess?
Oh, the power test?
Yes.
No, there's no cost to us
There's
for
no
that
cost
because
to
we
it.
do it in-house and the school obviously allows us to use their facilities and they don't charge us for that.
That's good.
So, miscellaneous, I just kept the same. Again, it's just miscellaneous expenses that doesn't fall into something else. Special programs, that is bumped up. That includes our PSW. That includes National Night Out. Even though you do see a National Night Out line item, we just combined it all into special programs.
Will this also include the cost for the new police academy?
Yes.
Or, citizen academy?
Yes, and as well as the Citizen Police Academy at 2,500. So that's why that was bumped up to 20,000. And then obviously new equipment. It consists of 2 fully equipped squad cars, 2 new cameras, docks, and laptop replacements. That actually came in. I raised it a little. It came in at 151. I put in one for 155 because of inflation and, in years past, we've actually not been able to purchase some of the new items. We've had to move them over because the prices of the other things just were up so much that we just didn't have the room to replace everything like we want to every year. So
We still haven't gotten the other 2 squads that we
no.
were.
So if you remember last year before May, I had it brought to the city council to approve for me to actually physically order the cars, knowing that we weren't going to get them until after the new budget started.
Yeah.
So we did that at the February meeting last year, and I ordered them like the next day, and we still don't have them. So
Yeah, just something I wanted to, I know, I'm sure Lou is caught up on that, but since we're talking about like the vehicle rotations and stuff, obviously that's gonna kind of mess with our replacement of those vehicles down the road, because now we're potentially gonna have, instead of the vehicles being spaced out 2 per year, so we might end up like having 3 or 4 in 1 year, depending on when we get them.
because I've been here so long, we used to place the orders in February, and we would have them delivered, and they would be delivered and actively working on the street by June, by milk days.
Yeah.
And now we're not even getting them till almost the next fiscal year.
Yeah.
The
So,
check is cut already.
yeah.
You've seen it on the report, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just,
It's sitting on my desk.
yeah,
so.
it's just, I feel like all the work we've done is gonna kind of put a hiccup down the road that we're gonna have.
Yeah, and the reason-
potentially more vehicles just,
And the
all
reason the
coming
check
due at
was cut
once.
in December was because the dealership called me and said, we have one car here. We are expecting the next one in the next few weeks. Well, that was 3 months ago. So, and they still don't have the second car yet. So,
Just to clarify too, with an ERF, the Equipment Replacement Fund, year 1 doesn't start until after the vehicle arrives. And so then you make that adjustment at that point. So instead of buying 2 a year, in this situation, we'd actually be we'd actually be preparing for, and they're good for what, 3 to 5 years? So when it's time to replace it, we actually could replace 3. You make that adjustment so that you can rotate these vehicles consistently.
So, and that's the budget for 3.3.
said the chief's done an outstanding job. So. As did everybody else. Are we good to go on to, oh, 9367 was your clear. What difference? There's a whole extra. No, that was for last year. Look a little better today for clerical.
So you added an extra 3 in there, is that what happened? It should have been, I'm sorry, what was the value? 93, I just dropped one of the, yeah, okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, well, let's see, we got some. Go ahead, Lou.
Okay, we still have utilities, right?
Yes.
Do you, we're up against the noon hour for lunch break. Do you want to continue on with the utilities, or do you want to stop here and break for lunch?
What is people's pleasure? Would you like to take a lunch break? Or get our lunch and, what's that?
Or you can eat while you're
can eat
doing
while
it.
we're doing it.
Whatever you want to do.
I think Jim won't take too long. So we could at least wrap up with the first group.
Okay, so what's the consensus here? Yes,
Are we ordering something? Is that what the,
it's here,
okay,
yeah.
then let's go
So
quick eat it.
15 minutes, get our lunch, bring it back, and keep going. Okay.
Okay, so for those who are viewing, we're going to grab our lunch and we'll be right back. All right? Thank you.
Ready to roll.
I know it. I lost my thought. Or you're done. I'm done. I don't really need to say anything.
I also think it'll be a lot easier to figure out Jim's vehicles now that he's got that jetter taken care of. That was so big.
We won't tell.
Yeah, don't say it.
And then let's see what.
One of the biggest things too was back in Rolo days, they planted trees. That street. And she doesn't do that because then the trees go and destroy the curb.
You'll be pleasantly surprised though.
Are we ready to get going? Mike pointed out that for the, before we move on to utilities, we should balance the regular budget. Okay, so where are we at? Where do we stand?
I'm comfortable with transferring it out to get this program running. So, I mean, because obviously, you know, Lou knows what he's doing. He's got experience with this, and it's worked for the police department. And I think that, you know, we're in now that we have the vac truck, I think we're in a good spot to start doing this with the regular everyday vehicles. So I'm in favor.
And just the way the equipment reserve and capital improvement funds have typically worked is after you set up, as you're setting up the financial guidelines for it, that if there is an emergency, like, you know, a tornado or something like that, the city can tap into those funds. It's just, you have to replace those funds. Or as soon as, like, you know, FEMA money or whatever comes in, those are the first ones that get replaced. So it builds into our, part of the contingency plan.
Being part of a reserve, basically. That it's, even though it's sort of segmented, it's still part of the overall
Correct.
reserve that we
Correct.
have.
And
Yeah.
then, the other part to it is if you have that money, because it's part of that reserve, it does improve your bond rating. I mean, there's, like I mentioned before, there's like a million different ways I can show where the benefits are. And I've seen, personally running an emergency, or an equipment reserve and a capital improvement plan. I've been able to actually, balance out the budget without doing any drastic changes, because everything begins to stabilize and you find those efficiencies throughout the rest of the budget. So it does end up creating its own, funds.
So, Deb, you're suggesting that we increase cash on hand to balance this, the 172 that were deficient.
Yes, and also keeping a note, again, and I'll mention it later too, is the TIF. We possibly would have extra money anyway. But regardless, you know, our budget this year as far as revenue has only gone up about 1%, and expenses have gone up just a little over that. And, you know, should something happen, there are things that eventually we'll be taken care of, but there is some room there for changes. But if we figure out a way to do everything we'd like to do and we have to do, I don't think that,
And I'd support that. You know, that's, you know, in years past, it would have been, oh, well, Jim's not getting his truck, you know? I mean, I remember those meetings. Yes. And I think, you know, we need to shift that. And so if it sounds like it's very realistic and it's not irresponsible to increase cash on hand and cover this and be able to do, which is nothing extravagant in here, in this budget.
basically, into the city's account.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'd support that.
I think from my position, I think we should do this. I think we need to do this for the time being. Not only to get the vehicle situation squared away, but something that keeps sticking out is those doors. That's something that I don't think we should push off or wait on. We should do that as soon as possible, because I think anything to do with ADA compliance or ADA restrictions, as a public place in a city building, it's kind of a black eye to the community to have an issue like that. So I don't think we should pinch pennies on that. We should do what we need to do to get it fixed.
So, to be clear, Jim, it sounds like you're gonna get a dump truck on your way out the door. Just in time for you not to be able to drive it. So, interestingly enough, in the final 2 years, we've been able to replace the vac truck, and now it looks like we'll get a new dump truck, so. Yeah. 16 years, all right. I think,
We'll call this one the Kruk truck.
Let me add, it's because of the
His name on the side.
revenues, fairly straightforward. There's some additional things coming up.
Right, but why, I mean, if it's, I mean, for at least the last 3 years, it hasn't hit the 2,300. Why are we continuing to budget, saying that that's what we expect to receive if, you know, realistically, we're pretty sure we're not going to, even with the increased fees, right?
My recommendation would be, you know, we came very close last year to 21 or
Yeah.
2.1. I think 2.3 is probably a bridge too far, so
Yeah.
maybe 2.2. Does everyone feel comfortable with that?
Sure.
New homes and businesses, right? Yeah. I feel like we're going to see a few additional tap-ons this year, considering some of the retail growth that's expected to happen. I'd recommend increasing this to 4.
Penalties, this is part of, jobs, whether on, a little bit hard to predict, as we can see, we're at 37,000 now, last year over. The purple column is not leading.
Yeah.
Do we know if that's like what the percent, like the ratio is between commercial and private? Is that all private?
The vast majority of it is residents, not businesses.
Okay.
I would say historically, we see about 10% of the users that are delinquent in any particular billing period. Obviously, that revenue would go down if those people weren't delinquent, but it seems a pretty, historically has been about 10 to 12%, I think, that are habitually delinquent. And occasionally you'll have some ups and downs of additional people, but there is, each billing cycle, we certainly see a good 10 or 12%.
No, it's okay. And then, again, I'm just asking for informational purposes, but, and out of that, do we know what the ratio is of like, owner resident versus like landlord would be?
I'm not sure that we have that delineated out.
I'm just curious because I'd love to know if this is more like, I guess my concern is yes, 10% is that rate, but if we have residents that are habitually delinquent for being just the fact of being habitually delinquent, or if we have residents that are potentially on the borderline of needing assistance, and maybe that's something we could look into a little bit more, because, you know, obviously if we have seniors or somebody like that that is habitually delinquent, but it's because of a financial burden, you know, the fees are fine, but is it something we may need to look into as a community?
So there
to
were
maybe
there were some state programs to help those people who fall into that criteria, to help them with their utility billing. I think that program might still be available, but I think those funds were becoming limited as we've moved past, or moving past COVID. Excuse me? Right, so the housing authority, it's not something that the city typically has the funds or resources to help out these people, but there are some programs available for them. I think, you know, what I view in terms of the number of people people, because typically I see all of the shut-off lists that we get, and oftentimes they're the same people.
Okay, the other part of that I would tag, again, because, this is Lou's first time, is if we decide to if we decide to look into that, it doesn't say if we're gonna set aside resources of like money or anything, but maybe just, if they're habitual, give them like some direction on maybe some organizations that might be able to help them out, but also consider that into the Latino community as well, because if there's a communication barrier or a cultural barrier there where the same families are falling into that, but they're not necessarily aware of where they can go because there's a communication issue, that might be another form of outreach through, like I heard the churches mentioned or something like that, that if we're having the same people, maybe it might be worth reaching out to them to try to help find somebody for them to get them going.
I'd say there is a small percentage that might fall into that criteria. I think the vast majority of people, regardless of what we have tried to help them from a municipality in terms of helping them to manage those expectations better, unfortunately, there is a sliver of our society that simply are unable to manage their finances properly. Oh, so instead of 750, it should be 730. Yeah, I think historically we've noted that it's been more, and felt like adding a bit more was going to be more congruent to what we think is going to happen. The rent receipts are like from cellular tower.
Correct, yes, our T-Mobile is the only one that have
Yes, sir. All right, salaries, I have 440,000 in there for our salaries. That's based on our current, our 4% coming up. Overtime and double time, 12,000. Insurance, I put in 85. Training and seminars, I dropped that down from 2 to 14. We've been able to do quite a bit online since of COVID. We found it pretty useful. So we would like to have the opportunity to get out there a little bit more, though. Uniforms, I have $2,800 in there. Professional fees, I have 145. Now, I believe I can drop that down to 130. I did not factor in when I did my budget the amount we were paying rent on our trailer and conveyor for our sludge process. Now that is moved back there, up and running, we don't have to pay the rent on it. But we still have fees in there for hauling. And until I really get a good handle on the amount of sludge that we're going to be producing, because it is going to be more sludge the way we're doing this. I did want to keep that up a little bit, but I do feel comfortable to bringing that to 130. 135? Okay. Let's leave it at 135.
So that 135 is scales up.
Yes.
The yearly lab fees, which is required for testing.
Yep. Yep.
That is something.
Yeah, so what she's referring to is the source water protection plan. This was due back in 2020. Being a member of Illinois Rural Water, I was able to reach out to Illinois Rural Water, get some assistance. We put this plan together and shipped it off down to the IEPA for their approval. Didn't hear anything back for quite a long time. What we did get back is not what they wanted. After talking to the gentleman that does these plans, pretty much everybody was not giving them what they wanted. We were submitting our view, and they were just not able to weed through everybody's views. So they come up with the criteria what they wanted, and it was very cumbersome. I started going through it, and honestly, I really felt it was a bit above my doing. But I did collect quite a bit of information. I reached out to our engineers, and they said that they're doing quite a few of these plans for the same reasons, and their fee was $15,000. And with the work that I did put into it, they got me down to about $9,500 to do this plan. So that was included in the 5502 fund. You're welcome. Permit fees, it's just a set thing for $17.50. Engineering fees, we got 75 in there. Vehicle equipment maintenance, I got 6,000 in there.
Jim, just a second. So for
Yes.
the engineering fees, we're expecting that to go down because we should be finishing up the wastewater treatment plant upgrade by August 7th.
That's right. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So there is that's why you see a drop in that number. I just wanted to highlight
Yes.
that. Okay, thank you.
Building and maintenance fees, I put 25 in there.
Yeah, Jim,
Yes,
just
sir.
on that, is that all over the place over the years because the bills come in differently than when we planned them to come in?
You're referring to what?
Engineering fees,
Um,
because, boy, you know,
Yeah, 7 cents.
Yep.
That big, huge, yeah, the 7 cents, I'm not
that had to be a bet. Somebody
Yeah.
bet somebody,
Well,
so,
what happened was we projected the project to start sooner
yeah.
than, so, your fiscal year ending in the middle of a calendar year.
So that's how you get,
Especially when we're doing big projects.
that's how you plan 25,000 and spend 926.
Correct. But if you look back, we planned 500,000, only spent 7 cents.
Exactly. Okay. So it's just,
That's the fiscal year change.
it's just a timing thing. Okay.
All right, building and maintenance fund, I have 25 in there. I know I haven't reached that 25 in some time here, but I would like to have that little extra money in there to take a look at that building that I referred to about the roof on it. You know, just try to get, with that new plant being done, there, my understanding is that back section of the building that was not included in there will be painted, new roof, and paint the color match everything. It would be nice to take and get that other building, is a very usable building, get it up to where it's, you know, another good 20 years of service for us, so. Tower maintenance, I have 185,000 in there. As I spoke about, painting our water tower up on Harvard Hills Road, I did a touch-up on that, kind of, it was a complete paint on it, but it's just an overcoat. That was $15,000 back in 2016. There's two options with this. One was 230, and that'll take it down to bare metal, primed, painted, and then an overcoat on it, which isn't bad money spent. And the other option, what I was looking at, was the $160,000 one. He'll come in, high pressure wash it, go in any rusty areas that are bad, you know, take them down to the metal, prime, then a complete prime on the tower, complete paint on the outside tower, and then an overcoat, which will, he's saying every bit of 15 to 20 years of service off of something like that for that kind of money. So that would be my suggestion, but we can go the other route if you please.
What's the difference between the two with regards to how much more are you going to get out of the?
If you take it down to bare metal and do what he's suggesting, I mean, you're looking at every bit of 30 years easily. Yeah, for basically 70. So just take a look at this here. Our water tower by our park, by the swimming pool, was blasted in 2002. That was in 2002. That was taken down to bare metal, primed, painted, and overcoated. That tower is still shiny. That thing looks good. We're looking at 22 years. And that tower, you don't have to do nothing. I have them inspected every 3 years. I mean, there's a little touch-ups here and there that need to be done, but not a major paint job. So, I mean, money well spent to go the other route, in my opinion, but it is more money.
I think we should.
You would save money down the road.
We should consider that. I think if we have money, you know, if we find this
But
something, we have the money.
if you can get twice the longevity out of it for a
For the other
third more
side,
of the
yeah,
price.
money well spent. Correct.
You are, you know.
And plus, what do we have? We have 3 towers in town,
We do.
and we did one down in the metal.
Yeah, that was in 2002, and then the one down was not taken down to bare metal, but it was blasted, cleaned down real good, primed, and then repainted. And that one it's holding its own for now, but that's one that's got the logo on it. It was a little more costly. There was a previous superintendent that did that project. I couldn't tell you exactly what the cost was, but I believe that was done in 2006, 2007. And
I guess what I'm asking is, if this one next year, when would be the next one?
The next one would be to look at would be the downtown tower. The guy that does my look, that looks at everything, evaluates them. He really believes that tower's holding its own fairly well. You could probably do an overcoat on that tower, take it, clean it up very well, and do an overcoat on that downtown tower. And then I don't know, he didn't give me a quote, but you're probably looking at that 100 to 150-ish for something like that.
And at what point would you need to do that? I think that's his question.
I would probably want to look at that within the next 3 years. The inside wet would be at this tower that I'm referring to now would be the next thing I'd like to look at next year. The inside dry and wet are both need of paint. The drying is bad, but the wet is the bowl. It's starting to look a little rough in there, so it would be good to get inside that bowl and take care of that. I don't have a price on that because I didn't price it out this year. just kind of looked at the outside.
Well, my recommendation to the council here is that these things are vital infrastructure to our community. They're extremely expensive to replace, so whatever we can do to increase the longevity of them is in our best interest. And so I'd say if we have the capability, we should take it down to bare metal and to extend that use for another 20 years.
So we increase that by 70?
Yeah. Are we able to somehow put some money towards the next one? Yeah, because
Different fund there, Alderman.
are we able to, we also should look into this as well and see how much money we can move to put in just like the whole, because of that for painting for the next one, because that's need to be done soon.
Right, this would be like a capital improvement plan, and it seems like we're doing this, like one tower every 10 years, because we have the 3 towers. So you're talking, like if we were to do a plan, you're at least putting $18,000 a year away. Or actually 23, because you would want a plan to go straight to metal. And then you buy that full 30 years. And that's right.
That's a fair
And I'm
comment.
glad you brought that up,
It's a
because
fair
I was
comment.
going to ask you, Deb, where
So let's earmark this as a possibility to increase, and then
That's fine.
when we get to the final number, you guys can make a more informed decision.
Yes, sir. Lift stations, I have 40,000 in there. I know we're only about 28 so far, but with the increased price, I just wanted to make sure I had enough to make sure I could take care of those lift stations. Equipment maintenance, I have 140,000 in there, and that really covers everything that we do down there as far as all of our equipment. Hoping next year those numbers will start to come down with the new plant coming online. But we still have quite a bit of equipment that we are dependent on right now.
And that would include equipment for lift stations as well, right? So
No, the equipment maintenance really covers all of our wells and our waste treatment. The lift station, anything out of there comes out of that lift station fund itself.
oh, I see, separate line. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Yes, yeah, and that's why that is a little bit, I am looking at our last pressure reducing valve that's on McKinley and, right there by the hospital, whatever that side street or main street is. Garfield, and that I believe came in at $34,000. These are from the 70s and, they're underground and they're very corroded. The piping is completely gone. I mean, they're usable, but they're not salvageable to just throw another pressure reducing valve on the original pipes. They're just deteriorated down to nothing basically. So we just did one this fiscal that we're in down on Blackman, and everything worked just fine. The other one we did was up on Garfield. That we just had to replace because it's in a can. We just had to replace the actual valves itself. The other one we did was up on Motorola. And the valve sets pretty much independently in a vault, so we just had to replace the pressure reducing valve there. But this one here, there's 2 valves in it, and there's a little bit of piping involved, so we just wanted to get in there, gut it, replace it, and we'd be good for a lot of years. Lab supplies, I have 25,000. That covers all of our wells and wastewater treatment, reagents, and chemicals that we need. Supplies and materials, I have 2,500 in there. Office supplies, I have 2,500 in there. That's a little more because I wanted to look at a printer. We go through a lot of paperwork for our wells and waste treatment plant. And I'd just like to have the capability to have a printer, scanner, copier that we could have right there to where my guys aren't constantly, throwing stuff at me. We need more of these, more of these. They're able to just go in there and print out, scan what they need, make it a lot nicer and quicker for them. Dues subscriptions, that's $15,000 that covers the last part of our NARP, that nutrient assistant reduction program. That's part of my wastewater treatment permit. What they're looking at is with the phosphorus, how the phosphorus is in the water, and it's causing this. I'll probably mess this up, but it's a eutrophication is what they call it. It's basically a blue algae that's downstream. So the plan, I have to belong to a group or form my own group to do this. So I joined this group through Rockford, and there's about 11 different towns that are involved in it. So we all pulled our money in, and it was based on a percentage for how many people are connected to your water services that we pay. So they with the money, what they're doing with the money, they're paying obviously lawyers, they're paying engineers, and they're paying people that go out and sample. So they set up these samples throughout our water zone that we're in, all the way from up here to Harvard, way south from here. So out of the plan that are the people in Illinois that have to do this, which is everybody that's in a waste treatment, we have the largest group. So we're gonna have the best study when it comes right down to it. So what we're hoping to see out of doing this plan is showing that our treatment plant is not part of what the problem is. That, you know, there is other things out there that are causing these issues, and it is not our water.
It's not the farmers either.
It's the farmers, and you know it. So what we're trying to do is to get these things off of our permits. By doing so, we're going to save ourselves money in the long run. If we do not get these things off our permits, what's going to happen is the IEPA is going to come back with more strict and strenuous things that we need to do our jobs, which it's enough. So more than likely they'll be in violations. So that's where part of that money goes, and then the rest of that money covers like myself to belong in, and the city to belong into 2 different organizations. So let me see if I can find where I was. Yep, telephone. We bumped that up to 6,000 from before, because we're going to look at putting a telephone down there at the waste treatment plant to be in the loop with everyone else. Electric, I bumped that up a little bit. We are going to be, well, actually I didn't go that much, but we are going to be using a lot more electricity. This is something that we're going to have to really take a good look at as our year goes on, as we start this plant up and running. Because there's so many more motors that are coming into this facility to run this new plant. So the electric is going to definitely go up on this. So I'd like to monitor that, just so we can budget a lot better.
And on that note, I should state that we have an expectation that our energy costs will increase with the new plant. Once we understand what that energy needs are, we do have an expectation to invest in a solar array to help offset some of that cost in the future. But to really understand what that solar array needs to be, we need to know what our usage will be, and we don't know that until the plant's up and
Correct.
running.
Once we get that information, then
Right.
there is the possibilities of looking at that big 4-story building we got out there that's set so high and so big that we're hauling sludge into or out of. It'll be a great place to throw some solar stuff up there. So there's some opportunities.
Alderman, did you have something?
Yes,
sir.
I was wondering, didn't the engineers give you some estimation as to what the electrical demand would be?
He did not give it to me anyhow, no. I can reach out to them and ask if they have any kind of idea, but.
I just figured that would be part of the plan, that.
Yeah.
Not
so much.
Okay, all right.
You'd be surprised what is not part of the plan. Yeah, that is costing the city. Yeah. It's not
Just to piggyback off that a second, I'm sorry, Jim.
no problem.
There's a grant out there right now with the Illinois EPA to have your entire electric use assessed to see where we could improve just across the board. I've already tapped into them to come out. They're gonna look at the water wells, the pumps around the water wells, everything but the treatment plant, because that's still under construction. But yeah, so we're already kind of setting that in motion to look at reducing our overall energy costs.
Fuel and gas, I left that at 15,000. Gas oil, for in propane, all that for our lift stations. Gas, oil, and grease, left that at 15. Chemicals, I bumped that a little bit more at 200. All my chemicals are skyrocketing. My propane, since the oncoming of COVID, is more than doubled. I have reached out to other suppliers, and they will not take on any new customers because of a shortage of chlorine. So we're kind of stuck with what we have to pay. It is what it is. I do hammer on my guy as much as possible about prices, but like he said, he's paying more, we pay more. So miscellaneous at 2,500, it just covers odds and ends and stuff like that. New equipment, I got 80,000 in there. And for that 80,000, I wanted to look at a new 4x4 250, a 3/4 ton truck. I did price that out, and it come in at 4907 for that truck. So right now we have two trucks. We have a 2006 half ton, pretty rusty truck. It's holding its own. And we have a 2009 F-250 that we inherited from Public Works with the plow. And it's held up for us, but this truck is in pretty rough shape. The bed is actually rusted so bad it was starting to come off as you're going down the road. We took this truck to Bots to have it repaired, sat there 3 weeks. They never touched it, so we just brought it back. That was just here recently. I don't know, Alderman. Yeah. I don't recall that. Yeah. So anyway, John was able to patch it together a little bit, so we can. My guys were getting to the point they just didn't want to drive it. So it's the only plow truck we have. So
I can attest to that too. We maintain all those trucks. And the environment that Jim works in over there around that plant, with those trucks sitting there, it's automatically twice as fast as ours do. I mean, as far as rusting out and everything. That's just the environment he's in.
So that was the reason I'm looking at for a new truck, and the reason I'd like to have the 3/4 ton is so I could put a plow on it, which is part of that money that I'm requesting. It's not included in that price that he quoted me. The guy over in Woodstock that Public Works uses, I talked to him. Basically, around give or take $7,000 for a new plow installed on that truck. And then the other thing I was looking at was like a gator. We had talked about this in the past. About getting something down there as the plant's expanding where the guys can get from one side of it, the plant, to the other in a timely fashion. I walked it out myself, and it's 7 to 8 minutes to walk from the back to the front. So if a guy has to, if he's there by himself, that's how I look at it. If he's there by himself, which I have guys there by themselves quite often, to be able to make it back to that sludge building, back up to grab samples, to do their lab on it, to go back and check that equipment. It's time consuming. I think this would definitely help in productivity and being able to get their jobs done in a little bit of quicker time. A gator, I actually looked at a golf cart at one time, and the previous administrator told me I should look at a gator. They'll hold up a lot better. You could get 4-wheel drive on those. You could throw a little plow on it in the future, maintain our sidewalks down there. And you also have in the back of the gator where we could haul on our doing our maintenance down there, oils, grease, tools, which we're going to be doing quite a bit more now with all the new pumps and motors coming in. Is it something I need? No. Is it something that we could use? Yes.
It would certainly increase efficiencies.
I would agree, sir. That's on the low end. Yeah. Uh-huh. So I went on, basically I just went on the local John Deere guys here's website, and this came up here. It's down in Urbana. It had 613 hours on it, which I didn't think was too awful bad. I did talk to John, our mechanic over there. He was going to look at it. I haven't had a chance to get any feedback from him, but just initial of what I told him about it, what he saw, he seemed like it was pretty good unit. He agreed with the reason I was looking at it, would be a good used one like that would be probably a good fit instead of something brand new. It's four-wheel drive as well. Will it be there in May? Probably not. But
I'd recommend instead of 8,500, if you're going to go use, is make it 10 and just stay within that budget and find
Yes,
something
sir.
that would fit that budget. That'd be my recommendation.
I think it's totally fair to just agree to give you that, because I think that's a huge quality of life improvement for the crew out there. You know, it's a small amount of money in the long term, I think.
I believe Dave was correct. You know, I mean, that golf course, a golf cart would be, yeah,
They
they haul the
don't
man
do so
around.
good
If
in
you want to
snow.
start using it for hauling equipment or tools, you're going to beat that thing up rather quickly.
Yeah, and then in the snow, they don't do so good.
No.
So I think the Gators
Now,
are given.
the contractors actually have one down there now, and they've been and we're in some pretty thick mud down there. I mean, it's up over your boots when you start walking around out there, and they're trudging through that stuff pretty decent.
Yeah, I was going to say, the police department has a bunch of bicycles.
Yes, I suggested
get
that,
rid
but
of, yeah.
I can't say those words here. That's all I have.
The final line structure position that is what I projected to balance due on, or I'm sorry, to the contractor who's building the plant. And then you will note that that's a little bit different. So that's what I project. That could change, but it's as close as I can. Based on the fact that they are 2 months behind. So the billing procedure is quite tedious when it comes to dealing with federal funds. And so our engineers are very diligent in making sure that the paperwork is so it takes a little time.
All right. This is the water sewer for us. Salaries, it's at 302. That's working with the new contract again. Salaries clerical, same thing, 140.
Just clear that pays for the water billing clerk, correct? Right.
And Jeanette. She's
Right.
Part of you too, I think.
And that part, yes. Not split.
Now, again, there's a double overtime here. I got 15,000 in. That's what we traditionally put in there. We haven't come close. I think we could probably cut that down a little bit like we did the last one. Back in 2021, we had a lot more overtime, but that was that year we had 40 main breaks. Whatever your pleasure.
I was going to suggest 2,500. I mean, cut it down 2,500. It
1250?
reduce it, yeah, to 1,250.
12.5, sure.
Health insurance, that's based on what everybody's got right now with the new rates. Uniforms, 3,500. I had it at 4. We knocked it down to 3,500. We just didn't spend as much as I thought we would with the coats and everything else, so I'm comfortable with the 3,500. Make that a little bit big for me, please, Deb. It's easier for me to look up there and see what
Hit the
I'm
little
doing.
plus sign, yeah.
There we go. Okay. Ah,
How's that, old man?
yeah, that's better. Okay. Okay, uniforms, we just did that, 3,500. Next one, utility tax, that's Deb. Next payment is a rent payment, 25,000. It costs Public Works $25,000 that we have to pay to City Hall. I don't know why. I think that's one of Nelson's grabs.
I think that's because you're renting the water billing clerk's office.
I think that's one of Nelson's grabs that's still in there.
That's from 2005.
So, I think that's just a paperwork thing right there. I kick and scream about that every year, but it doesn't do any good. Vehicle equipment maintenance, I bumped that from 35 to 40 because we need to. We went through that already. Storm sewer maintenance went from 35 to 37,500. I always max out the storm sewer, the sanitary maintenance budget. I max them out every year. And mainly what that is not mainly, but first off, the materials we're using, it's a never-ending battle out there as far as storm sewers go, never-ending. But we do have to patch it when we get done. So that's black. It's restoration. The whole works. Everything's going up. 3750. That's what I've asked for in both those funds. Water main maintenance 50,000. That seems to be a pretty good number. We upped that a couple 2-3 years ago to 50, and that replaces that accounts for everything. Water services, water main valves, main breaks. If I have to hire somebody to come in and fix something, with the water main, that covers that. Supplies and materials. Bump that up 500 because everything's going up. Office supplies, I bumped that up. Now that's basically City Hall there with Christie and water billing clerk, all the stuff for that. Postage the same, nine grand. Water bills, yep, got to send out got to spend money to make money. Telephone, cell phones, 2 grand. We're at 1750 already, so I'd bump that up to 2 grand. Maybe we'll be okay with that. Maybe we should with the new.
Actually, we'll only have
1,500.
Back the postage down also, maybe a couple.
postage rates just went up.
Yeah, they went up again. Gas, oil, grease. That's a crapshoot right there. We're at 20. We're over again. We're 3 grand over there, 3,500. Transfer out miscellaneous. Again, that's one of those funds we pay all the stuff that doesn't cover anything else. Like so hauling in, it's like a lot of times I'll have to haul in salt or haul in stone for whatever reason. If I got to buy some, that's what 18,000 seems to be a good number on that. This year we're down to about 10, about 11, but we're not done yet.
It just seems like a really large number to be in miscellaneous since we, kind of feel like maybe not this year since we're here today, but maybe next year we should really scrutinize what's being spent in that fund and see if we need to create a new line item if there's something that we're seeing spent
or up another line
where we
item.
can differentiate what we're spending it on, because I feel like that's a large number to be in a miscellaneous category that we don't really have a good visibility of what's being spent on.
And then, can we drop it down to 15 because we haven't come close to 18,000 in the last 3 years?
I was going to suggest 12.
Well, we're at almost at 11,000 for year to date.
So that's why 15.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if you. Maybe bottom.
Next one is, new equipment. If you see the separate list on the new equipment for, 7011. Water meter, MXU replacements. Water meters, I got at 20,000. And that includes any water meter we have in town. MXU is the same thing. We buy a lot of MXUs every year. But I think we could probably have a little leeway here. I have a lot of MXUs right now in stock. Just because I had some extra money in my budget earlier, I bought a bunch. So I think we can knock those down meters instead of 20,000, knock down to 15. And the MXUs, I think we can knock that down to 10. You know, plumbing labor, I have that down. We have some water meters out there that we have to replace yet. The old devils that we have to physically walk in and read them. We have a couple up at the hospital. I don't know if we'll get them done here in the next couple months before the new fiscal year starts. So we might have to, we do have to pay a plumber. It'll take a plumber, about two of them, about half a day a piece on these. And plumbers are expensive, so anybody's bought one or paid for one lately. I told my two daughters, this is marry a plumber. I'm struck out on the one, but we'll see what the next one does. I mean, versus a lawyer or anything, marry a plumber. Okay, the new water, and the next one down, new water meter interrogator. We can cross that off our list because I did buy that also under our water meter and MXU budget this year. We had to have that. That's what we go around. That's what reads meters every 2 months. That's what makes us. That's a money driver. That's what makes us our money, the city. So we had to buy that. So I spent that money already. Take that right out of there. Yep, we already spent that. The next one is water main lining, Burger King. That's that water main we talked about earlier. It runs from Burger King all the way underneath the bridge, right next to the bridge, underneath the creek, over to Randall Street. I had a estimate last year of 96,000, I believe it was. Anyway, I bumped it up to 120 inflation, just for whatever. Now, that really needs to get done. That really, I can't stress that enough. We're right next to that bridge down there. We're in a creek. Now, we can't isolate that. If we get another breakdown there, I can shut it off on either side. But that means you're feeding the whole south side of town by one main. That's that one up by the sewer plant. Goes across the sewer plant. You know, the water main goes across there. You got one feed on the south side of town. So if you have a big main break out there, there goes all your pressure. And it's happened before. It's happened when we had that downtown closed off. So, and it really needs to get done. And that's we have that schedule as part of the ARP money too.
What's our new total then? With
275.
275? Okay, thank you.
Sanitary manhole lining. We've been lining sanitary manholes. We have a couple left in Route 14. I mean, I take that back. Route 173 yet. We're trying to get the highway done. We got Route 14 done. Anything that's in the highway itself, it's all lined. You know, the old manholes. We have one up by McKinley. It's 20 feet deep and it's about 3 foot wide. But we lined that a couple of years ago. I can't imagine what it would cost to, replace that. Well, I don't know. We'd have to sell Public Works or sell the city to pay for it. So we're lining these things. It's $275 a vertical foot. It's expensive, but it's worth it. So we've been doing that the last 2 or 3 years, 4 years. I think it back. I got all the lists, but anyway, I have 35,000 down for that. Sanitary manhole lining, yes. Then connecting sanitary main lining. I'm sorry, 50,000. That's lining all our mains. We had money this last year budgeted for sanitary main televising, which we're doing right now. When we get everything televised, we'll be able to see where we have infiltration, where we have bad spots, where we have offsets, so we can line these. We can figure out what needs to be lined. I put 50 in there for lining. You can bump that up to 200 or 300, or we can wait to see what we got, and then we'll go from there. But I threw a number of 50,000 at it. Now, I don't know what a square foot is going for, or a lineal foot is for anymore. I mean, since, everything's gone through the roof, we have to get a new quote on that. I don't even know how much we can get done for that. We did, Northfield here a couple of years ago. That was 2 something. That was like 1,500 feet. It was like almost 200,000. So for 50, you can get a good chunk done, but still not it's only a drop in the bucket to what we've got. And then the last one we have is here, connect South Howard to the plant. The water main right now stops at the end of South Howard, right by that house. The last house on South Howard stops right out in the middle of that yard. And then the new water main over at Jim's plant is what, 40, 50 feet away? We need to connect that. It's another loop in the system. Right now it's a dead end. There's a pressure problem. Yeah, anytime we have a water main break up in that area, which we do on once in a while on Metzen Street up there, if we have to shut some mains down and nobody's got any pressure. It's because you're not getting fed. So that's what I have for new equipment.
The last 2 items you see are principal interest payments. The 2 in the yellow are requested, the 168.8, 622 are for our current bonds. Those are for several years now. 2 you see on the left, which are the total 2.1, are what I project to be our payments for this upcoming fiscal year for our interest. I projected those high. Hopefully they're going to be a little less, but not certain.
Top of the other funds, the 168?
That is an addition.
So that would
these
be an
4
addition.
columns here are all added together. J 72 and 7. So that puts us, folks, at a negative. There's not a lot. Cash on hand to work with. No, it's not. It really isn't.
But that also brings back the issue of what you want to do with the water tower, so you're already in the hole.
So let's look at the water tower real quick. The current water tower. This is the current water tower. Hasn't been since 2006, is it?
2016, just an overcoat. Sorry about that, Mayor. Yeah, it was just a quick little overcoat. You can see that it's fading quite bad. It looks worse in person, and the top is in rough shape up there. I didn't have pictures of that, but it is flaking and peeling at the top.
I have a couple suggestions. Which was nice to have. We have 2 projects that Mr. Cooper has put on his list that are actually projects that are talked about last year. That the water line for 120 and 40,000. 60,000.
And we have the funds are available in the ARPA,
Yes.
and this is a allowable use, and,
Allowable use,
Okay.
Their infrastructure.
okay.
And if we go back to revenue, cash on hand, ARPA, 461,000 of that is actually ARPA funds that we have to use for infrastructure.
Okay. And
So
that,
it's there, now
okay.
remember, some of that was the mayor's broadband, but all of this stuff is, these are all things we can talk about moving forward in committee.
Okay.
But the money is there to spend, you don't necessarily have to spend it out of the water fund, because we did previously talk about these projects being ARPA.
yeah,
There's other cuts we can make, obviously, with the water tower, some equipment, but it just depends.
So if we were to use the ARPA funds as you're describing it, that would also cover the most, if not all, of the increase in doing the water tower to the base metal, as opposed, so that $70,000 swing, it would also cover that, give or take a couple of grand to even it out.
Well, it wouldn't literally cover that expense, but if we added that 70 in, right, and that would put us at 172, 966
So
over,
basically,
and then take out
from the 275.
160, so,
Took
yeah.
out the two water main, the water main lining for Burger
Yeah.
King, and we took out South Howard. That would put us at. That would be nice. That puts us over budget by 57.
That's what I'm saying, that 57 covers your, if we were to, the additional 70 that we were talking about doing the water tower. And so instead of just painting it, but stripping it,
Towards sanitary main lining, as Jim said, we have
Yeah.
to sell City Hall to pay for that. Right now, he's got 50, we could throw 7.
okay.
If we add the 70 in, right, for the additional 70 for the water tower, right?
Did you already add that in?
No, that's not added in yet, but if we add that in, then we're just 13,000 over. We're, yeah, so,
I wouldn't suggest doing 70, I'd suggest I wouldn't suggest transferring, you're talking about transferring money to a fund, or transferring money so that you can save it to do water tower painting down the road. Just over budget doing that, but towards that, stay with the budget. The extra 70,000 is for future, correct?
No, that was the
No.
two options. One option was 230 to take it down to bare metal and repaint.
yeah.
The other option was the 160, high pressure wash, prime and paint.
Yeah, so this
You're
was,
talking about doing the 230, I'm with you.
yeah,
That's what the aldermans
Yeah, so
liked,
that
the
would
idea.
be-
Correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, so that would be 255 for 70, 10, 55, 160.
So that would put us over budget by.
Okay.
The sanitary main lining, is that part of the whole ARPA fund that they, can you use that for that, the whole, because you were talking about the ones that we got from COVID relief, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, yes, this is the, yeah.
Is the sanitary main lining, is that, because that's about infrastructure for water mains and everything, so can we pull money from there to do this lining?
Yes.
Especially, I know we all want a broadband thing, but unfortunately, water and sewer, I think, is a bigger issue throughout the United States right now with all the infrastructures crumbling. Look at Jackson, Mississippi, all that. I'd rather put there to try and get our system better. Look at, I still drink the water here in town, but there's people that always go to Walmart because they say our water is the worst water ever. And they were complaining about when Colgan's machine was down. But I think we should go back to making sure we put a lot of this money, I know that's Dan's committee though, to getting our infrastructure of our water and sewer, as much money we can get used from this there from federal to get it up and running better.
Just a crazy thought here, and you all know everything, all the banks and everything else here better than I do, but would it be possible to do, like go to Harvard State Bank and get just a 2-year annual payment type loan to be able to essentially bridge us between the 23-24 budget and 24-25? Because if we do that, then we can kick over at least some of this money into next year's budget. Okay. Like I said, it was a
I would
wild.
be hesitant to do that right now, just because there's some uncertainties with what interest payments gonna be in us. We don't have too much out there financed from this fund.
I just wanted to reiterate, that 50,000 I put in for sanitary main lining, that's just maintenance. I don't have any specific spot for that.
Well, yeah,
That's just maintenance, that's all it is.
when you had said that you're doing the TV right now,
Correct.
so we need that information to get an accurate number on what we're
I'm not-
really gonna need.
yeah.
That 50's, maintenance, but
I'm
it
not
could
saying,
be-
I'm not saying we don't need that $50,000.
Yeah.
We don't need to do the sanitary main lining. I'm just putting that in there as a maintenance item, something that we should do every year.
Yeah.
That's what that 50 is for, that's what I got it.
I mean, if we're gonna, my position on this is if we can, however we're gonna do this, if we're gonna do the water tower, I think that we should make every effort to try to take it down to the base metal and do it for the extra 70, because it's good money spent versus, I mean, not that it's putting bad money after good by, not doing it, but I think in the grand scheme of our entire budget, and the amount of money that we spend on infrastructure, 70,000 is a drop in the bucket over 30 years to do that one project and have it be done. And we're probably looking at another, Jim could retire and we could have another administrator go through his entire career and never have to repaint that water tower. So I think that's the only smart thing to do. However, we got to move the money around, let's do it.
I still think, Deb, take a look at this real quick. I still think we could take the, professional fees to 130 instead of 135. And then how about taking the building and the maintenance thing down to 20 instead of 25? There's 10 right there. The building and maintenance fund? Drop 5,000 off of that, I think it's 20,000.
I do want to address Alderman Perkins' comment about water quality. This infrastructure that we're putting in will not change the taste of our water. For those who are getting their water from third parties, they're getting water that's treated more than we treat it. Our water comes from a well. We do not treat the hardness of the water that the water that you purchase from a retailer does. We could do that, but the cost to do that and put that into our system would be cost prohibitive. And so typically the people who utilize that service do not have a home water softener or reverse osmosis system to get the better tasting water. In my own home, I drink our municipal water, but there are people who just do not like the taste of it because it is very hard water. So I just want to make that comment that any infrastructure that we're putting in is not going to address that issue.
I meant the sewer drain, because getting into groundwater and everything, and because the water goes, I meant the whole thing of wastewater treatment, because it still goes back in as a drinking water right now. That part, fixing that, the quality of that.
Yeah, I mean,
Understandable. I think for groundwater to become into our well water, I don't know what the amount of time it takes.
Hundreds of years. Yes, it would take hundreds of years for that ground wastewater to get back down in it. The water that we're putting down in our wastewater actually will go to drinking water, but it'll go downstream to people that pull out of surface water plants that are on that line, which would be down like toward the
Rockford or
Mississippi that
something,
way,
yeah.
that people that pull out of that. And just is for the people that are buying that water at Walmart, they're drinking Harvard water. They're not drinking nothing but Harvard water. They're only drinking Harvard water that's run through a reverse osmosis system. They can put that in their own house and save the money that they're actually buying Walmart water on. It's still Harvard water.
Yeah.
They don't pipe any special water in for Walmart. It's
No.
our water.
And if you look at some of these, Evian, whatever, waters, I mean, they deliberately add hardness to it. They add the minerals.
For flavor.
For flavor, yeah, because some people prefer that. So my advice to people is when they start complaining about the water, I said, do you take your drinking water before it goes through your softener? Because that, to me, is the biggest taste issue. So as long as you get your drinking water before it's gone through the softener, it makes a big difference.
It does.
Back to the water tower just for a second.
Yes, sir.
So if we did option one, it'd be 20 years.
He said 15, but I think you could probably get 20 out before you really need to touch it again. But
And if you took it all the way down, you get 30 years.
that's what he said. I think you definitely see more than that. Just from what we've seen right now. When you look at the other tower I talked about by the pool, that was 20 years. I mean, it looks like new. You know,
Yeah.
I bet you're going to get 20 more years of service out of that before you need to touch it. So,
But when you look at the costs of the two, that's about the same ratio.
Yeah.
In other words, the amount of time you gain is exactly how much more you're willing to spend.
again, this is up to you.
What?
You're going to spend it when somewhere along the line is going to have to be taken down to bare metal.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so their suggestion is that the extra 70 to do it now or put that off for another 10 years, it ain't gonna be 70 in 10 years. It's gonna be a lot more in 10 years. And then again, in that 10-year period, will the IEPA change on how you contain what's coming off of that tower? This tower does not have any lead paint. The tower at the pool actually had lead paint on it. That tower had to be encapsulated to take down. Every little speck had to be hauled off to a special landfill. So this tower does not have that kind of paint, but in 10, 15 years, who knows what the IEPA will say that you have to do when you take a water tower down.
Since this is a bit of a hot button topic, I'm just going to ask the council right now, actually everybody here. I've got an idea, but I need to contact an agency about it, and so I'm going to ask if we can at least put a button in, or a pin in this one, because I think there's a funding source we're not tapping into to take care of at least the lining, and because I understand where Jim K is coming from on that, because that water line is going right underneath the bridge, and if that were to break, it could undermine that, and that's an even bigger legal issue, not to mention just a physical issue. So I'm just going to ask, rather than dwell on it, to just give me 7 days, and I'll come back, hopefully even before the next council meeting. But I just need to make a phone call, because I think there's something we're leaving on the table.
Just to fix the budget, all we need to do is take $3,000 out of the water main lining, make it 47,000. Then we're good. Then we can just move on to the next process. So sanitary main lining that Jim had in 701.
The 275.
Yeah, change that to 272.
The new equipment.
So it'll be the sanitary.
It's utility maintenance, it's the new equipment, 5,800,
Yeah, 5,800. Sorry. Yeah, just change it to 112, and then we're golden.
Or if you're looking for, if you're only looking for $3,000, make
Right.
instead of 50,000, make it 47.
275.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh.
Great.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah.
All right, Don.
Now, Deb, let me ask
Balanced.
you,
Perfect.
because
Like
the other
that.
funds
So
came
simple.
out-
Balance. Woo!
Funds came out for ARPA, so they're not showing up in here, right? Now you took out the 160.
For
Okay.
the record,
Okay.
I took out water main lining at 120, I took out South Howard section at 40, we dropped sanitary main lining
By
by 3,
three.
Yeah.
and we had previously dropped the meters
Yeah.
in the next year.
Yep.
And
And the interrogator.
Yeah, interrogator.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. and-
Okay.
Yep.
Alderman, what's your pleasure? Okay, let's take 10 minutes. 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jim. And Jim, we appreciate, spending time with us this morning, or afternoon as it is.
I know.
Put in a whole career in complaining bitch.
Yeah. Well, you see, it's good to do things the right way. Glad you said so. I was just trying to be more conservative.
Joe could have 2 full fucking careers.
Yeah, and nobody's gonna touch it. Right. How nice is that?
The water towers,
They are.
and it's the first thing.
Yeah.
And if the water tower is dumpy,
It does reflect. Sure. Yeah, and along with everybody having doing those drills, you see that stuff. I should have Ryan fly it.
30+ years, and it'll cost you as much as
Yeah. Yeah. Easy money spent, for sure. All right, have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think they're gonna be all smiles this year. Here you go, Merry Christmas.
They needed a new pickup truck for sure. That's disgusting. I mean, they're driving down the road and the bed is falling. That's a problem.
I understand where you're coming
Right. Yes, that's a lot. Although they would lose some weight. It doesn't matter, I'm just gonna run your. Or. Excuse me, sit here. So. They're gonna have a microphone. That's fine. So, yeah, if we can save some money, I mean, if it's in the budget, if we don't use it, that's a bonus. Charlie, need some chocolate? Okay. Alderman Gorman drove some Hershey Kisses. Yeah. have your spreadsheet? Oh, you got yours, okay.
I don't think I changed mine. Well, I don't think there were any changes to mine.
I sent you the new one. I'm just making sure some of them had printed out, so I had the December. Because the first one I
No, I
sent
think
was
I-
December,
yes,
so,
yes.
okay. You'll have. Excuse me. You'll have to explain the principal and interest too as well. On
Yes,
those
well, the
line
other
items.
thing I'll explain too is our reserve that we had been accumulating. as a infrastructure position. So it is what it is. So. Reserve, because that's what it is.
Okay, perfect. And then the revenue is your, and I can explain it if you'd like, it's just your product heads and your placement heads,
It
or
should be, it's perfect.
it's whatever. I always try to give the library a little bit more, the parks a little bit more. Whatever they send, right? At the end of the day, we really have no control, but they act like. I shouldn't have eaten that cookie. I got crumbs in my throat. Yeah. They're so, like, good for you. Especially when you throw a Diet Coke on top. Still awake? I know you like this stuff too, so. I know. Your gig.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yes. Awesome, awesome. Thanks for giving me a chance to come to the meeting today to talk about the library's budget. I'm Karen from the library. Can you hear me okay? You want it up a little bit further?
Is it on?
Yeah, I think I got it on. Can you hear it now? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Here we go. Is that better? Now can you hear me okay? Okay. All right, so I'm just going to give you a brief overview of our budget. My presentation so far. So essentially, for those of you that are not familiar with how the library is funded, we have three funding sources, and we use kind of short-term phrases for some of them. The first one, and our primary source of funding, We know that those often, thanks, I think this will be better. We know that our security cameras are used to not only keep the library secure, but also the parking lot secure. So the cameras that we have right now are not sufficient to do that. So we'll be looking at enhancing those. We'll also be looking at expanding our library of things. Libraries are not just books anymore, and those things include Wi-Fi hotspots to lend out, laptops, board games that will be circulating, citizen science kits, and a whole lot more. We'll also be surveying the community this year to make sure that the things that we're doing, that we're offering, and the programs that we're offering meet the community's needs. We'll continue to offer a whole bunch of programs that people really enjoy. And then the other thing is we'll be looking at additional methods for communicating with the community, because oftentimes we find that we'll have a great program and we'll share that with somebody and they'll say, well, how come I didn't know about that? So we want to make sure that everybody knows as much as possible what's going on. So let's start with the city budget. We are anticipating $475,000 this year for the city property tax revenue. That's an anticipated increase of about 2% or $9,000 for our property tax revenue. The corporate replacement tax, we're anticipating an increase of $2,000. Of that money, we will allocate $160,000 to our capital needs. $57,000 will go to general maintenance. That includes our HVAC and roof maintenance. Both of those systems are reviewed quarterly. We're on a quarterly maintenance schedule for those. Obviously, any other repairs that come up are included in that, and our security camera upgrade will come from that also. We're budgeting $58,000 to the payment of our capital project debt, and then $52,000 will go to our capital reserve. Staff costs will be $261,000 for 3 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees, and this is going to include the impact of the rising minimum wage, because we have to do some salary adjustments almost across the board on that. Technology support and hardware software purchases will be $10,000, and then we will be changing over to voice over internet for our phone system, in which we are going to realize a ton of savings on that one. Sure. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
sure,
yeah.
Deb, you're asking about the discrepancy between the spreadsheet and what Karen's
Oh, I'm
presenting.
sorry, okay, yeah, I'm sure. We'll go over the spreadsheet.
The difference of 425 and 20, I think that's where you get the.
And 475.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I
there's
think I
about
just added one number
$25
twice.
25K difference there is.
50. Yeah, it's 50K.
Well,
right.
I think she's combining the 425 with the 25 for
Oh,
the
with the
replacement tax, right? They
Okay.
get
Right.
450,
So then there's
like
another
you-
25.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right, thanks for fixing my math. Okay, so our fines and dig-ins, these are 2 accounts that the city does not necessarily have impact on, but I just wanted to give you some background on what we anticipate with those. Our fines income, we anticipate about $38,000 for next fiscal year. 13 of that will come from our per capita grant. We anticipate about $8,000 from non-resident library card fees and about $1,000 in library fines. A note on the library fines, we do not charge library fines for children and young adult materials. We anticipate at some point in time in the next couple of years, we probably will follow the trend that is very popular in libraries today and go totally fine-free. But as of right now, we're kind of easing into that point by removing children's and young adult fines. Our dig-ins income will be flat, as it has been for the last several years, at about $55,000. The bulk of that money is used to purchase our materials for our collection. It also funds our Prairie Cat Consortium membership. We belong to Prairie Cat, which is a consortium of 130 plus libraries, and that helps us expand what we offer to the community tremendously. And then the Diggins will also be using $9,000 to help fund our technology. We'll spend $7,500 in library supplies. Those are things like stickers that go on books, plastic book covers, all kinds of print materials to send out notices. And then the Diggins will also be spending $25,000 to fund meeting and study room furniture. So those are our plans for the year. So any questions? Do you want to go over the budget, the spreadsheet? Move away from the pictures and go to,
Did you abandon moving one of the gazebos up to the library?
yes, at this point in time, yes. Mhm. Okay, here comes the numbers. All right. Sure. Can everybody see that okay, or? Does anybody have any questions on it before I go through it line by line? Or do you want me to go through it line by line? I know it's getting late in the afternoon, so, and you've been here for a long time. That's why I'm asking if you want me to do it line by line or if you have any general questions.
I don't have any
Where's that?
questions, but I will say that it's very
gotcha.
impressive what our library has to offer for a community of this size. It's very impressive. So thank
Thanks.
you very much for that hard work to do that.
It's because we've got a great staff. We've got staff that are very enthusiastic, very passionate, and very excited about serving the community. So it helps. Okay, anything else? No? All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Sure. Thanks. Do you need me to do that?
We lost our input. It's like your HDMI cable came unplugged or something.
Yeah.
There it is. We're back. Okay, on the parks now, I think, right?
One second.
Don't forget I would use the actual microphone. It gets better audio.
Alrighty. Alrighty, so this is 23-24 Parks and Rec budget. There we go. So the Harvard Park System, we got 9 parks totaling 128 acres. We do maintain about 135 total acres. That includes Public Works and some of the other Metro Lot, other areas in town. So why does that make Harvard special? So the national park average is about 9.9 parks per 1,000 residents. We're at about 13.53 acres per 1,000 residents. So that's 3.63 acres per 1,000 residents over the national average. With that, obviously, comes a little bit more expense, but it's also a lot more parkland than what some other municipalities are used to. So prioritization projects for this year, $10,000 for general maintenance, $6,000 allocated for mulch. The Lions Park playground is in desperate need of it, so that's going to be the main priority for this year. $5,000 for Park Point tree trimming. We budgeted for that last fiscal year, but due to a plumbing issue that we had up at the Hersfield during the summer, that we had to take care of that. So that was postponed for this year. And then $4,000 to complete the path at Park Point. So we did the main loop this last fiscal year, and then we're gonna do all the way down to the fishing pier this year. Oh, new equipment. So we got 3,000 for general new equipment. That could be anything from leaf blowers, mowers, just normal Parks and Rec stuff that we need. We got 2,000 allocated for a new picnic table at Northfield Park. The plan for that is once we remove the gazebo on that west side of the property, that cement pad will still be there, and we're going to put a nice picnic table there. Got 5,500 allocated for new garbage cans. Those will be spread out throughout the parks. The Moose Field Harvard Boys League had some donated last year, and we're going to kind of mimic those ones. They're really nice. They're the solid metal, commercial grade park garbage cans. And then we have 20,000 for the dog park completion project. That's going to be coming out of the capital improvement plan. That'll include tapping into the water line there, adding water to the park, shelter, bench, garbage can, fun parks or dog park stuff. So this is just the sheet that is in the Google Drive. It's available if anybody would like to review it. It's just the list of capital improvement projects that we want to complete as money becomes available. Just taking a look at it. I put this list together back in, I think, beginning of 2018. Since I started here, we've completed 26 total projects on this list so far. And we have 33 projects total that have either been completed or are in progress. Such as, we've remodeled a bathroom or a concession stand, something like that. On the Google Drive.
You can find the link to that on the city's website under the Parks
Yep,
Department.
Parks and Rec all the way down at the bottom. So Harvard Aquatic Center, we opened up in June of 2001. It's a 7,000 square foot pool. Holds 285,000 gallons of water. Handicap accessible with zero entry. We're able to have a capacity of about 496 people. We have a diving board, water slide, water features, basketball hoop, as well as a picnic area. We got a little bit over 5,600 square foot pool house with a concession stand, and this will be the 21st year of operation. The math is a little off because we were close to 2020. So, new pool equipment, we got 11,000 for general maintenance, training and seminars. We got training, which will be 1,500. That'll be lifeguards, and then food handle certification for concession stand workers. 18.5 is request for new equipment. That's going to be, the big chunk of that is going to be 2 new pool pumps on our small filtration system. We need to get a new freezer up at the pool, but that's pretty inexpensive. Our ladder steps for getting in and out of the pool are starting to take some wear and tear, so we got to replace those. It doesn't sound like it should be a budgeted item, but they're about $60 a step, which is pretty wild to think for a pool step. And then we got some replacement valves and just some general new equipment. Pools are a really corrosive environment, so stuff breaks down throughout the year. And then supplies and material, we got about 2,500 for guard suits, and then about 500 for other general office supplies. So some projected revenue for this year, $50 for pool passes. That's kind of just a general average because $45 is actually the youth cost, but then we go up as we get into non-residents and stuff like that. 360 projected pool passes will bring us about $21,000 with an $8 daily admission rate. A little bit over 3,000, a little over 3,300 projected daily users, 27,000, and then concession stand revenue about 15 grand. I don't know, pool parties one must have gotten deleted, but we're expecting, I think, about 2,500 in pool parties. I think that's what we have budgeted for. 2,000. So here's a projected revenue as well as actual revenue for the last 2 years. As you can see, daily passes have gone down a little bit over the last couple of years. Pool passes took a dip 2022, but we're hoping to bring that back up. And I don't really know why. Our pricing, we didn't change prices at all. That's true. And then party rentals, we actually did pretty well compared to 2021 last year. But that's what I got for that. So these are just some of the future needs of the pool. At some point, the diving board is going to need to be replaced. We used to have that yellow drop slide up there in the deep end. That's something that we can consider. We are going to have to look at a new roof and gutters on that pool within the next couple of years. Picnic tables, sound system, additional water slide, and water slide feature painting. Upgraded the bathrooms, which is in desperate need, but we make by and we make do. The large slide, if I'm not mistaken, was the original one from the old pool that was brought over. So that's pushing 20 plus years old as well. And then pool painting, we did that in 2020 when the pool was closed. That's a 5 to 7 year expectancy, so we're gonna have to start looking at that as well. Pool house, we have 2 new pumps that are going in this year, but we have 2 more pumps that need to go in, and that's for the water slide and water features. Those are the ones that are housed outside, over by the electrical panel. Then I'd love to put an additional shelter in the grass area, as well as update the plumbing in the pump room. There must have been a sale on PVC in that pump room when they did it, because it's all over the place. That's all I got. It's zeroed. I could ask for $200,000 more than what's on there, but I don't want to keep you guys here for another 2 hours. Do we want to go line by line, or?
Yeah, I think for this budget, we need to.
Sure. Sure. So property tax. Property tax, this is the revenue side, 250,000. Building permits, 1,000. Amusement tax, 6,000. We already talked about the daily passes, season passes, and swim lessons, so 6,027 and 18. Obviously, we don't have swim lessons anymore up at the pool, but party rentals, we budgeted 2,000. That's kind of a little bit of an iffy number, you know. It's something that can change every single year. It's the same with the pool passes and daily admissions. You know, we never really know what we're going to get depending on the summer.
For the swim lessons, has there been any discussion about bringing that? Has there been any discussion about bringing it back, and what would be what's the holding back on having them?
So the park board hasn't discussed moving forward with swim lessons for this fiscal year. The biggest reason is so we're open for such a short amount of time that having certified swim instructors teaching swim lessons was cost prohibitive.
I gotcha. Okay.
You know, the kids that I hire are high school students, 15, 16, 17, 18. You know, they're trained as lifeguards, not as swim instructors.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, just I know when my son was young, he did them there, and
Yep.
It was popular.
Yeah.
But obviously, if there's a cost issue, because I don't think there's any other options for swim lessons in Harvard.
Not in Harvard.
There are not.
Okay.
So the issue really became cost benefit,
Yeah.
cost versus benefit for the pool, and the cost versus the number of people that utilize it. It really became a large budget drag on the pool, let alone the manpower required to man it, have proper training. It really is beyond the scope of what our pool staff can do properly. And so our recommendation is to seek out a third-party type of facility, such as the Dolphins Club there, I think in Crystal Lake. And
Yep.
then there's one also in Rockford.
Yep, Dolphin Swim Club is in Crystal Lake Loves Park, and then Lake Geneva YMCA also offers, I believe, the Woodstock Rec Center also as well.
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
because I know that's, if we don't have anything like that, just maybe.
The other issue that we were experiencing with swim lessons was for the guards that were doing swim lessons, they were Monday through Friday. And so if the lifeguard didn't work that day, they were only in for about an hour and a half. And so we were having, they just wouldn't show up.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm not going to come in for an hour and a half it wasn't worth it for them in their eyes. So
Yeah.
that was the other issue that we were having.
Yeah, just sad, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice program to have.
Concessions, we got 15,000, interest 1,500, miscellaneous 500, transfer in 35. I believe that's, yes.
I was just going to ask, where's the transferring in from?
So that's going to be I believe that's NISRA, correct? So 15 is that NISRA, and then the 20,000 transfer in is for the dog park completion project.
So where's that transferred in from? Okay.
Our building permits, a small portion goes to the past, we transferred funds to that, so.
Okay.
That's where that, it's a fund 04, but it's a separate check.
Okay. So,
It's for strictly
for parks, how much is in there now?
right now, there's
Okay,
so
Okay.
there's plenty to
okay.
And only 20 of that will be from the capital improvement. The other 15 will come from the NISRA account.
Yeah, the other 15,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about NISRA.
Yeah, NISRA, I understand NISRA, yeah. I just was wondering about where the funds are coming from for the dog park.
That's a good question.
Yeah, well, because the dog park, I mean, it's new, and, yeah, I was curious how we were funding all the improvements there,
Absolutely.
because those are funds that then aren't available for other park projects. So, that's a quarter of the capital funds that we currently have for improvements at the dog park. Just to be clear, thanks.
And we got rental payments, 2,500. And then park programs, 5,000. Any questions on the revenue side? Any additional? Cool beans. So from the expenditure side, this first section is just parks. So salaries is 100,000. That is half of mine, a quarter of Daryl's, and all of the part-time parks kids. Not the pool. Park maintenance, yeah. Health insurance, that's half of mine. And then 25,000 for park maintenance.
Right. On that salary line, that's quite a jump, isn't it? Oh, it's only 10, never mind, I'm looking in the wrong column. I'll be all right.
And the jump is we are bumping all of our part-time park staff, as well as, I'll talk about it in the pool as well. We're jumping them all the way up to 15 just to beat the curve with the minimum wage increase. So of that 25,000 for maintenance, we got 10,000 for general maintenance, 6,000 for mulch, 5,000 for tree trimming, and then 4,000 for the Park Point path that we had discussed. And then 4,000 for building grounds and general maintenance. That's a Daryl line item. That's, he's the one that's really doing all that stuff. And he stays within that line, so that's pretty good. Supplies and material, 4,000. That's just any general stuff that we need. Electricity, jumping that to 15,000. I'm hoping that the electricity in the park is actually going to decrease with all the LED lights that we did at the baseball and softball fields, but there is that rate that's going up with the electric. So we're hoping that we won't know the full scale of the savings between the baseball and softball field light until next fiscal year. And then we got fuel, propane, 4,000, miscellaneous, 1,500.
Ryan, hold on a second. So
Sure.
for electric, I know we don't budget for City Hall. That's covered by ComEd, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all our external stuff is not? Okay. Okay. I would say that looking at like the pool house, that would be a perfect place to put solar. We get rid of that water solar we have and put other solar to cut the cost. Right, perfect. Thank you.
Where was I? Miscellaneous, 1,500. Park programs, 5,000, and then new equipment infrastructure. So the new equipment, that's going to be the 3,000 for the general maintenance, 2,000 for the picnic tables, the 20,000 for the dog park, and then the 5,500 for the garbage cans. Moving on to the pool. The pool is 95,000. That is half of my salary plus our lifeguard summer help. It's the same thing that we're doing. We're bumping everybody up to 15 just to get ahead of the curve, as well as it makes it a little bit more desirable. And then health insurance, that's the other half of mine. training and seminars, that's the 2,000 for LG certs as well as food handlers. I am hoping that number is going to be lower for this fiscal year. I am actually going to be going up to Madison in March to get my lifeguard instructor certification, me and one of my other managers as well. So we'll be able to do all that stuff in-house now. So that'll be nice. And we had to send 2 people up there because I can recert him, but I can't recert myself. So I need to have somebody who's able to recert me. So,
One of the other trainings that Ryan's going to be going to is that certified pool operator.
Yep.
A public pool operator. Gives him a better idea of what we should and shouldn't be having in our pool as well.
Yep. I'm trying to find a class right now that works around our my schedule as well as the spring and summer schedule.
I know it seems a little ridiculous, but I actually sent a crew to it once. You think a public pool would be simple enough? They came back and we ended up saving almost $17,000 on a $60,000 budget. So it just opens your eyes to things you're not seeing.
Maintenance for the pool, 11,000.
Just a second, Alderman, you have something?
Oh, no, I'm
All right, then. Don't hit the button if you don't need to speak.
my finger got too close. I want to ask a question on the maintenance, but I'll let him speak first.
Sure. So the 11,000, the only thing budgeted for the maintenance this year is just our general maintenance. Like I said, the pool's an extremely corrosive environment, and it's one of those things that we hope to never have to use, but it's nice to have it there if we need it.
Yeah, but how come so low? I mean, it hasn't been that low at all.
So the reason is because if you look on 21, we were including other bigger capital improvement projects, Then when we painted the pool, that was done under the maintenance line item. We're not doing anything that's not new equipment this year for a maintenance side of thing, other than general maintenance.
What year did we replace all the filters? Was that 1920 or 2021?
The filters were...
Because that was a very large expense that we...
Yeah.
I feel like that was 1920, I think, and then we did the painting in 2021. Yeah. I think you're right. Okay.
It might have been actually my first summer here.
It could have been.
So it would have been, 18, 19 then.
Okay.
Because I was started in November of 17, so that would have been 17, 18. That would have been 18, 19 budget. Mm-hmm.
Well, when we put the new heater in, right? And
that was under new equipment, though.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Good. So supplies and that's the next one, right? Supplies and materials. 3,000. That's going to cover, the guard suits. Telephone. We don't have a landline up there. We're running exclusively a cell phone on our account. We were concerned at first that was going to be an issue with the health department because when we moved over to a cell phone, they were arguing that it had to be a direct landline, and so I had to dig into their book of rules and found that it just says phone, and once I was able to clarify that with the health department, it was all good. So, and then
and we this year we're looking to partner with the library to be able to provide Wi-Fi service.
That will not be available to the public.
I see.
That will specifically be for our security camera system.
I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yep, that'll be a hidden network.
All right, thank you.
Yep. And then we got electricity and utilities, 10,000 allocated. So that number is always high just because all of our pumps and motors up at the pool are all electric. Fuel for building propane. We went over quite a bit this year, and part of it is we didn't have the best summer, so we were running the boiler way more than what we wanted to. So I bumped that number up, and I'm hoping that we have a really, really hot summer. So that way I don't gotta run the boiler. So chemicals, 9,000. I dropped it 1,000, so I know chemical costs are going up, but I was able to purchase chemicals before the season closed, so I do have a stockpile of some chemicals. On a average year, we go through about $3,500 worth of chlorine, about $2,000 worth of acid, and then about $3,000 worth of filter media. So, and
Thank goodness for a salt pool. That's all I got.
And then miscellaneous is 1,000, and then new equipment is the 18.5, and that's going to cover the pool pumps, the ladders, and then general equipment replacement. The pool pumps this year, they normally run installed about 10 grand a piece, but I'm able to. I found a company that sells just the parts, so I'm able to piece it together myself and not have to buy the whole kit, more or less. You know, the housings are still good. You know, the things that have gone bad are the bearings, the impellers, you know, and the motors, to where I'm going to be able to actually install those myself, help save some money. So.
For the electricity utilities, besides the year we had it closed down, it's always been over 10,000. So we need to up that expense for this year to at least 12, probably 13,000. Yes.
Yeah, and I was having that same thought, Matt. I was thinking increase that to 12 and, you know, increase the fuel, the propane, just have that go up to 5, you know, if you want to keep everything balanced, and that's still going to be 1,500 more than usual, but, you know, typically that's going to be coming, you know, it should come in 5 or less, or close to 5, even in a.
So drop
Normally.
the fuel to 5 and increase the electricity to 12? Is what it was. Okay.
Do we have an understanding why propane increased so much this year?
I do not have an answer to that.
Okay. It nearly doubled what it normally is.
Just like everything else that increased, that's from.
I suspect that's the case. It's just the cost of the utility has gone up, but I didn't know if we changed our operating mode at all that might have influenced that.
So the boiler does run off of the natural gas propane. And then during the winter, we do have that Modine heater up in the corner. I try and keep that building right around 55 degrees. But if I get a really big cold snap coming through, I will bump it up a little bit, because the last thing we want is a 4-inch main to freeze. So.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I think the natural gas, the biggest thing would probably have been that the commodity itself almost doubled last year for about like right through the middle of the summer. During, like, I want to say, like, the peak of the Ukraine situation, that was when it got real bad, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's where a lot of it was. It might drop down, but I mean, it's like electricity. Who knows what it's going to be in reality?
We're balanced.
No, I got one last year.
For those who have not
No
been
more
part of
trucks
city
today.
council in the past, this part of the budget has always been the hardest to balance. And I think this really shows that the referendum that passed several years ago has really helped fortify the Parks and Recs Department's budget, so.
Real quick, the next page in your packet should be the NISRA, which is just a separate fund commingled. We just need to run through it quickly. It is what it is. We expect 42,000 in property tax, and we will transfer out 15,000 to the parks, as Ryan discussed, and the other 27,000 is tagged to pay our NISRA membership dues every year.
Ryan, can you explain for our listeners what NISRA is, so those that are listening can understand what it is?
Sure. NISRA is the Northern Illinois Special Recreation Association. What it does is it helps facilitate programs for those in need with special, or those who have special needs within McHenry County. So they offer a wide variety of programs, summer camps, day camps throughout McHenry County. There's a lot of municipalities. I think every single municipality in McHenry County is a part of NISRA. And we have a board meeting once a month over at the NISRA office in Crystal Lake. And it is a really, really great program that a lot of people in McHenry County do utilize.
Question, and how much do we pay into it? Do you have to pay dues or membership or something?
Yes, the dues run anywhere from 25 to 27,000. It varies, and we never really quite know what it's going to be. This year, we haven't gotten well, actually, we did just get the bill. I think it was around 25. It hasn't been paid yet, so you don't see it as the year-to-date activity. But it's usually within that. It's never fluctuates much from that.
And help us understand a little bit the benefits that the city realizes from this membership.
Sure. So the benefits that this membership has is it allows for NISRA to bring their program coordinators to Harvard to allow special recreation for those who are in need of it in Harvard. I actually just had a conversation with the director of operations at NISRA this week, working on our summer plan for having NISRA utilize our pool. They do utilize other municipalities' pools as well, but not everybody in Harvard wants to always drive out to Crystal Lake. There's bowling programs, archery programs that NISRA offers, and not just in the winter months, but all 4 seasons. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Did you get something? Let's start the fun.
Yes,
We've been having fun up until this point.
This
haven't
will
we?
definitely be a lot of discussion, I think, so.
Okay, as we've talked about a couple different times now, motor fuel has a lot of projects in the works. And it's going to be a challenge to sort everything out and make sure that everything flows properly and so that we can keep all of these projects going. We can do it with some creative, strategic strategies, I guess, would be the best word.
We really need to manage the cash flow.
Correct.
That's the
It's
issue.
the cash flow.
Is managing the cash flow.
Because this fund is so restricted, and it's based on municipal fuel tax and our transportation renewal fund, it's obviously the revenue fluctuates. We also have the challenge of costs being greater with inflation and things coming in higher than expected when it comes to the projects that we need to get done for our streets and roads, for our bridges, and the necessary infrastructure that needs to be repaired. So that being said, let's start with entitlements. And what I've done on the spreadsheet, I'm going to make this a little bigger on the screen, is anything you see in gray below the dark number is what that number is comprised of. So when we're looking at the 402,000 that I'm expecting in entitlements, 221 is from the MFT tax, and then 181 would be the transportation renewal fund. All of those are dispersed at the first of each month for the previous month.
And just clarify, that's dispersed from the state of Illinois to the
Correct.
city based on our population.
Correct, that is a per capita tax, and I've gone with the IML projections, as you see on the right in the notes, based on our population. The next line item would be your, yes,
Clarify, so the per capita allocation is going down.
it's going down from what, Alderman?
Well, it's lower, I mean, when I look at what the actual numbers were for entitlements, the last,
From the previous?
yeah, like
Yes.
2021, 21, 22.
These are based on
This is-
projections
yeah.
from December.
Okay.
So, and
But
these are
it's-
based on like strategic projections that the IML puts out on what's
Okay.
expected.
But they're expecting that it's going to go
That's-
down per
Yes, they're
capita.
expected to be the figures that you see on the right
Okay.
in the notes.
Okay,
From previous years, yes.
yeah, okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Okay, the second line item is our grant, MFT grant and reimbursement line item. And keep in mind, these are grants that we get from the state, but they're reimbursable. So we have to come up with the cash ahead of time. And then we get reimbursed as we submit our requests. I am going to be very diligent in submitting those requests the minute that I get the information I need to submit them, because it does take time to get that money back. But the quicker we are at getting it in there, hopefully the quicker we are at getting it back to maintain our cash flow. So those four projects you see below, the Diggin Street Engineering Project, the Diggin Street Construction Project, the Diggin Street Engineering Payback, and the Diggin Street Construction, there's two phases that you see there. Those are what I expect to get back from our grant reimbursements. Then we have the Marengo Road Phase 1 Engineering and the Marengo Bridge Phase 1 Engineering. So those, that $768,400 is comprised of those four grant reimbursements.
So we have to pay the 768 out.
Correct.
And then wait till we get reimbursed. So that's why cash flow, that's a large number that we have to manage.
Estimate on, I mean, we're talking like several months?
6 to 12 weeks.
Okay, so we're talking like a couple of months, like
Mhm.
2 or 3 months, not like waiting until the next fiscal year to potentially see it.
Right, oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And actually, the process has been facilitated somewhat because they are now accepting those requests online, or, I'm sorry, by email, electronically. Previously, you had to mail them in.
Okay.
So they have now changed, and we will be able to do that electronically, which is going to speed things up as well.
Gotcha.
And I have a new contact, and she's been really good at helping me make sure my forms are correct the first time.
Okay.
Because they are a little tedious, and, you know, they're very, very particular on making sure everything is in order. Interest line item, you'll see some year-to-date activity that's a little higher this year. I'm not expecting that because our grant money from our RBI grant, which we're going to be using here shortly for our streetscape, has been sitting there for several years. It came in several different disbursements, and that money was basically generating interest for us that we will now be paying out to finish that streetscape project. So I've kept it at the $6,500 that it was at the year before. Miscellaneous, nothing this year in that line item. Last year, I'm not quite sure why there was that amount in there. I don't have an answer for that, but this year there's nothing to put into miscellaneous. We do not have a transfer in for the motor fuel fund. We have cash on hand. The only figure I have in here for cash on hand is the RBI grant dollars. The total amount we received for that was $622,595. That is allocated to the streetscape. So that brings our revenues for this upcoming fiscal year to $1,799,495. This is where the challenge comes in. We have engineering fees. Very high this year, for reasons we've already discussed, $494,600. Below you will see in the gray all of those engineering fees. Some of these are almost exact, some of them are projected, some of them could change one way or the other, just depending on what we run into and how these projects pan out. So we have the bridge inspection, which is pretty much set. We have to do bridge inspections every other year to make sure our bridges are in compliance. This is our upcoming year for our bridge inspections. That's $3,500. Then we have the engineering for the 23-24 road program. This is what's left. And that will probably come in, that probably will not come in until May 1st or after. We have the Diggin Street engineering. That's going to be what's left on that project. We have Air Street Phase 1 and Phase 2. We have Marengo Road Phase 1. We have Marengo Road Bridge Phase 1. And we have the general consult, which is whenever we need Gary for something, when he comes to our meetings or anything that we call him for, any additional work he's going to need to do for us. And those, again, are reflected for the most part in our revenue item for our grants and reimbursements because a majority of that engineering is covered through our federal grants, distributed through the state.
Is the difference is that like basically our portion?
That's correct. So, yeah, what's remained here is our, our portion of it.
Some of the the majority of our grants and our funding is 80-20. We do get 90-10 at times. It depends on how the applications are submitted, and the different projects have different parameters.
Yeah, some projects give us additional, reduces our portion of it because they may have some additional criteria that we meet that not all projects do. For instance, some might have, as a disadvantaged community, we would get additional discounting from that, but not all projects have that criteria that would enable us to get additional, to reduce our portion of the project. So typically we're 20-80%, so we're responsible for the 80, and then other times it's the 90. So.
Say, let's just take for instance the Marengo Road Phase 1 engineering of 150. So the 135 is automatically calculated off of that 150. Is that where that comes from, or is the 135 the actual estimate?
Are you looking at the 135 in revenue, Alderman?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
He's matching the expense against.
That's going to be our share of our reimbursement.
Of the 150.
Of the 155.
So we already know it's going to be 150.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
That's
I was going to say, could we say, hey, we only got 135?
And keep in mind when we're discussing this too, is that we're working with we're at the mercy of the state when Gary, he's very, very efficient. When he, gets all of our paperwork together, submits it, and we're ready to go, now we got to wait because the state hasn't approved it, hasn't returned the paperwork. We don't have the go-ahead. So a lot of times these projects are delayed, Diggin Street being one of them. We probably won't do anything now with them until the fall. That was supposed to start up here in the spring. We're still waiting for some answers on some questions he's got with the state on that.
I just want to make one clarifying point for those that are listening. Gary is our city's engineer, and so he's a person that Deb keeps referring to as the city engineer.
So it is possible, that some of this expense will be pushed off as well, but then at the same time, the revenue is going to be pushed off because it's grant-driven and it's reimbursable. So it kind of, plays hand in hand with each other. Okay, so any questions on the engineering fees? Okay, the sidewalk replacement project, typically we will split that between the general fund and this fund. This is where I spoke earlier with the general fund, and we've already balanced the public works. I'd like to take the entire amount out. We could reduce that by $47,500 if we did that. Okay. Salt, the next line item is, that's Jim Krukenberg's budget on salt. That's a state bid. So that's pretty accurate on what he thinks we're going to be spending on salt. Of course, that could change depending on how much we have left over this year, but that number needs to stay where it's at for now based on what he expects we're going to need and the price.
For the, I know Jim's not here, but maybe you can speak to it, but it's like, we had 99, we went over budget in 20 to 21. We had 99, we were at 38,000 figure, and then this year we're probably on track for, let's just say, let's call it 30,000, depending on the weather that we have and salt. But I'm just curious as to, are we only buying salt every few years?
We buy salt every year, and we will, that 25,600 figure you see up
Yeah.
here for this year, that's gonna change before the end of the fiscal year. We just got a whole new order that
Okay,
came through.
I'm just
So-
trying to understand like how we buy, like if we buy our salt in the same amount every year, or we use it, like we use it down and then we buy a lump sum.
So typically, we buy it in bulk,
Uh-huh.
but we don't get it all at the same time. So it's delivered over the course of the
Okay.
winter as we need it, because we don't have enough storage space to be able to store the entire order that we would get.
Okay, I'm just curious as to how like each year it's like it'll be really high, then it's low, then it's high. It just-
Well,
if
a
we're-
lot of that has to deal with salt as a commodity, so
Okay.
its price fluctuates
Right.
based
Okay.
on how much is needed, and then, of course, we can't really predict how much salt we're going to use
Exactly.
for how many storms we have during the winter months.
Okay, yeah, I was just
So that's
curious.
why there's such a
Yeah,
variance
just the
there.
numbers were all over the place, so I was just kind of curious as to how that happens. Because I don't really monitor our salt levels. It's not something I pay that much
No, I
attention
don't
to
either.
generally unless there's ice on the ground.
Just how much we need to pay for it, right? Okay, and then the maintenance line item, this is where your actual maintenance, or all your actual projects are actually paid out of once they get to the construction phase. So when we're paying the contractors, they come out of this line item. We have the 23-24 road program, which we've discussed in depth, and that's in the grade number right below. We have the Diggins Street construction phase at 476. We have the Air Street streetscape, which we will discuss a little bit coming up here. I have some things I need to run by you for that. That's at 645. And then we have general maintenance. General maintenance would be your cold patch, any minor work we would need done by our asphalt services, things that the public works can't handle as far as equipment wise or manpower, that falls into that category. We have no transfer out, and our miscellaneous is, as it is, miscellaneous. The 208 for the last year's budget was something that Dave put somewhere else, and I can't remember why at this point. I apologize, but I don't have that this year because there isn't any 208 to put in miscellaneous, so. I'm sure it was very well thought out strategic plan on his part, though, knowing him. So, taking out the 47.5, thank you for that, puts us at a negative 151,105 for our revenue versus our expenditures. That being said, I did a cash balance through the 10th of February. You see that below here. I'll make it a little bigger. On the left, 760,550. We need to subtract out the RBI grant. That money's already spent on our Air Street streetscape project, which will be starting hopefully in the next couple months. That leaves us a cash balance of 137,955. I'm expecting in March and April from the Motor Fuel Tax and Transportation Renewal Fund around $34,000. Puts us at another 68, leaving our cash balance in the middle number of 205,955. Subtract our deficit, and we will have $54,800 in the bank. That being said, we have some cash on hand to work with.
That's not a lot of money, though.
It's not a lot
That's
of
a
money.
lot of money, and it really is going to depend on how all of those projects kind of pan out, right? So the timing of them.
Correct.
So we don't have a whole lot of wiggle room. My recommendation is we're just going to have to watch it very, very carefully.
Yes.
Let's use our microphones, please.
I think that, there was a slight misunderstanding on what came out of the Transportation Committee meeting, because the priority one was to do the resurfacing of the last 5 years of the highway, which was, I think, at 120,000.
Yes,
And then the balance was to do stopgap.
correct.
But I think where the problem was is the definition of stopgap. And because the definition of stopgap is to fill just small sections, dig down deeper than you normally would with a cold patch, and then fill those in where the road was dangerous or unsafe. That's where we left it. I think a lot of people are looking at it as resurfacing, and it's not. So I don't think we'll use 95,000 for those dangerous patches.
Yeah,
Well,
I agree with John.
I don't even know where you start, because every place, most of the places I see where we really have bad roads, they need resurfacing. A patch won't fix it.
No, but a patch it's a stopgap until we can do the resurfacing.
Yeah, but where do you cut the line is the problem.
They killed you.
No, they killed me.
Oh, okay.
So, Alderman, to help with that, I asked Jim to go through and start breaking it like a list and start prioritizing that based on the criteria that we set, the dangerous conditions, if it's a highly used, an important road, important access road versus just a basic access road. And I can assure you that 95,000, 100,000 that's left over will get used.
Well, and just the 220,000 we have allocated to the road program, I don't think we should deviate from that. That's an important program, and if we can do, if our stopgap only comes in, at half, then we do more stopgap, right? I mean, we do up to the 100,000 that we have.
I don't know much about the road programs as far as like from a technical aspect, but Charlie, from where I see a lot of use for those stop gaps is going to be in intersections, because we have a lot of cross streets where the intersection sees a lot of traffic, maybe not both ways, but like even like over by my house, there's intersections in areas where there's like chunks of the road that are coming out, and if they were to do like a 10 by 10 section, you wouldn't necessarily have to resurface either of those direction roads for probably another 2 or 3 years minimum just to get by. So I do agree with you. Like there's areas where it's like this really needs a whole new street, but we have a lot of areas where I could use it.
I understand that, and you're absolutely right. But for example, Lisa, the photographs you sent me are roads that have to be resurfaced. You can't patch those roads. It can't be patched. And so I think that if you remember when they rebuilt 23, going to Marengo, and they just dug out those little sections where they could. That's what patching is. And you have to have good road around it, like you said, to make that work. Because if you do that with Alligator Road around it, you haven't done anything, because it's just going to fall right apart.
So at this point,
So what I was thinking is that, we do have to identify those spots like Dan has talked about. I don't think they're going to add up to a lot of money. And then we combine that with the 50,000, what's left with the 50,000, and maybe we can do a little bit of resurfacing on the worst spots. Because we
don't have a 50,000
But
spent.
that's assuming that 54,000,
Right.
that's essentially right now just a buffer, because we've seen prices fluctuate enough. And we already know we're setting the 95,000, actually it's like about 100,000. And part of that is instead of doing like cold patch, we're doing hot patch, so that it actually buys us more time until we can come back and actually do the road properly. Rather than do a 10-foot section, eventually we will come back down and do like blocks worth. This is just to get us over get us on the right path.
Well, at this point,
to
I
getting our
don't
roads up to
recommend
speed.
bumping up any of these expenditure line items. they're stretched to the limit, like the mayor indicated, the balance we'll have in the checking account if we have to use the cash on hand or in this fund is not a very big one. That doesn't allow a lot for unforeseen circumstances or elevated prices. And if we want to continue down the path of doing all of the projects and irons we have in the fire, I wouldn't recommend that. I would recommend, there's not a lot of cuts here either in order to get done what we've started. And so, unfortunately, it would be nice to be able to do more, but at this point, we're stretched as it is.
I think something to keep in mind too, Charlie, is that this wouldn't be like every year we're going to see this, where it's going to be this tight. We have a lot of projects that we've tried to, cram into a period of time to use this grant money. That's kind of what Dave was really pushing for, was to use this money so we didn't lose out on it.
Correct.
So I think if we can get, we're doing engineering on Marengo Road. Obviously, we wouldn't be doing Marengo Road just yet, but getting ready for it. But the bigger thing is getting Ayer Street, getting Diggins done, and these big dollar programs is then, let's say, the creek don't rise and we're able to get that 1% tax to pass. This will all alleviate going into the next couple of years, and I think then we can try to because I know exactly what you're saying. We want to get every dollar out of our road program as we can to get as much done as we can.
I'm not recommending that we change the budget at all. I'm just saying it's how it's allocated.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that to do true patching where those spots are will be less money than we think it is for now, and that we maybe can, use combine the money that we had left over from the budget, because remember we said we're going to put the whole 95 into patching. Well, if there's something left over there, plus maybe something left here because it's in, what is it now? 54? That might add up to something where we could do a little project. That's all I'm saying. And it's the same money. I'm not saying we add any more money.
Well, that's something we can look at as we move forward for the next budget cycle, or where we're at maybe near the end of the year. But it would be nice. It certainly would be nice. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. It depends. There's a lot of dependent factors on this, and that is timeline, the reimbursements with the state, costs of construction and fees and all those kind of things that are all unforeseen. And we'll talk about that too when we look at the streetscape project, because the grant money that we have isn't going to cover that project.
And I did also want to say that, Deb, this is a great spreadsheet. It really is.
Thank you.
This does break it down to the point where it is understandable, and I appreciate that very much.
Sure, no problem. It helps me too to keep everything straight with so much that's going on. And it is a lot, and it's a lot to take in and to try to figure out. So the challenge is definitely on all of us to do this. So that being said, I'm going to close this a minute, just talk real quick about the streetscape project. You wanted to touch on that, correct, Mayor, with the trash cans and those things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So one of the areas I'll just mention here with the streetscape, in order to try and reduce some of the costs, because we think there is going to be cost overrun for the Ayer Street streetscape, is some of the material that we want to add into that, which is park benches and the flower containers and the trash cans. We're looking at perhaps doing as you go outside of the actual project, because the main thing is get the infrastructure in and then add these things over time. And so that's what we're looking at doing to try and reduce that cost, because it's going to be more than we have allocated.
So we had our base bid, our low bid with Schroeder, and we'll be seeing that on our those resolutions on our city council meeting on Tuesday. The base bid was $634,835. That's about 2,800 short of what I had budgeted, which was 632. So we'd come up with a little bit more there, not a problem. I've already done that in the budget. But it is a little higher than the grant funds we had, which was 622,595. They also did an alternate bid for this project, and the items you see in the spreadsheet are what was included in that alternate bid. And this is something that Dave had our engineer do a few months back because we knew it was going to come in higher, and we knew we were probably going to need to trim something back here a little bit. So did I include this in the, okay. So when you look at these, this spreadsheet is pretty much what's in front of you on the planters and the landscaping that. The price that they bid was the 3,500 for 2 benches. Daryl can get them for 1,875, which is the numbers in the green. The planters, we actually have 2 that are spares, so we don't need to buy those. He just needs to buy the liners for $100. And then we have 1 trash receptacle, so we'll only need to buy 2, and his price is $1,350. So we are able to do what would have cost us through the alternate bid, $16,900 for 7. That, as far as the landscaping goes, their landscaping doesn't match our landscaping, and we'd like everything to be uniform. So I have given Daryl a cap of $30,000, and that is something he can talk to Harvard Nursery about, and we can include that in our building maintenance and out of the general fund. The money's already there because there is, when we discussed that earlier, there is some extra in there for building maintenance for yearly things that, you know, may come up. And he can work very closely with Harvard Nursery, and we can do what we can do this year. As far as that, does that mean we can do all of the trees that are in this plan here in front of you? Does that mean we can do all of the flowers, all the bushes? Maybe, maybe not, but we can make it look presentable without having to run it through the motor fuel fund and through this bid. So that being said, the resolutions you'll see on the agenda for approval on Tuesday will be for the base bid only. We talked about it, and we decided that we would have Gary do those resolutions. They can be changed, we still have time, but I really recommend that we do these landscaping and decorations out of the general fund as we can.
In the long run, it will save us money as is demonstrated here, and it allows us to utilize the motor fuel for what we really need it for is the infrastructure. So the rest of this is more aesthetics, and so I feel like we really need that grant money to go towards the infrastructure part and not so much for the aesthetics.
Now, question about the budget for the plant, for the landscaping stuff. So the 30,000, that is about what the bid was.
It is. It was a little bit more than that.
So we're not
but
actually going
much.
to necessarily save money there, but we'll get it to look like what
Yes.
our other stuff
And
looks
it will,
like.
yeah, it will
And
be uniform.
yeah.
And we could, you know, that kind of capped him at that.
Okay.
Daryl's very good
Yeah.
at working things
Yeah.
out, where we'll probably come in less.
Yeah.
You know, it just depends on costs
Right.
and that kind of thing. And, you know, and they have, the way that's mapped out here, they have 3 trees here and 2 here, and we don't have to necessarily do that either. And he's working on something on Air Street with different trees anyway, is my understanding. He's got some different ideas. So, you know, I just basically took, Lisa, what
The big thing
what
is,
they showed on their spreadsheet and just 30 grand.
the big thing was to remove this out of the MFT so that we can free the MFT money for the infrastructure and then deal with the aesthetics through the general fund. It just, obviously, the revenue sources have to be spent in certain ways, and so this seems like the most logical way, because this portion of this project could be removed from the MFTs.
We can count the investment and the planting of the trees as part of our investment in our city
Yes.
trees.
You certainly could,
So,
yes, absolutely.
I mean, there's a plus there too.
So, we'll need to change the cash on hand to 773,700. And that puts us at 0. Out of the red. Gotta change my color. If that is the direction you want to take. You know, we always have the option of stalling projects. I don't recommend that.
I think what you've proposed is wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
It's very creative and sensible and, yeah. And just is going to be a real balancing act with all of the money in, money out.
Balancing act and
Yeah.
making sure we get paperwork in on time.
Yeah.
But I will
But
do that.
You're nimble.
That is
You
my,
can do
that
it,
is my
yes.
goal.
Right.
I see that there was a lot of work that went into this and a lot of pre-planning and thought, so I really appreciate the hours that this clearly has in it and the creative work that you did.
And I
It's
did have
very
help.
smart. And, well, yes, but
I did have help.
it's a testament to the dedication that you all have with the city. I mean, just like with Ryan doing a lot of that work on his
Yes.
own, just himself to save money. He doesn't have to do that. He
Right.
could just try to budget it and let it go. So you guys put in, I don't even know how many hours into this, so it's very much appreciated because it makes we can see it makes a huge impact in what we're capable of doing as a community. So thank you very
Yep.
much for that.
Thank you, Alderman. Because we're very, very conscientious of the fact that this is the community's dollars and needs to be managed properly and still get everything done. So thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, we only have a couple minor ones left. I know it's been a long day. We need to talk about economic development. We changed our transfer in, if I remember correctly, from this morning. We changed that to 30. Okay, so we need to make that change here. And then we changed the consulting fee to 30. No, I'm sorry. It would be 40,
34.
34.
Now, what's the balance? No, there's right now, for this year, there's $172,000 balance. What's that
That
about?
was, okay, so we transferred it, if you recall, when the HEDC closed their account, they transferred that money to us. That's that money in that fund. That's actually a checking account, and that's the balance of that checking account.
So those funds are carry over. I mean, those funds are there.
Those funds are there, yes. And
So,
the
yeah.
reason why you're seeing it when you don't normally see checking account balances is because
Yeah.
we had to do a budget amendment, because we did this after we adopted the budget.
Okay.
So that was, I believe we did that in May, or it was quite shortly after.
It was either the city council meeting in May or June. It was one of the 2 months. I just don't recall which.
Right, so it shows a transfer in line item based on how we did the amendments, because we don't have a lot of accounts to work with, account items in this fund to work with. So it was done that way, and next year you won't see that.
Okay, so where did
That would be-
the money go?
It's in a checking account, it's in an economic development checking account tagged to this fund.
Deb, do you have that graphic that you made?
But does that mean
That
it's
might be helpful.
still available for our economic development?
Yes.
Expenses?
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
yes, it
Yes, that is what it's for. So basically.
Okay, so, but we're transferring more money in, even though we have a large balance in there.
Right. The mayor wanted to keep a transfer in there based on upcoming projects that might be possibly partner contributed moving down the road.
Right, so we
I'd
don't
like to
yet-
see a budget on that.
Well,
We don't have one.
there,
We don't
that
have
would fall
expenses
under
yet.
the Alderman Carncross's committee there, so. Well, You did know the money was there because when the HEDC dissolved, all of the funding that was there came to the city. Now, not all of that funding was from the city, but a lot of it was. Obviously, the city at that time was putting $25,000 a year into that fund. A lot of the seed money from that fund, though, was generated from economic activity that the HEDC did in terms of, I think they sold some property and there were some other things that happened in the past. I don't have a active list of what all was done, but the city contributed to it as well as other members that were part of the HEDC, but the membership of that HEDC was pretty small. The city was by far the largest contributor to that fund.
Certainly, if you wanted to talk about allocating some more funds to something for the upcoming budget, we can do that. But as far as doing that this year, I don't know that we, I don't have enough knowledge of the economic development to know what to suggest as far as expending.
So one of the things that there's no expenditures here yet in terms of, and it really is about developing a budget for economic development, which we really haven't done, partly because Lou is now new into that position and we haven't hired the community development director as what their input will be to that. Certainly one of the things that's not listed here that we were doing under the HEDC was publications and promotions, marketing material. And a large portion of the budget under the HEDC was towards marketing the city of Harvard for economic development. We will need to start doing that again. Most of those activities have been suspended since this new fiscal year. And until we're kind of organized within that department, I suggest we hold on to that cash until we understand how we're going to move that department forward.
Just suggesting that it would be good to have a budget for what our vision is there, since that had been the Economic Development Corporation, and now it's the city, and now it's just this, pot of money that's just sitting there.
We're kind of in a weird spot
Yeah.
where the Economic Development Board Committee, they dissolved, and that's where we kept on consultation in the interim, because this is all kind of that's why we were discussing it. Mike said it was so important that we kind of figure out, at least temporarily hold it, because we're in that spot where we're trying to get Lou hired on, and we're going to be in a period of time where we don't have anywhere to put that money to go with it. So that's why the consult was coming out of that. And so, okay, well, let's put it off to the side. And once we have people in place, we can decide the best way to go, because, Lou's going to be evaluating where we're at. We get the community development director, and they can take a few months to figure out where we're at and then say, okay, well, what do we want to do with this money? And the strategic vision comes into play. So that's why we were holding off on creating that, but we'll get to it when we have the information.
It's a good question, though, because you're sitting there looking at something and where did that come
No,
from?
it's
Why
definitely
is
a good
And
question.
it doesn't flow with the rest of what we've been doing today, so.
Because we're trying to find, 100,000 here,
Yes.
70,000 there, and then it's like, well, what do you mean? We've got $172,000.
Right.
And we're putting more money in. So, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and then the last one is,
Well, Deb, can you share that graph that I asked you?
yeah, I can't get it to, the whole thing to show though, so it
okay.
doesn't flow right.
We'll be sharing this to the community, and
I don't know if you'll be able to read that.
so I asked Deb, one of the problems to understanding municipal finance is understanding where does the money come from and where does it go? And we have so many different accounts, it can be very, very confusing to the general layperson to understand, well, where does all that money go? And so I asked Deb to kind of put together this flow chart that helps you understand where money originates, what accounts it flows into, and then from those accounts, what it flows out for expenses. And so I'll turn that back over to Deb. She can explain the color coding.
Okay, so the green at the top is your revenue sources, okay? And these are our major revenue sources. Some of them are lumped together. On the left, you have all of our permits, fines, fees, the things we collect ourselves. The next column over is all of our taxes, our miscellaneous taxes, outside of property tax. Third column is your main revenue source, which is our property tax. The fourth column is amusement tax, rental, and registration fees that come in for the park fund. We have grant resources that fund several different accounts. We have motor fuel tax, and we have water billing fee tax. And then if you go to back to the middle column with property tax goes mainly to the general fund, and then from there is distributed out. Goes to expenses, it goes to, and keep in mind those expenses also include transfer out of the property tax to the other funds. So, it gets too convoluted if you start doing all of that. So the property tax comes into general fund, and then through the transfer out goes to the other funds. And then we pay all of the expenses that we discussed today: the administration, the public works, the police department, community development, parks and pools, insurance, pensions, and library services. That's all run out of the general fund. Anything in blue is a separate checking account. Okay? These are commingled funds. Charlie, this is where it gets confusing, but in separate checking accounts. So if you look to the left, the capital improvement account, the equipment replacement account, and the corporate general checking account all run out of the same fund, Fund 01. However, they're split out into different checking accounts because we use them for different things. We use the capital improvement strictly for those projects. We use the equipment replacement fund for new equipment purchases. These aren't necessarily restricted funds through the state. These are funds that we have set up ourselves as savings accounts for specific purposes. Okay? You go to the right and you have the economic development account. This is the new account that we just discussed, and this is for economic development expenses and consult fees. The reason why that shows coming out of the general fund is because that's where the initial startup money came from. It was given to us, we put it in the general fund, and when you folks decided to do a separate economic development account, it was transferred into there. Then we have the Parks Capital Improvement Fund. So this is where it gets a little confusing with parks. Parks, day-to-day operations of the Parks Fund, down here at the bottom, run out of the general checking account. However, we also have a park savings account, which is a separate checking account for capital improvement, which we're going to be transferring some money out of to cover some of the dog park expenses. That account also runs out of Fund 04. So again, two checking accounts out of the same fund, but for two separate purposes, this being something we restricted for parks capital improvements based on some projects that we want to get completed. Second column from the right is your motor fuel fund. That is a restricted fund. We cannot use that for anything other than road projects. Those expenses, we all know, very well what those are. And then we have the water billing fees and tax. Water billing is a proprietary fund. It's not driven by tax dollars. It's run more like a business. So basically, we sell a service to the community, and those funds from that service are what we use to pay for the utility that we offer them. So it gets very confusing as you go with everything split out, but it all comes together into your general ledger, Charlie, which is why you have the problem understanding all of that. And it's very convoluted, and I recognize that I work with it every day, so it's very easy for me. So down here at the bottom, I have 3 more green bars with revenue for some side funds. Property tax is also allocated for TIF accounts for our TIF financing. That goes directly into those accounts, and those expenditures are restricted to only our bond payments and bond and interest payments for those TIF districts that we took out years ago that we haven't talked about yet, but we will here in a minute. We also have a welfare fund. This fund was set up years ago for a program that the police department used to do with Christmas baskets and different donations that they would basically collect and distribute to the community. We took that over on the city side years ago, and that's where our Christmas baskets or our Christmas gift cards come from now. And that is strictly run by donations. The mayor sends out a letter every year. The good folks of our community send donations in, and with that money, we are able to help out people at Christmas time with different things through those sources. We also have a scholarship fund that was originally driven by donations. We don't get donations on a regular basis anymore, but there's enough in that fund that we're able to do yearly scholarship awards. That amount is determined by the board. There's a separate board that determines both the recipients and the amount, and that's a separate checking account strictly tagged to that. And then we have the revolving loan fund, and this is a reimbursement fund set up several years ago to help fund facade improvements in the downtown area. When we first made the original streetscape changes, we offered this to business owners. They could apply for a loan at no interest, pay it back on a monthly basis based on a schedule that was determined by the administrator and the mayor. And that fund basically is an in and out fund. The money's there, we distribute it, and each month they pay it back. We have, I'm sorry? Right now, we have four businesses participating in that.
Right, we have a total, the total fund is 200,000?
131.
131, okay, so we limit the amount that someone can borrow up to 50K or what's available in the fund. And that fund obviously fluctuates over time as people borrow and pay back. So as people pay back, then we have more funding available to the next business. When I first became mayor, the fund was underutilized. In the last 6 years, it's been extremely utilized. So in fact, I think we're back up at a higher value because one of the loans was paid off a bit early.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
But we just issued another loan to another business on Air Street. We're hoping to see some improvements this year.
Yeah, it's been really nice for, it's a sweet deal for them because they get to improve their business. Everything looks good from the outside for our streetscape, and then they get this money at no interest. So, yes.
What is?
Yes, right? Right.
What is the criteria?
The criteria simply is the business has to be located within downtown business district, and the funds can only be utilized for facades, windows, siding, things like that. And it requires that the applicant, we do a credit check, and then we create a lien against their property. In case they default, we would foreclose on them. But essentially, it's a 5-year loan, interest-free, up to 50K. So, and as I said, that's been for, if you look at some of the facades that have been updated recently in recent years, like the chiropractor and things, that fund helped fund those improvements to our downtown district.
And I recognize that that's a very confusing and all over the place spreadsheet, and is the process. But if you ever have any questions or want to come in and ask, I am always willing to sit down and talk about it and just help it be more clear, because the clearer it is, the easier it is for all of us to work together. So, okay, last one. This will be easy. Yes, so am I. And all of our special service areas are done. That's wonderful. Okay, so TIF downtown. This one will be done in January, and property.
We're not there yet, Paul.
Property tax driven. I'm expecting about 187.5 for that. As you can see, last year we got more than we expected, but we never count those chickens before they're hatched. So I have to add 230,435 from the corporate general fund to transfer in. And as we discussed earlier, this number may reduce depending on where we're at here at the end of the property tax collection cycle. And that last disbursement comes in November. So by December, I should know if we have some money to throw back into general or don't have to make the last transfer, which would be nice.
And so this will be the end of it?
This will be the end of it.
So this will,
Yep.
the 418,
Mhm.
435, that's,
the end.
then we're done?
Yep,
Wow,
we're done.
okay.
Just recognize that newfound money, once it's no longer going towards that, that's how we're gonna service the debt on this new building, so.
Yes, good point. That money, Dave had planned, to help fund the City Hall bond. So free that up, yes. And then our TIF, 2 Industrial Park, same, runs the same way. Expect 552,000. This year we got a little bit more than we expected. Did drop this a little bit based on some suggestions from Dave, but if we get more, that would be great too. But that's what funds the payments we need. We don't have to transfer in anything to cover that. This tax district does enough to cover the bond interest payments. So we're in good shape there. I was just looking that up. We have a couple of different bonds on that, or I'm sorry, no, that's something different. Hold on. I believe we have 2029 is our last one. So we have 3 different bonds on that, 1 in 2027, 2 in 2029. Okay, and that's all I have. I appreciate the time you spend on a Saturday to help with this. Thank you. And it's only 3:12. Hey, how far off are we on the agenda?
We were supposed to finish at 2:30.
All right, so that's not too bad.
Not too bad. I will say I appreciate the city council for attending and being able to get this done in one day versus 2 days as we've done in the past. Give you back an extra Saturday in February. I know this is quite tedious to go through the entire budget, but this, of all the things that we do as a city council, this is our highest priority of responsibilities, is ensuring that we are good stewards of city taxpayers' money. So thank you very much for your attention and participation. Alderwoman? All right, we will end this broadcast. Thank you for those who've been viewing, and we appreciate your attention as well. Thank you, and have a good day.